Chapter 51. Xia Fanqing was very happy that his small farm welcomed the second orc. After tidying up his vegetable garden for a while, he went to the battle simulation area for training. They chose the battle mode. This time, they were going to deal with a military castle. The castle was located on a high mountain and was easy to defend but difficult to attack. If they attacked it, they would drop a lot of experience points and star coins. Xia Fanqing and his team of 6 were the attackers, and the 6 enemy orcs they matched were the defenders. Xia Fanqing, you will be the commander-in-chief of this operation this time, Fu Linchuan said to the team of 6. Xia Fanqing looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure? When he was doing single-player simulation training before, it was always Little Lion who commanded him. This time, their team was obviously at a disadvantage, and Little Lion actually let him be the commander-in-chief directly. Don't worry. It's okay. Xia Fanqing didn't know why he felt relieved after hearing Little Lion's words. Although the other party was a little cub, he always gave him a sense of security. Xia Fanqing sometimes wondered if the little cubs in this interstellar era were all very intelligent. Lu Yuyu was about to open her mouth to refute, but was frightened by Fu Linchuan's eyes and shut her mouth. Mr. F's eyes were too scary and felt more severe than their devil instructor. It seemed that he would ask everyone to do a 100-kilometer weight-bearing training in the next moment. But how could he let a level 7 orc command? Although Mr. F's level was only level 10, he felt that Mr. F was more reliable than Xiao Xingxing. At worst, there was a level 1 god next to him. Xia Fanqing quickly calmed down after receiving the task. He took out a telescope to check the opponent's military castle. The castle was located on a high mountain. The opponent's level was all level 5 and 6. And there was also a level 3 master. If he went directly, he would definitely be shot down by the opponent. Fu Mingyan and Gu Peifeng are the vanguards. Lu Yuyu and I are responsible for air defense. Kai Jiji and Mauer are responsible for reconnaissance and cover. Move. Yes. Xia Fanqing and Lu Yuyu drove the military fighter plane and moved quickly. He decided to launch a blitzkrieg first. Now is the best time to attack while the opponent has not yet made a good deployment. The two drove the fighter plane to avoid the bombs coming from the attack, broke through the defense layer, and dropped a large number of bombs into the opponent's castle. When the opponent reacted, the two had already driven the fighter plane away. At this time, Fu Linchuan and Gu Peifeng looked at each other and headed towards the enemy with machine guns. The other side also quickly organized a defense, set up a machine gun, and fired indiscriminately at the ground. The two quickly turned over and hid behind a boulder. Fu Linchuan fired a shot at the other side and successfully hit one of the other side's arms, temporarily slowing down the other side's movements. The orc who was hit covered his arm and said to the back, Instructor Chen, the other side has a first-level god. The opponent Xia Fanqing matched happened to be a military academy student who was organizing a training. The opponent was all level 5 or 6. In comparison, their instructor's account was only level 3. The instructor slapped the kid on the head. Why are you shouting? Am I blind? Can't you see? Go! The instructor had been watching the battle below, but he didn't expect to meet Gu Peifeng. His eyes were a little wet. Gu Peifeng used to be their instructor. Since he degenerated, he rarely appeared in the public eye. The outside world was saying that the second Prince Gu was depressed and unable to recover after his degeneration. Everyone was regretting the fall of the Empire's generals. He originally planned to watch the group of kids fight on their own. But when he saw Gu Peifeng, he spit out the grass in his mouth and put the machine gun on his shoulder. Get out of the way. Let me go. Take out all the guys in the bottom of the box. Don't be stingy and reluctant to use them. Yes. The military academy students who received the order immediately took out all the treasures in the bottom of the box. And 2 level 5 military ships drove directly to the sky above the city wall. Xia Fanqing's team was slightly inferior to the other team. Lu Yuyu, Kai Jiji, do you two have any high-level warships? Take them out. Ah! Take them out again? You blew up my big treasure last time. Lu Yuyu felt distressed when he thought of his big treasure. Follow the order. Yes. Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji quickly switched to level 6 warships. Xia Fanqing's last warship was only level 7, which he had worked hard to complete. See those 2 level 10 ships on the other side? Kill them first. The coach said to the military cadets around him, if you lose this time, don't say you were a military cadet. It's embarrassing. The military cadets who received the order concentrated their firepower on Fu Linchuan and Yu Xiaodong. The stone that Yu Xiaodong used as a cover was directly blown up. He meowed and dragged his machine gun and ran back. Xia Fanqing. Help me. Why are you only attacking me? Xia Fanqing drove the airship to rescue Yu Xiaodong, while Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji also drove the warship to attack the other side. Fire suddenly splashed in the air. Lu Yuyu was beaten so hard that she couldn't raise her head. But fortunately, the other side diverted the firepower, and Xia Fanqing took Yu Xiaodong to the airship. Seeing Yu Xiaodong's slightly embarrassed appearance, the group of orcs laughed out loud. Except for the first-level master with the ID Gu. The others were all rookies. It was the first time for them to meet a first-level master, and they were eager to try to fight with the master. Fu Linchuan also received special care from the other side. He dodged bullets quickly. The other side kept suppressing him with firepower to stop him from moving forward, while Gu Peifeng was hit one-on-one by the other side's instructor. The warships above were fighting fiercely, and the battle below was also fierce. Gu Peifeng called out to the other side's instructor, who quickly dodged, but a deep wound was still left on his arm. He raised his eyebrows. The other side was too obvious. Gu Peifeng only targeted him, obviously not wanting him to intervene. It seemed that he wanted him to bring the team to fight by himself. Who could let the second prince Gu be a sparring partner? The instructor lazily put the machine gun on his shoulder and fished openly on the side. Now Xia Fanqing's side was almost left with only him and Lu Yuyu. The three of them loaded all the bombs on the warship, but they were still suppressed by the enemy. Lu Yuyu's heart was bleeding when he heard the bombs being fired. This was his hard-earned property. If he lost, his experience points would drop to the bottom line of level 6. Don't do that. Xia Fanqing's small warship had been hit so hard that it was about to collapse. If he continued like this, his team would be wiped out. He calmly ordered, "Retreat." The few people who received the order quickly retreated. The other side's military academy students were having fun fighting, and when they saw the other side retreating, they said, "Ah, why are you leaving? Wait a minute. I haven't fought enough." The instructor also saw that Gu Peifeng was not the commander of the team. He said to the beagle beside him, "Wang Ming, you will be the commander." The puppy's ears stood up. "Yes." The new puppy immediately gave an order. "Leave the city. Chase with all your strength." The military academy students drove the warships and small airships to chase after them. Xia Fanqing saw that the other side had chased out and ordered the team to retreat quickly. As soon as the other side entered Xia Fanqing's territory, the defense equipment that had been prepared in advance came into play. Fu Linchuan and Gu Peifeng controlled the flash air-to-air missiles and fired at the other side. Xia Fanqing also made a sharp turn and aimed his gunfire at the other side. The gunfire from the ground and the air suppressed Wang Ming's warship and kept issuing crash warnings. Wang Ming didn't even have a chance to retreat. The plane was destroyed and he was killed. The shock wave of the warship explosion also affected the surrounding warships, and they were directly wiped out. Instructor Chen on the wall spit out the grass in his mouth and inserted the small white flag. Xia Fanqing and his companions happily got off the warship, and the experience points and star coins also fell down. Lu Yuyu hugged Xia Fanqing's shoulders. "Okay, brother." Xia Fanqing also looked at Fu Linchuan with sparkling eyes. "I won." Fu Linchuan raised his lips slightly and nodded at him. Fu Linchuan didn't expect the little human to win. His original plan was to help him tie the game when the little human was about to lose, just to save the experience points of the little guys. As soon as Wang Ming and his friends went offline, they were scolded by the instructor. "Wang Ming, you really deserve your stupid brain. You don't even need to send scouts when the enemy retreats. What do I usually teach you?" Wang Ming lowered his head and hummed unconvincedly. Who knew that a bunch of junks would set an ambush? You underestimated the enemy and looked down on us. The 5 of you will do a 100-kilometer weight-bearing training. As the commander, Wang Ming will do double the training. Yes. The next day, the puppy dragged his limp legs into the classroom. As soon as he came in, he blocked Kai Jiji's way. "Were you there yesterday?" Kai Jiji nodded with tears in her eyes. At this time, Lu Yuyu also came in. "What are you doing? Are you bullying Kai Jiji? I haven't found you yet. But you came here by yourself." Wang Ming crossed his arms and looked at the other person. "Did you lose all your family money yesterday? Just wait for me to get revenge on you tonight. And that little star. Don't even think about running away." After saying that, Wang Ming dragged his noodle legs away. At night, Xia Fanqing was a little excited and tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. Fu Linchuan simply pulled him into his spiritual sea of consciousness. As soon as Xia Fanqing came in, he saw the mysterious Mr. Fu. After a period of getting along, Xia Fanqing liked this free labor very much. He now felt that Mr. Fu was his golden finger in this world. When the two of them built the castle together, Mr. Fu taught him some cultural knowledge of the interstellar era. Xia Fanqing gestured to Fu Linchuan excitedly. Mr. Fu, do you know? I killed the opponent directly in the simulated battle today. It's my first time as a commander. I'm really good. Fu Linchuan looked at him lovingly. Great. The little human raised his tail when he heard the praise, and his eyes were sparkling with joy. Today I will teach you close combat. Really? This is so cool. Do you have any weapons you want to use? The little human doesn't have the claws of the orcs. In close combat, he can only rely on external forces to assist. If he uses them well, he is not inferior to the orcs at all. I have a dagger. You think about his appearance. Xia Fanqing followed Fu Linchuan's instructions and thought about Xingxia's appearance. After a while, his dagger appeared in his hand. He took Xingxia and made a beautiful knife in his hand. Attack! Fu Linchuan waved at the little human. Xia Fanqing didn't hesitate to attack Fu Linchuan with Xingxia in his hand, but was easily blocked by Fu Linchuan. Xia Fanqing, who was unable to get close to him many times, was aroused and rushed up again with the dagger in his hand. Fu Linchuan used only one hand to block with one hand behind his back, and taught Xia Fanqing the moves. Upward slash, forward stab, reverse slash, upward slash. Xia Fanqing attacked Fu Linchuan step by step according to his instructions. By the end, he could use each move fluently and adjust the appropriate move according to the opponent's attack. In the end, Xia Fanqing was knocked to the ground by Fu Linchuan holding his wrist, and Xia Fanqing lay on the ground panting, with a thin layer of sweat wetting the broken hair on his forehead, and his eyes were full of smiles. Fu Linchuan looked down at the person below him, and his face softened a little. Xia Fanqing wanted to reach out and take off the mask on Fu Linchuan's face, but Fu Linchuan held his slender fingers. Xia Fanqing hummed. I knew you were lying to me. What do you mean you will disappear if I take it off? Do you think I'm a child? Fu Linchuan also chuckled and lowered his head to kiss his fingers. It's not time yet. Xia Fanqing's face turned red, and he pulled back his hand a little embarrassedly. Will you always stay with me? Yes. Xia Fanqing got up from the ground with a somersault and ran away, looking at the little human's fleeing figure. Fu Linchuan chuckled. How could he be so shameless? After the little human disappeared, Fu Linchuan also left his spiritual sea of consciousness. The little human on the bed was sleeping soundly on his chest. After several corrections at night, the little human finally got used to sleeping in his arms. The little human opened his mouth slightly and showed a smile, as if there was something worth being happy about in his dream. Fu Linchuan lowered his head and kissed the little human on the forehead in his arms. Good night, little human. We will meet soon. Chapter 52. After lunch, Xia Fanqing and Fu Linchuan went to the farm to cultivate the land. They turned the soil and reclaimed new land in the small farm with shovels. Xia Fanqing accidentally found out that this battle game can cultivate land. When he first entered the game, he drooled with envy at the empty land. Which Chinese can resist the temptation of farming? Several people were cultivating the land. Lu Yuyu and the other two who were taking a break at noon saw Xia Fanqing coming up and came over. They had a first-level god here, so they would not miss it. After tasting the sweetness last time, Lu Yuyu was particularly active. As soon as Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji came online, Xia Fanqing greeted them. Little pets are online. Lu Yuyu rolled his eyes. Who is the little pet? Are you going to fight today? No. I'm busy farming. Lu Yuyu snorted and raised his foot to kick the seedlings planted by Xia Fanqing. But Xia Fanqing hummed. Have you forgotten how you died the first time? Lu Yuyu shuddered when he remembered the scene where he was sent offline by Xia Fanqing with a shovel because he stepped on the seedlings. He was famous in their school. After all, being beaten to death by a shovel was quite explosive in the entire Chroman Empire. Now there are many orcs teasing him that he is called Lu Chan Chan, which is really pissing Lu off. He looked up at the sky and pretended nothing happened and retracted his hoof. No fighting today. Nothing to do. Just turn into the original body and play the role of a pet. Just like working in advance. Look at how empty my farm is. Lu Yuyu made a low sound and turned into a sick deer. His original body was more than 2 meters tall and very beautiful. Xia Fanqing was very pleased to see the sika deer in his farm. He wanted to catch more beasts. Otherwise his farm would still be too deserted. Become smaller. The smaller the more adorable. Xia Fanqing was getting more and more demanding, and commanded Liu Yu to make his original body smaller. The deer whined and became only as tall as Xia Fanqing's knees. Xia Fanqing looked at the cute little sika deer with sparkling eyes. Cute. Wang Ming immediately came over when he saw Little Star online. Before he even entered the door, he hooked his finger at Xia Fanqing. Little Star, come and keep me company. Before he could even say fight, a shovel flew straight over and stabbed in front of him. Wang Ming was so scared that he barked and hid to the side. What are you doing? Xia Fanqing turned her head and said to Gu Peifeng next to her, are all high-level orcs so rude? Gu Peifeng coughed and turned his face away. He was indeed quite rude at the beginning. Wang Ming wanted to take a step forward, but was stopped by Xia Fanqing, who put her hands on her hips. Stop! Who told you to come in? What's wrong with me coming in? Xia Fanqing sneered and waved her hand. The defense system around the fence of the small farm rose up in unison. Come in and try. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and stopped his tentative steps. But he was unwilling to leave like this. He had been waiting for this Little Star for a whole day yesterday, and didn't catch anyone. How could he just leave like this after finally waiting for him today? He bared his canine teeth and asked, how can I get in? Simple. Can you say please? Please invite me in. Xia Fanqing snapped her fingers, and the cannonballs were aimed at Wang Ming at the door. The puppy gritted his teeth and reorganized his words. Please let me in. Xia Fanqing then snapped his fingers in satisfaction to hide the defense facilities at the door. Tell me, what's the matter? I want to challenge you. Okay. If you lose, come and be my pet. This time, Wang Ming also chose fighting. He didn't believe that he, a high-level orc, couldn't beat the little cat in front of him. In terms of force and level, he won by a crushing victory. Seeing that it was a close combat, Kai Jiji next to him remembered his tragic experience of dying before he could achieve his goal. He squatted on a tree branch and began to watch the fun. But this time, Xia Fanqing didn't give him a shovel like yesterday. He took out the replica of Xingxia in the holographic game and took a defensive posture. Fu Linchuan also looked at the little human with interest. A free combat target that just happened to be delivered to his door. Wang Ming extended his claws to attack Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing used Xingxia to block. The orc's claws collided with Xingxia. Sparks flew. Wang Ming saw that the first attack failed, and he used another claw to strike back. Xia Fanqing quickly leaned back to avoid the attack, but a blood mark was still left on her slender neck. Xia Fanqing sighed and stepped back 2 steps to distance herself. As expected, humans and orcs were still too different in terms of force. Xia Fanqing took the initiative to attack for the second time, but each of his attacks was blocked by Wang Ming. Not fast enough. Faster, Xia Fanqing said silently in his heart. After several rounds of fighting, Wang Ming's arms were covered with bloodstains. But Xia Fanqing's injuries were much more serious than Wang Ming's, especially the deep wound on his shoulder. Half of his body was soaked with blood, and his character's health dropped rapidly as the blood flowed. Wang Ming smirked and snapped his fingers. You lost? Who said I lost? Xia Fanqing rushed forward again with a dagger in his hand. Wang Ming had lost his patience after being attacked by Xia Fanqing again and again, and he directly clawed at Xia Fanqing's neck. I said you lost? You Xiaodong, who was waving his kitten paws to cheer at the beginning, couldn't help but rush forward when he saw Xia Fanqing was injured. Although he knew that this was a virtual game, he still couldn't help but want to protect Xia Fanqing behind him. There was a huge innate difference between humans and orcs. He looked at Xia Fanqing lying on the ground anxiously and wanted to go up to see him, but was pulled back by Liu Yu, who was holding the corner of his clothes. Neither side had surrendered or died yet, and the competition was still going on. Wang Ming saw that the competition was basically over, so he wiped his paws and waited for Xia Fanqing to go offline. But Xia Fanqing tried his best to stand up shakily. It's not over yet. Wang Ming couldn't help but admire this little star when he saw that she hadn't given up even after such a long time. Although it was a holographic game, it really hurt. The original intention of this game was to train the military ability of the orcs. How could they learn a lesson if it didn't hurt? However, in his opinion, Xia Fanqing's attack was just the last struggle, which would only make his health drop faster. When Xia Fanqing attacked, He just stretched out his arm to block the dagger. But the person on the other side smiled. You lose. Xia Fanqing's dagger fell into his left hand, and then stabbed deeply into Wang Ming's abdomen. Wang Ming looked at the bloody tattered beastman in front of him in shock. The beastman's face had begun to turn into light spots and dissipate. But he turned into ash before the beastman did. He lost. Yu Xiaodong was also frightened by Xia Fanqing's desperate fighting style. At the moment when Xia Fanqing's dagger stabbed into Wang Ming's abdomen, he seemed to see Xia Fanqing with red eyes that night. He was so afraid that Xia Fanqing would become someone he didn't recognize. As soon as Xia Fanqing came back online, he jumped back and forth in pain. The residual pain was still there. He jumped back and forth around Fu Linchuan and the others. Hurry up. Hurry up. Who will turn into Fluffy and suck it? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Linchuan turned into a 2-meter-tall lion. Xia Fanqing rushed over and hugged the lion's neck and rubbed his little face. Wow. It really hurts. Gu Peifeng, who was originally preparing to transform into an animal, clenched his fists and watched the little beastman hugging the big lion for comfort. What did Fu Linchuan mean by this? Did he fall in love with the little beastman? But the little beastman always thought that they were all cubs. So he had plenty of opportunities. Didn't he? Xia Fanqing hugged the big lion in her arms and rubbed it for a while until the pain was finally gone. When Wang Ming came online, he saw Xiao Xingxing hugging a lion with an obsessed look on his face. His ears popped out in shock. Hey, big brother. Weren't you the one who was so ferocious just now? Is it great to have a partner who understands the pain of single dogs? Not only was he beaten, but he also had to be fed dog food. He said unhappily, Hey, Xiao Xingxing, stop hugging your partner. After hearing this, Xia Fanqing let go of her hand and came to the puppy to give him a slap on the head. What partner? He's still a little cub. Seeing Xia Fanqing denied that the air pressure around Fu Linchuan was a little low. But Gu Peifeng raised his mouth. He knew that Xia Fanqing treated them equally now. Yu Xiaodong had just pulled the corner of his clothes out of Lu Yuyu's mouth. Oh! Stop biting. The competition is over. As soon as Lu Yuyu let go, he gave Xia Fanqing a bear hug. Xia Fanqing, you scared me to death. Xia Fanqing smiled and patted Yu Xiaodong's back. It's okay. You see I won? Isn't it amazing? Yu Xiaodong let go of him and nodded heavily. Great. After Xia Fanqing finished celebrating, she turned to Wang Ming and said, Welcome to the Little Star Farm. Change into a beast form and show me. Although Wang Ming was still a little unconvinced, he lost and he changed into a beast form to show Xia Fanqing. He was a majestic black hound with a slightly long face, big ears lying beside his face, long limbs, and strong muscles. It was obviously a precious dog breed. Xia Fanqing drooled at the sight. It turned out to be a hound. Don't worry. I will catch a lamb for you later. Wang Ming howled in dissatisfaction. Who wants to herd sheep? I am the famous Weimaraner, not a silly shepherd dog. Xia Fanqing raised her hand and slapped him on the head. Speak nicely. If you don't want to be a shepherd dog, then guard the gate for me. I'd better herd sheep for you. Xia Fanqing went back to sleep as soon as he logged off. He was in a particularly good mood today because he had a new pet. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, he excitedly described his heroic performance today to his Mr. Fu in vivid detail. I used the moves you taught me. Although I almost died, I still defeated the hound orc. I thought I couldn't embarrass Mr. Fu. Fu Linchuan raised his hand and touched the soft hair of the little human. You are already very good. Such an intimate action made Xia Fanqing blush, and he lowered his head a little embarrassed. The two talked while building the castle. Xia Fanqing pulled over a spiritual thread and was surprised to find that the spiritual thread in his hand was pink. He had been in this space for so long, and it was the first time he saw threads of other colors. He pulled the spiritual thread and came to Fu Linchuan. Wow! Look! I actually found pink wool. Fu Linchuan was also a little surprised. He didn't know what other orc's spiritual sea of consciousness looked like. But his spiritual sea of consciousness was white when he could enter. As Xia Fanqing moved, more and more pink was pulled out. Wow! My playground will have colors. Fu Linchuan thought for a while, and seemed to understand why his spiritual threads had colors. Seeing Xia Fanqing pulling out more and more pink spiritual threads in his spiritual sea of consciousness, Fu Linchuan chuckled. He didn't know when his spiritual threads began to turn pink. Chapter 53. A few days later, Hiwuyo and his friends returned to the campus, and Xia Fanqing began his busy life of raising cubs again. He could only go in to play games before going to bed at night to see his little seedlings, and then learn military knowledge with the little lion. At night, Fu Linchuan turned on the optical computer to handle work after the little human fell asleep. The war on the front line had reversed, and the Zerg began to counterattack. Moreover, because Fu Linchuan had not shown up for a long time, the army had begun to show signs of instability. Fu Linchuan looked at the little human sleeping in his arms and fell into deep thought. If he was not there, who would protect the little human? Fu Linchuan did not wait for the military to report the victory, but received the news of the old king's death first. The royal family was about to change. When the light computer was opened that day, there were obituaries of the old king's death everywhere. The white tiger flag of Nanshan Kindergarten was also lowered halfway to express mourning, and the low bell echoed in the kindergarten. The afternoon exercise was also cancelled, and the cubs were ordered to stay in the classroom and not go out. Xia Fanqing also felt the tense atmosphere in the air. The internet was full of condolences for the old king, mixed with some politicians' analysis of the situation after the new king took office. On the night of the old king's death, the school doctor of Nanshan Kindergarten was attacked, and the sound of gunfire and sirens could be heard from time to time. Xia Fanqing was awakened from his deep sleep. He quickly got up and gathered the little cubs in the class in the living room. He touched the heads of the little cubs one by one. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. The naughty robot also activated the defense facilities and locked the door and windows of the classroom. Xia Fanqing held the little lion and sat on the sofa nervously. Yu Xiaodong also sat next to him with his cat eyes wide open. Several little cubs surrounded Xia Fanqing without saying a word. Xia Fanqing held the little lion's paw nervously. Various terrible scenes flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He couldn't help but hold the little lion's paw tightly. Fu Linchuan also felt the little human's nervousness. He lowered his head and rubbed the little human's palm. The sirens continued until dawn. Xia Fanqing did not dare to sleep all night. He was relieved when he saw that the danger was over. He stood outside the window and looked downstairs. The downstairs was full of fully armed orc special forces. The light brains of several cubs also rang. Hiwuyo was the first to connect to the light brain. His mother asked worriedly, "Are you okay, little cub?" Hiwuyo shook his head. "Mom, what happened outside?" "The gossip that Mom heard is that your school doctor was attacked. The military has not leaked the specific details now." "Mother," he spitted and continued, "Mom wanted to take you out, but was rejected. Now many parents have gathered outside the garden. I wonder what the school will do." Gu Peifeng frowned when he heard the news. What does Gu Chonglin mean by this? Does he want to imprison the high-level orcs of each family to make their families loyal? The Roman Empire has many vassal states on the deserted planets. They submit to the kings of the past, not the empire. Once the powerful king dies, and the new king is weak, these vassal states are very likely to break away from the main country. This is still the best result. If some ambitious vassal states take the opportunity to cause trouble, it is also possible. Gu Chonglin was facing this situation. Although Gu Chonglin was slightly inferior to the old king in terms of military strength, he was more scheming. In addition, Fu Linchuan, who had always been a deterrent to the Zerg, had not yet shown up, which made the vassal lords feel unsure. Once the Zerg invaded, and the Roman Empire had no ability to protect them, what should they do? At this time, the principal outside the school gate kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Parents, don't worry. The children are all safe." "You say it's safe, but who can guarantee that there won't be a second attack?" "Yes. Yes." The principal was sweating with anxiety. Everyone has seen that the military has sent a large number of armed forces. The kids must be safer here than at home. Why are you not allowed to go home? Answer our questions directly. The principal hesitated and could not answer. He couldn't say that the royal family issued an order not to allow degraded orcs to leave the school. It was simply to kill him. Why did they push him to take the blame? These degraded orcs were all A-level high-level orcs before. Their parents were bigwigs in various industries, and many of them were lords of vassal states. How could a little pangolin like him have the right to speak? He gritted his teeth and fought for a while, and then returned to the campus. Whoever wants to do this job can do it. In the palace, Gu Chonglin sneered at the secret report. He knew that someone was dishonest before his throne was stable. The degenerated beast men in Nanshan kindergarten would not be released for the time being. It would be great if Fu Linchuan had not degenerated. The group of rubbish in the parallel organization has not figured out a solution until now. Jiang Yin has been telling himself that it will be soon. When will it be? Gu Chanlin came to the parallel organization. The experimenters inside were neatly lined up waiting for inspection. The CEO of the parallel organization respectfully took Gu Chanlin to see their research results. Gu Chanlin was not interested in their conventional research. Let Jiang Yin come over. And you all go down. Jiang Yin, who was following him, came over and bowed. Your Majesty? Jiang Yin. The time you promised is almost up. Your Majesty, please follow me. Jiang Yin led Gu Chanlin down to his secret laboratory. Jiang Yan's secret laboratory could not be successfully established without the support of Gu Chanlin. Back then, Gu Chanlin picked Jiang Yin from the crowd to help him do some shady research. At that time, Jiang Yin was still a small experimenter, but he had great ambitions in his eyes. Your Majesty, please look. Jiang Yin brought Gu Chanlin to a laboratory. A man in a lab coat sat beside a white bed. His long black hair covered his face, revealing only his thin chin and red lips. His slender legs were exposed from the white lab coat and swayed slightly on the bed. You could tell from his figure that he was a top beauty. Your Majesty, please look at the high-level experimental subject. A-level orc Jiming. Gu Chanlin was a little surprised to hear the name. It turned out to be the former heir of the Jin family. I heard that he had been buried in a sea of fire some time ago. I didn't expect that he was brought here by Jiang Yin. The Peacock clan was famous for its beauty. He had thought of marrying a Peacock clan member back then. The most outstanding and highest level member of the Peacock clan was the then heir Jin Ming. But before he could take any action, he heard that Jin Ming had degenerated. Raise your head. Jin Ming instinctively obeyed the command and raised his head upon hearing the voice. His face hidden in his hair slowly revealed itself as he moved. Gu Chanlin frowned with some disgust and said to Jiang Yin beside him, "How did you become like this?" The side effects of the drug. He recovered from his original form to an A-level orc in less than 3 months. At present, the rebirth is still in the experimental stage. The drugs used for him are all screened after a large number of experimental subjects, and the side effects have been kept to a minimum. Jiang Yin glanced at Ji Ming in the laboratory and continued, but at this stage, the biggest side effect of rebirth is the loss of lifespan. This kind of experimental body will not live long. But it is enough for war in a short period of time. Can he be used now? This peacock is unconscious now. It is probably not suitable for war. Your Majesty can send some high-level orcs with strong will, so that they can still remain conscious after high-intensity experiments. I understand. What a pity. Gu Peifeng turned and left. You will be the highest executive officer of the parallel organization from now on. When he said it's a pity, I don't know whether he was sorry that the A-level orcs were useless, or that his good looks were ruined. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Gu Chanlin walked away, Jiang Yin raised his waist and forced a smile. He finally climbed to the position he had dreamed of before. But it was not enough. He wanted more. Jiang Yin glanced at Ji Ming in the laboratory. After the high-intensity mental reconstruction, his eyes were dull now, and toxins accumulated on his right face. The bulging blue veins were like disgusting worms lying on his gorgeous face. Ji Ming, you'd better pretend. I have plenty of ways to make you sober. Ji Ming shuddered as if frightened when he heard Jiang Yin's voice. He lowered his head and murmured, Lu Fuguang. The knock at the door startled Xia Fanqing. He opened the door and asked, What's the matter? Your Majesty asked us to take the second prince home. The tall orc pushed the door open and walked into the room without any objection. Xia Fanqing stretched out his arms to block the way. What are you doing? This is a school. Fu Linchuan also jumped down and walked to Xia Fanqing's side. The other cubs followed. The orc who came and saw the lion in front of him retracted his hand that was about to push Xia Fanqing. He turned his head and said to the soldiers behind him, All of you get out. Second prince, let's go. The orc made a gesture of invitation. Gu Peifeng looked up at Xia Fanqing. Take good care of him. After saying that, he turned around and followed the person out. Gu Peifeng. Xia Fanqing was trying to figure out what was going on when Yu Xiaodong grabbed her arm. The back door was blocked again after Gu Peifeng left. Xia Fanqing was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Little White Tiger will be fine. He will be fine. But why do they call Little White Tiger the second prince? Xia Fanqing. Don't worry. It's possible that someone from the royal family will take our boss to attend the old king's funeral, Loluna explained. But they all knew that things could not be that simple. When the old king was around, Gu Chonglin might have been more restrained. But now the situation is not that simple. Really? Several people nodded, and Xia Fanqing was relieved. But he still felt something was wrong from the orcs' attitude. How could they treat a prince so badly? And would they need so many people to take him home? Gu Peifeng looked at the scene outside the airship. This was not the direction to the palace. After the airship left the city, Gu Peifeng suddenly transformed into his original form and slapped away the orcs guarding him. The orcs who reacted shot at him with guns. Gu Peifeng roared and rushed up. Hearing the gunshot, the two airships behind also surrounded them. Seeing the suddenly beast-like white tiger, they were a little shocked for a moment. When did the second prince recover his original form? Didn't he say that he was always a juvenile? The orc soldiers attacked the airship in front with guns. And after Gu Peifeng dealt with the orcs on the airship, he smashed the control room with a palm. The airship chased straight down to the ground with flames. When the orc soldiers on it chased after him, they only saw the wreckage on the ground. Chapter 54. Waste. Gu Chonglin threw the cup in his hand at the orc kneeling at his feet. Someone. The eunuch outside the door walked in with fear. Go check. Why didn't I know that Gu Peifeng had recovered his body? Your Majesty. All the data in the Nanshan laboratory was lost when the explosion occurred, the eunuch said tremblingly. Their new king is much more domineering than the old king. When the old king was here, their eldest prince was obviously very gentle to others. Why is he so terrible now? Get lost. Why are you kneeling here? Why don't you go find him? If you find him, you must bring him back no matter if he lives or dies. Gu Chonglin rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He hadn't secured his throne yet. But Gu Peifeng had actually recovered his original form. Although the vassal states and the various families had no objection for the time being, it would be troublesome if Gu Peifeng recovered and became an orc and fought with him for the throne. Your Majesty, the Zerg are invading. Send General Fu here. At night, Fu Linchuan turned on his optical brain. News of the defeat on the front line came from time to time. Due to the degradation of many A-level orcs, the combat effectiveness of the army was greatly weakened. For a time, the people of the Chroman Empire were in a panic. The little human in his arms turned over uneasily. Fu Linchuan pulled the quilt to cover the little human. He needed to hurry up and teach the little human some life-saving methods. Not long after, Jiang Yin, the highest executive officer of the Parallel Organization, held a press conference, announcing that the Parallel Organization had developed a drug for the degeneration of high-level orcs and published the experimental data. The Parallel Organization claimed that it would provide free medical assistance to degenerated orcs, which made many degenerated orcs eager to move. After training in the game at night, Xia Fanqing entered the space again. Sure enough, Mr. Fu was waiting for him. Xia Fanqing ran over with sparkling eyes. Mr. Fu. Fu Linchuan caught the little bird in his arms. Did you have fun today? Xia Fanqing raised her head in Fu Linchuan's arms. Happy. I learned war command from the little lion today. Fu Linchuan brought people to the carousel, lifted the little human's slender waist, and put it on the carousel. Are we going to build a castle today? No. Let's play with everything here today. Okay. Fu Linchuan accompanied Xia Fanqing to play all the facilities in the amusement park. The little human was happy and blushed. On the roller coaster, he held Fu Linchuan's hand tightly with fear and excitement. Xia Fanqing was stimulated by the roller coaster, and her legs were a little weak. She fell into Fu Linchuan's arms. Fu Linchuan held her and sat on his arms. Xia Fanqing was frightened and screamed. She hugged Fu Linchuan's neck tightly. His face flushed and said, Mr. Fu, put me down quickly. I'm not a child anymore. It's okay. No one saw it. Fu Linchuan carried the person to Xia Fanqing's favorite lazy sofa. Xia Fanqing was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. It was so embarrassing. Fu Linchuan carried the person to the sofa. Xia Fanqing buried her face in the chest of the person under her. Fu Linchuan touched the soft hair of the little human and said softly, I may not appear in the near future. Xia Fanqing raised her head in astonishment, and the blush on her face faded away. How long? 2 months. 3 months or half a year. I can't say for sure. I will be back as soon as possible. Can you tell me how to find you? Little human, you have mistakenly entered my spiritual sea of consciousness. I can only tell you that I work in the military. There have been wars recently, and I need to go to the front line. Xia Fanqing nervously grasped Fu Lingquan's hand. Will you get hurt? Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Fu Lingquan reached out to cover the little human's worried eyes, lowered his head, and gently kissed the little human's thin lips. I will find you. After sending the little human out of his spiritual consciousness, Fu Lingquan looked at the little human in his arms. The sleeping little human frowned slightly, and there was a crystal tear in the corner of his eye. Fu Lingquan lowered his head and kissed away the tear. I'm sorry. A month later, Fu Lingquan appeared on the battlefield and reversed the situation of the army's retreat. Gu Changlin was relieved. He was no longer in the mood to investigate why Fu Lingquan recovered his spiritual power. He was in dire straits every day in the month since the old king's death. Now there is finally good news. After the little white tiger left, the little lion also suddenly disappeared. Xia Fanqing looked at the 3 remaining cubs in the class and felt a little depressed. What happened recently? That mysterious space never appeared again. And his Mr. Fu also disappeared. With the appearance of Fu Lingquan, the situation gradually stabilized. Nanshan Kindergarten was also unsealed, and the cubs in the kindergarten were picked up by their parents. Xia Fanqing also contacted Lieutenant Li to send Yu Xiaodong back to the underground city. Yu Xiaodong held his hand and begged him to go with him. Xia Fanqing shook his head. I still have things to do. Little kitty, come home with me. It's not safe here. Liluna said. Come home with me. My parents love you. He Weo also wanted Xia Fanqing to go back with him. Little star, come home with me. My brother is very powerful and will definitely protect you. The little mermaid said in a baby voice. Come home with me. Come home with me. The 3 little cubs started fighting over who Xia Fanqing should go home with. And for a while, the air was full of flying hair. Stop fighting. Xia Fanqing grabbed the back of the little husky's neck and dragged him away. I'm fine here. I'm just a little nursery boy. No one will bother me. Seeing that Xia Fanqing didn't follow anyone, He Weo sat on his shoes. Then I won't leave either. I won't leave either. Lu Luna also fell on Xia Fanqing's shoulders. When their boss left, he asked them to protect the little nursery boy. No. No. Lacey rubbed Xia Fanqing's face and acted like a spoiled child. The parents who came to pick up the cubs were in a dilemma. No matter how Xia Fanqing persuaded the 3 cubs, they just refused to leave. In the end, the 3 families had no choice but to send their elites to protect the safety of the few people. Xia Fanqing felt empty without the company of the little lion. He lay on the sofa, holding the paw of the little husky with one hand and supporting his chin with the other hand. He Weo was drowsy because of his pinch. Xia Fanqing, aren't you playing the game Honor of Kings? Why don't we play games together? Lu Luna suggested, seeing that he was bored. Xia Fanqing regained her composure. Okay. He Weo also became excited. Let's play together. Several people created small accounts and logged in. They all had ordinary skins. He Weo felt that it was too troublesome to log in with a big account. He had many friends on the platform, and if he logged in, people would always come to him. Liluna pointed at Xia Fanqing's small farm in shock and asked, Did you do this? How can someone farm in a battle game? He Weo liked this small farm very much, and he turned into his original form on the spot. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing saw the original form of the little era. A 1-meter-tall Siberian sled dog appeared majestically in his farm. When he looked into the distance, his eyes were full of the sharpness of the wolf clan. This handsomeness didn't last for 2 seconds before He Weo started to act up. Xia Fanqing was confused by this huge contrast. Brother, can't you be more reserved? He Weo, if you step on my dish, you're dead. Xia Fanqing shouted from the side. Lu Yuyu and the other 2 who were leveling up in the game also came over. Xiao Xingxing, why haven't you been online for so long? I've been busy recently. Let me introduce you to Lu Luna, He Weo and Lacey. They are all my friends. Xia Fanqing introduced them to the 2. Lu Yuyu looked at the level 10 scrap iron accounts behind Xia Fanqing and twitched his mouth. These small accounts were either all masters or all real scrap iron. Do you want to go to the free battlefield to train and earn experience points? Lu Yuyu invited. Xia Fanqing shook her head. Without the little lion and the little white tiger, Xia Fanqing felt that playing games was boring. Lu Yuyu jumped over. Why not go? Our military academy will recruit new students soon. The military academy will select some orcs with higher rankings in glory. Those civilian orcs all hoped to squeeze in. Don't you want to go? Xia Fanqing was stunned for a moment and asked, why do you want to recruit students in the game? Ah? Don't you know? This game was originally used by the military for simulation training, and was later opened to the public. Ah. Xia Fanqing was a little surprised. He thought it was just an ordinary game, but it turned out to be a military simulation training. I want to go. Xia Fanqing, who was originally listless, instantly ignited his fighting spirit. Mr. Fu said that he worked in the military in the real world. Since he couldn't enter that mysterious space, he hasn't seen Mr. Fu again. He wants to find his Mr. Fu. La Luna, who was standing by, heard the conversation and said, Xia Fanqing, you want to join the military? Xia Fanqing nodded. He Wuyo also ran over. Xia Fanqing, don't go to the military. Most of the orcs there are high-level orcs. At the very least, they are D-level. And life there is very hard. I want to give it a try. His idea seemed like a fantasy to several people. He was only an E-level orc. It would be difficult for him to enter the military academy. Moreover, he was only a level 7 character now. It was normal for most orcs to upgrade a level every few years or decades. Xia Fanqing wanted to get in unless he could upgrade several levels in a row. Let's go to the free training area. Xia Fanqing took out Xingxia and led a few people into the free training area. The free training area was a dense rain forest, where there were orcs who wandered alone and those who formed teams to gain experience points. Because the military academy was about to enroll, there were quite a few orcs who came here to gain experience points and upgrade. He Wuyo and La Luna turned into their original bodies and followed behind Xia Fanqing as pets. The little mermaid Lacey also nestled on Xia Fanqing's shoulder. Their scrap metal combination quickly attracted a lot of attention from the dark. Isn't this just to give away heads? A young man in black combat uniform with an AK on his shoulder appeared first and stopped in front of several people, pointing at them with his nose up and saying, You. Mine. After saying that, he raised his gun and shot at them. Xia Fanqing quickly dodged behind the tree, and La Luna and the others also scattered. They came to accompany the little orc to the trial, and would not interfere in the duel between the two. If the little orc wanted to enter the military academy, he could only rely on his own efforts. And there might be a glimmer of hope. Xia Fanqing also took out a laser gun from his arsenal. Opposite him was a level 6 character who was one level higher than him. Xia Fanqing took out a small mirror to observe the situation outside. As soon as he saw the person, he was shot by the other party, and the mirror in his hand fell to the ground. Xia Fanqing rushed out with a gun and shot through the orc's shoulder. His gun skills were taught by Mr. Fu himself. Xia Fanqing walked to the boy who fell to the ground and said, You lose. Xia Fanqing opened his prison and threw the man in. The boy got anxious when he saw that Xia Fanqing was not coming to collect the head but to catch him. Hey. I don't want to go to prison. I'm still in the trial. Don't worry. I'll let you out tonight. Xia Fanqing captured a lot of level 6 accounts outside the free trial field. After an afternoon, his health was almost exhausted. He wrapped himself in bandages and teleported back to his small farm. He opened his experience board. He had captured 8 level 6 accounts this afternoon, but his experience points only increased by less than 500. His account was about to break through level 7. But the higher the level, the more experience points were needed. If he upgraded from level 6 to level 5, he would need 100,000 experience points. How long would he have to save them up? He sighed. Too slow. He decided to challenge some higher level accounts tomorrow. Xia Fanqing opened his prison, and the orcs inside fell out. Xia Fanqing turned Xingxia in his hand and said with a bully face, I can spare you from killing you, but you need to spend an hour every day to play the role of pets in my farm. How about that? Sure. The orcs nodded one after another. Playing the role of pets for an hour was nothing. If they were hit, they would lose their hard-earned experience points. Change into your true form and show me. The orcs changed into their true forms one after another. Xia Fanqing was very happy to see the pets she had worked so hard to catch, including lambs, ponies, piglets, chickens and cattle. Xia Fanqing was very satisfied with today's harvest and let them go with a command. Xia Fanqing downloaded the game, cooked for the 3 kids, and watched the evening news with them. Before going to bed, he entered the game again. This time, he directly found a level 5 account and rushed in. Without the support of weapons, He was sent offline with one claw. Xia Fanqing gasped and covered his neck. It was so fast. As expected, humans and orcs had too much difference in natural force. He logged in again. In one night, he challenged 10 level 5 accounts, and finally ended with 8 losses and 2 wins. After Xia Fanqing quit the game, he was sweating coldly, as if the illusion of the game was still there. That night, his experience value was about to fall below level 7. Xia Fanqing was a little drowsy when he got up the next day. He had been online for too long yesterday. He forced himself to be energetic and entered the game with a few people. Luna was so upset when she saw Xia Fanqing's experience value and record. Xia Fanqing, what are you doing? Are you going to die? Don't you know that being killed so frequently will affect your mental power? Xia Fanqing was stunned by her roar. I don't know. Luna stretched out her finger and tapped his forehead. You are so stupid. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing knew that being killed frequently would affect the mental power of orcs. But he was a human being and did not have the mental power they said. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Xia Fanqing was forced offline by Luna. You can't go online during the day today. Xia Fanqing went online again during lunch break. This time he chose the airship he was good at. It's okay to not fight and get external support. In the chaotic warship simulation area, Xia Fanqing harvested a lot of heads with his excellent driving skills, and his experience value began to soar. After 3 days of fighting alone, Xia Fanqing became famous in the warship simulation area with the ID of Xioxingsing. I have never seen anyone who is so fierce in fighting with a warship, and his experience value increases so quickly. Luna and the others would come to watch the battle when they were not organizing their mental energy. They were shocked to see Xia Fanqing driving a warship in the simulation area, killing people everywhere and dropping experience points crazily. I didn't expect that the little orcs were so talented in driving warships. Many orcs started to flee when they saw the little star coming. Ah! The twinkling, shining star that will blow you into little stars is coming. There were also many netizens who landed in the audience seats to watch the little star's driving skills. The warships in the simulation area were annoyed by Xia Fanqing's pursuit and simply united to attack Xia Fanqing. The shells were thrown at Xia Fanqing like they were free. But Xia Fanqing's warship was like a ghost, and they couldn't even see the afterimage. They could only control the warships to follow Xia Fanqing's route and hit her. Hey, Zhu Daqiang, are you blind? You hit me. You're still blaming me. Your speed of turning the launch port is slower than a snail. Stop arguing. That little star is almost lying on my face and hitting me. Xia Fanqing chased and hit the other airships while swiping. And when he had almost harvested enough experience points, he directly guided several airships to collide with each other and performed a 10% fireworks show for everyone. Awesome. Boss, how did he manage to drive so fast with limited space? Big brother, please accept my knees. Xia Fanqing got off the airship and came to Luna and the others. He surrounded her first. Xia Fanqing, you are amazing. I have been learning warships for so long, but I am still not as good as you. Luna also smiled. With your skills, you may really be able to enter as a special recruit. Really? Xia Fanqing asked excitedly. Really? Luna's former instructor, who was a military academy student, gave Xia Fanqing a positive answer. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Are you also a genius cub like the little lion? Xia Fanqing had a big question mark on her face. Luna's mouth twitched. No wonder the little human's driving skills are so good. It turns out that Fu Linchuan has taught him. How many orcs in the Chroman Empire want to get Fu Linchuan's guidance? Yes, I am a genius cub. She didn't want to reveal her identity yet. She thought it was fun to pretend to be a cub to deceive Xia Fanqing. As an A-level orc, Luna is good at reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Just take it as a lesson for the little orc in advance. A few days later, Nanshan Kindergarten started school again. The little Black Panther came to Xia Fanqing's class with a transfer notice. Xia Fanqing was quite surprised by Lu Fuguang's arrival. If you transfer, there will be no cubs in your class. Which class will Xian Linyuan be a nursery teacher in? Lu Fuguang took the initiative to ask the principal to transfer from Class A to Class B. The principal now has to meet all requests for cubs. There was no way that there were not even half of the cubs in the kindergarten after the start of the school. The higher-ups issued a notice asking him to persuade the cubs at home to come back. The principal was so anxious that his hair, which was already few in number, fell even more. The beast was worried to death. Lu Fuguang followed Xia Fanqing to the classroom with his short legs. Xiang Linyuan suddenly disappeared after the school attack that day. Disappeared? Didn't the principal say that there were no casualties among the cubs in the garden? Lu Fuguang shook his head. As far as he knew, Xiang Linyuan was the only orc missing in the garden. No one would believe him if he said that he had nothing to do with the attack. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing took the 4 cubs in the class to the lawn for a walk. There were only a few cubs on the lawn. Why are there so few cubs today? Lu Fuguang, who was lying at his feet, answered. Some of the orcs' parents didn't allow them to enter the kindergarten because they were afraid of danger. And some of them joined the parallel organization to conduct regeneration experiments. What is regeneration? Xia Fanqing was confused by Lu Fuguang's explanation. It means to restore the orcs, who have degenerated into juveniles, or original bodies, to their pre-degeneration levels. Xia Fanqing's eyes widened in shock. And he said uncertainly, degeneration? Orcs? Do you mean that the cubs in this kindergarten are actually degenerated orcs? Lu Fuguang was a little surprised to see him so surprised. Why did this little cat think these were real cubs? Hasn't he seen real cubs? In the past, only a very small number of orcs would degenerate. But in recent years, more and more A-level orcs have inexplicably degenerated. But the Empire has always claimed that only a very small number of them have degenerated. Xia Fanqing asked unwillingly, "How old are you?" 168 years old. What? Xia Fanqing's expression was blank. And he stuttered, Then how old are you in human terms? It was the first time that Lu Fuguang had met someone who asked him this question. About 27 or 28 years old. Xia Fanqing sat on the chair with a dull look on her face. And she had already screamed like a marmot in her heart. Aren't those in front of her all adult beast men? Ah! It's so embarrassing. He hugs them every day. Is he being a hooligan to them? No wonder no cub was willing to let him touch him when he first came in. He's a big hooligan. Especially the little lion. He hugged the most and either pinched its paws or sucked its belly. It was so embarrassing. Xia Fanqing cried out and buried her face in her hands. She was too ashamed to see anyone. She didn't expect that one day she would be a hooligan. Chapter 55. Upon hearing his voice, the little husky jumped over and was about to throw himself into Xia Fanqing's arms like a small cannonball, but was pushed away by Xia Fanqing with a slap. The little husky rolled on the grass a few times in confusion. Xia Fanqing, what are you doing? After saying that, he pounced on Xia Fanqing again, scaring Xia Fanqing so much that she took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Seeing Xia Fanqing fall, La Luna and the little mermaid also surrounded her. Xia Fanqing, are you hurt? The little mermaid was about to rub Xia Fanqing's face, but was blocked by Xia Fanqing with a right hook and a left whip. The little mermaid flew in front of him with some injuries. Xiao Xingxing, do you not like me anymore? Xia Fanqing shook her head and felt something was wrong. Then nodded. Ah, no. The little mermaid said aggrievedly, then why don't you let me stick to you? And why did you push me just now? Xia Fanqing, explain it to me. Explain it clearly. The little husky was lying on the ground, howling and rolling around. Xia Fanqing was originally in great shame, but after the little husky made such a fuss, he became tough. Shut up. The little husky stopped howling temporarily after being yelled at, and lay on the ground with his 4 legs up and tilted his head to look at him. After reacting, the little husky twisted on the ground happily. Ah! Xia Fanqing, you actually yelled at me. Ah! Xia Fanqing's forehead was throbbing because of his howling. He climbed up from the ground, picked up the back of the little husky's neck and said sinisterly, then let's settle the matter of you pretending to be a cub to deceive me. Huh? The little husky stopped howling instantly, and stood up straight in Xia Fanqing's hand pretending to be a dead dog. The little mermaid beside him also hid behind La Luna with a guilty conscience. Xia Fanqing poked the dead husky. Speak up. The husky kicked his legs and fluttered. I was originally a cub. Xia Fanqing was shocked by the shamelessness of the husky. Xia Fanqing grabbed his puppy's ears and threatened, Tell me how old you are? Hey, don't pull. I'll tell you. I'm 160 years old this year, the husky said. And then he turned his head and asked back with confidence, It's obviously you who took advantage of me. Why are you questioning me in return? Wuh! Xia Fanqing put the little husky on the ground with a dodgy look in her eyes. I don't know. Hiweo got excited instantly when she saw Xia Fanqing was guilty, and twisted even more happily on the ground. Ah! Xia Fanqing. You big scum. Not only did you touch me, but you also want to deny it. Ah! After the little husky made such a fuss, the orcs who were basking in the sun gathered around to watch the fun. Xia Fanqing wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and ran away with the dog lying on the ground. Xia Fanqing threw the hot dog on the sofa as soon as she returned to the house. Stop howling. Please. Howl. Howl. Xia Fanqing. You big scumbag. The dog was getting more and more crazy, and Laluna hit Hiweo on the head with a wing. Shut up. Hiweo covered his dog head that was hurt and shut up. Why hit me? In the end, both parties were equally responsible and ended the dispute. Under Xia Fanqing's questioning, he finally knew the real age of these cubs. No. To be precise, the real age of these orcs. Hiweo and Laluna were about 26 years old. The youngest Lacey was 20 years old. Gu Peifeng was 25 years old. And even the little lion that he let him rub was 27 years old. Xia Fanqing was so ashamed that he wanted to find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. He was really embarrassed. He touched the furry cats every day, but he didn't expect that they were all adult beastmen, since he knew that their kindergarten was a group of old cucumbers painted green to pretend to be young. Xia Fanqing never touched the furry cats rolling on the ground again. The little star in his heart couldn't help biting his handkerchief in grievance. Woo, his happiness was gone. He should just live a good life with his cats in the future. What a bunch of liars. Xia Fanqing looked at the furry ground with grievance, but couldn't do anything. His fiery eyes scared the orcs so much that they quietly crawled away. Hiweo couldn't stand his useless look, so he ran over and put his furry paw on Xia Fanqing's leg, which scared Xia Fanqing so much that she quickly swept it away. Hiweo groaned. What are you doing? Men should not touch each other. The little mermaid Lacey also squeezed over, but was pushed away by Xia Fanqing. Men and women should not touch each other. Xia Fanqing hadn't touched her water ball for several days. The little mermaid cried in grievance, and pink pearls fell into the water ball. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing saw the fairy fish crying in the water bubble and couldn't stop. Xia Fanqing panicked and quickly dragged the small bubble floating in front of her into the palm of her hand. At this time, there were already a lot of pink pearls floating in Laishi's water ball. Sorry. You can come over. You are a small bubble. Xia Fanqing touched Laishi's water ball soothingly. Damn it! How can you make a girl cry? The tears in Laishi's water ball fell into Xia Fanqing's palm. For you don't want me. No. Xia Fanqing quickly touched the little water ball, and the little mermaid stopped crying after getting the assurance. Seeing that Lassie refused to put her paws on his legs when Xia Fanqing touched her, Hiweo also gave up, stiffened his neck and began to sob. He. Xia Fanqing saw that just after coaxing one, another one started crying again. When the little husky pretended to cry, it was just a dry howl. This time, the sobbing sounded like real crying. Xia Fanqing wanted to touch him, but didn't know where to start. Okay. You are so old. Don't cry. Why can't I cry? Xia Fanqing. You are biased. Woo, I am just a cub now. A cub. The little husky lay on the ground, covered his eyes with his paws, and began to cry. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Why did Xia Fanqing only touch the stinky fish and not himself? Xia Fanqing squatted down and took away the paws that covered the eyes of the little husky. The tears of the little husky wet the fur under his eyes. It seems that he is really sad this time. Xia Fanqing touched his dog's head. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Can I touch you again in the future? But let's only touch your paws and head. Okay? Sob. Don't cry. I'll go back and make you beef hot pot. Okay? You like it the most. I don't want to cry either. I can't control it. Sob. Hearing the sound of the little husky crying like a train whistle, Xia Fanqing couldn't help laughing. Ah! Xia Fanqing. Sorry. I was wrong. The orcs from other classes also gathered around to watch the fun. Hiweo. How old are you? Shame on you. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone come and see. There's a dog crying here. Ha. Hiweo immediately jumped up from the ground and started to retort with bared teeth. Get out of here. What do you care? Woohoo. Go away. Go play over there. Xia Fanqing drove away all the fur balls that surrounded him. With a smile on his face, he coaxed the crying little husky. Don't cry. Look, I drove them away. Finally, Xia Fanqing took the sobbing dog back and cooked a beef hot pot for it to coax it. Xia Fanqing was in the trial of the glory game every day. During the day, he accumulated experience points in the warship area. And at night, he went to the free battlefield to practice shooting and close combat. Every time Xia Fanqing was ejected from the game, he was sweating coldly. He entered the game again before the pain in his body subsided. It was not enough. Not enough. He needed to upgrade as soon as possible so that the people in the military academy could see him. At night, Fu Linchuan entered the game to visit the little human. Fui had already told him that the little human was going to enter the military academy. The little human in the free fighting field was fighting with a sea-level black bear orc. The little human looked particularly petite in front of the orc. The hair on the little human's forehead was soaked with sweat, and there were scarlet bloodstains on his fair face. Xingxia, holding the bloody gun in her hand, looked at the other party sharply. The black bear orc panted and stared at the kitten opposite him. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult. Although he had the upper hand in force, the other party was much more flexible. At this time, the kitten rushed up again with a dagger in his hand. The black bear orc also roared and rushed up with his claws stretched out, waving his claws at the person on the opposite side. After the two of them fought, his claws were cut off by the dagger in the kitten's hand. The black bear orc roared, "You dare!" The black bear orc was so angry that he turned into his original form and rushed over. Xia Fanqing rolled over and stepped on the black bear's back and landed behind him. The black bear orc changed direction and rushed over again. Xia Fanqing couldn't dodge and was knocked to the ground, which cracked the ground. Xia Fanqing supported himself with his palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black bear bared its sharp teeth and prepared to kill this low-level cat. The moment he lowered his head, the sharp blade in Xia Fanqing's hand slid across his abdomen, and the black bear fell heavily to the ground. Xia Fanqing lay on the ground panting. I won. He stretched out his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. He was killed as soon as he came online at the beginning. But later he could hold on for 1 minute, 2 minutes or even longer. Now he can occasionally kill a sea-level orc with his own hands. Fu Linchuan walked in front of the little human and stretched out his hand to pull the little human up. Hearing the sound, Xia Fanqing vigilantly swung the sharp blade in his hand. Fu Linchuan was scratched by Xingxia on the palm of his hand, and the bright red blood dripped onto the side face of Xia Fanqing, who was half lying on the ground. Little orc? It's me. Xia Fanqing had just finished fighting and was still dizzy. He heard a familiar voice and tried to blink his eyes and looked at the person opposite him. Little lion, where have you been? Do you know how worried I am about you? Fu Linchuan bent down and picked up the little human on the ground. I'm sorry. Put me down. Where have you been? Xia Fanqing's eyes were slightly red as he pounded his chest in front of him. Many of the orcs watching also followed suit. Who is this Mr. F? Warrior. You dared to hug our little wild cat like a princess. Isn't it a partner? Oh no. Forget it. I'm going to have a nosebleed just thinking about the size difference. Due to Xia Fanqing's excellent combat skills in the warship battle simulation area, his account has many fans. Many orcs come to watch Xia Fanqing's battles every day. Some professional orcs even open a special betting account to bet on whether the ID named Xiao Xingxing can succeed in this trial. Since Xia Fanqing had his own fans, he began to wear a white mask when he went on stage. He didn't want things on the internet to affect his real life. Fu Linchuan held the little human in his arms and teleported to the small farm. In just 1 month, the farm of the little human had undergone earth-shading changes. In the middle was a small wooden house with a red roof, and a shaded pasture was built not far away. Colorful flowers bloomed on the green grass, and orcs were running around happily on it. Even the small seedlings planted by the little human had grown a lot taller. Fu Linchuan gently put the little human on the bed. Xia Fanqing coughed twice, and the pain from the wound made him grimace. Hey, little lion, I'm asking you, where did you go? I have something to deal with at home, so I'm going back for now. Will you come back? Fu Linchuan shook his head. No, I've recovered as an orc. Xia Fanqing sat up excitedly after hearing the news. Really? Xia Fanqing was happy for him, but also a little disappointed. That's good. Congratulations. Fu Linchuan sat over and tried to calm him down. But Xia Fanqing dodged him. Xia Fanqing said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were an adult orc before. I misunderstood." Fu Lingquan chuckled. "Will you come back to see me later?" "Of course. We are good brothers, who have slept in the same bed." "Are we really just good brothers? Are there good brothers who suck belly?" Xia Fanqing's face was slightly red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. In the past, the little lion let him rub it in his arms, and sucking the fluffy and soft belly was a common thing. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were a degenerated orc. I already have someone I like." Xia Fanqing didn't want him to misunderstand, so she told him the reason directly. Fu Lingquan raised his lips. This was the first time that the little human said he liked him. "Fu Ming'an, isn't your father in the military? Do you know a blonde orc named Fu? Maybe I know him. I'll help you find him." Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you." After sending the little human out of the game, Fu Lingquan also left. The war ahead was tense. He hadn't seen the little human for a month. Today, he finally found time to see what the little human was doing. His little human was never a daughter that needed protection. It was growing wildly in a place he couldn't see. Thinking of his little human, Fu Lingquan's cold face softened a little. He looked at the time and saw that it was time for the meeting. He stood up and walked towards the meeting room. The officers below were already waiting. When they saw Fu Lingquan coming in, they stood up and saluted. "Sit down." An adjutant turned on the light brain and began to report on today's battle situation. Today's battle was slightly inferior, barely tied with the Zerg. In the end, it was Fu Lingquan who personally took the field to turn the situation around. The adjutant wiped the sweat from his forehead while taking inventory, fearing that he would be criticized by Fu Lingquan. But what was rare was that today their General Fu only pointed out the shortcomings of his command this time and let him go. After reporting one by one, the adjutant couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after Fu Lingquan left the meeting room. First, the S-level orcs have a natural sense of oppression. And second, their General Fu is ruthless to everyone, and his icy face makes people stay away. But they didn't expect that General Fu was unexpectedly easy to talk to today. This situation is even rarer than red rain from the sky. Chapter 56. As the enrollment date approaches, the Croman Empire Military Academy has begun to pay attention to the outstanding orcs in Gori. The Croman Empire Military Academy stipulates that as long as the orcs are outstanding and over 120 years old, they can enter the military academy after screening. Those who can enter the military academy are all orcs with excellent abilities. Due to the solidification of the class system in the Croman Empire, most of the orcs who enter are high-level orcs, and it is difficult for ordinary orcs with mediocre qualifications to enter. However, once low-level orcs enter the military academy, they can soar to the sky and directly enter the upper class. This is a precious opportunity for ordinary orcs to change their class. Although the descendants of high-level orcs crush low-level orcs in terms of military strength, the Imperial Military Academy also selects some special recruits with outstanding abilities in other aspects every year. Xia Fanqing's goal this time is to enter the Imperial Military Academy as a special recruit. He has no hope based on his military strength and mental strength. In less than 2 months, Xia Fanqing's level has risen by 2 levels and directly entered the 5th level. A 5th level account is as common as cabbage and carrots in the entire Glory. But Xia Fanqing's account has been upgraded from a 10th level scrap metal to a 5th level silver in just half a year. It can be said that he has outstanding talent. At the beginning, he was well known for his record of advancing 3 levels from level 10 in less than 2 hours, which was only slightly slower than Fu Lingquan's performance. But some orcs were not optimistic about Xia Fanqing. After all, he was a low-level orc with only E-level ability. Perhaps level 5 was his limit. The examiner of the Imperial Military Academy also noticed the account named Xiao Xingxing. Although the other party's level was not high, his driving skills were indeed better than many military academy students. When Xia Fanqing received the interview notice from the Croman Imperial Military Academy, he was a little dazed. He pinched his arm in disbelief, and he hissed in pain. He rubbed his eyes again for fear that he had seen it wrong. He poked the little husky beside him. "He Wuyo, can you help me check? I think I received an interview notice from the Croman Empire Military Academy?" He Wuyo immediately raised his dog head and looked at the invitation notice in the air. "Ah, it's true. Xia Fanqing, you are awesome." He Wuyo was so happy that he turned around. Xia Fanqing's eyes were also red with excitement. And it was worth it that he climbed up from death again and again. Lu Fuguang and the other three also gathered around. And everyone was happy for Xia Fanqing when they saw his invitation notice. Xia Fanqing left a message for Fu Linchuan and Gu Peifeng. He had only seen Fu Linchuan once since they left the kindergarten. And Gu Peifeng's game avatar was always offline in black and white, which made Xia Fanqing worried. A week later, Xia Fanqing stood at the gate of the Roman Empire Military Academy with a backpack on his back. The solemn gate, the towering buildings, and the fully armed guards standing at the door. Xia Fanqing took a deep breath to verify his identity and went in. Once he entered, the atmosphere inside became more serious. From time to time, there were hurried military school students walking by him. A low-level orc with animal ears on his head like him was particularly conspicuous here. From time to time, there were inquiring eyes from all around. Xia Fanqing found the interview location with a normal look. He was recruited for the interview, this time based on his expertise in warship driving. He found a corner in the waiting area and sat down. There were already more than 10 orcs waiting in the waiting area. Xia Fanqing took a glance and found that he was the only one with beast ears in the entire waiting area. It seemed that the others were orcs above level D. After waiting for a while, an examiner took the students to change into combat uniforms. Xia Fanqing followed the team and walked forward. The tall orc next to him bumped into Xia Fanqing intentionally or unintentionally. Xia Fanqing subconsciously apologized. Sorry. The orc next to him snorted. Untouchable. Xia Fanqing ignored him. When they entered the locker room, they happened to be next to each other. Xia Fanqing half-crouched and tied her shoelaces. The orc next to her kicked Xia Fanqing. Hey. Xia Fanqing. Right? Another untouchable who wants to get promoted through military school. Xia Fanqing stood up and looked at the arrogant orc opposite. The nameplate on his clothes showed that his name was Sun Tao Sea-Level Orc. Sun Tao. Right? But he is just a sea-level orc. You? Sun Tao, who heard this, raised his arm and was about to beat him. The orcs on the side quickly held him. Brother Tao, don't make trouble. There are monitoring everywhere here. And there is a chance to teach him on the trial field. Shadow. What he hates the most in his life is that people take his class to talk about things. His father and mother are B-class orcs. But he is just a C-class orc. He has become a bitch in his mouth. He always considered himself a high-level orc. When he saw that one of the orcs who came in this time was a lowly person with animal ears on his head, he couldn't stand Xia Fanqing. The orcs who changed their clothes were divided into a team and walked into the examination room. The examiners were already standing on the podium. The chief examiner, this time, was an A-level orc, and 4 B-level accompanying examiners. First of all, congratulations to all the students for receiving the invitation letter. But this is only the first step for you to enter the Roman Empire Military Academy. Only 3 of you can truly become students of the Imperial Military Academy. I hope all the students will not take it lightly. Yes. Line up. Board. This interview test is divided into 2 parts. The first part is interstellar jump, and the second part is free battlefield. The first part is a single-player test. Xia Fanqing took a deep breath and entered the cockpit. The test begins. As the prompt sound fell, the scene in front of him changed to the universe. Interstellar jump is often encountered during the march. Soldiers who need to rescue in an emergency can only choose unexplored routes due to time constraints. The universe without routes is full of floating star stones and fast-passing meteorites. They need to pass through the star stones and meteor showers to reach the destination as soon as possible. Only the top 10 can get the qualification to advance. Xia Fanqing controls the spaceship to move forward. From time to time, airships around him surpass him. Xia Fanqing plans to stand firm and fight through this step. Xia Fanqing drives the airship to dodge the huge star stones floating in the air. Less than half a minute after the exam starts, the meteorites in the space hit him. Xia Fanqing controls the spaceship to dodge flexibly. The meteorites here are much denser than the trial field in Glory. Many airships nearby were hit by meteorites. And Xia Fanqing's ship was also dented by a meteorite. He quickly pulled the steering rod to stabilize the ship to prevent it from hitting the meteorite next to him. Number 10 is out. Number 25 is out. Number 16 is out. The electronic girl kept announcing the candidates who were out. Xia Fanqing calmed down and stared at the front, driving the airship to dodge in the meteorite rain. The closer to the destination, the more difficult it was. Xia Fanqing glanced at the distance and saw that it was less than 3 miles away, and he was about to reach the destination. His airship had been dented by many small meteorites. But fortunately, his airship had not sounded an alarm so far. He controlled his speed and shuttled through the meteorite rain. An airship next to him accelerated and passed him. At this time, everyone started to speed up because they saw that the distance was not far. It didn't matter if the airship was damaged, because it would land soon. A huge star stone suddenly moved in front of him. The airship that had just passed him could not dodge and hit it directly. The huge shock wave caused the star stones around him to splash. Xia Fanqing immediately turned around and dodged to the side. But the star stones that exploded directly smashed the glass of the control room. And many meteorites also smashed in. Xia Fanqing was knocked to the ground by the shock wave brought by the explosion. He gritted his teeth and held the pull ring on the wall tightly. After a wave of explosion shock waves, the universe sent outward attraction again. The attraction in the opposite direction made Xia Fanqing fall heavily against the wall. Even so, he did not let go. His airship was broken because the glass at the control console was broken, and the whole airship was flashing red lights. Xia Fanqing calmed down and looked around. There was a protective suit not far away. He needed to put it on as soon as possible. He tried his best to pull anything in front of him that could be used as a handle to move forward. The attraction of the universe made the things on the airship fly out. He needed to put on the protective suit as soon as possible to reach the destination. Otherwise his airship would be dismembered soon. The broken metal pieces around scratched his skin exposed outside the combat suit. There were bloody marks on his face and the back of his hands. He gritted his teeth and crawled to the protective suit compartment. After pressing the button, the protective suit ejected and wrapped him up. Xia Fanqing could stand in the airship. After he put on the suit, he immediately sat in the driver's seat. Because of the explosion just now, his airship retreated nearly 10 stars. He needed to reach the destination as soon as possible to grab a place, and his airship could not hold on for much longer. During the explosion, his airship hit a lot of meteorites. Fortunately, he did not encounter large pieces of star stones. Otherwise he would be finished. Xia Fanqing activated the backup energy and directly started the dual propulsion with the main energy in the control room. Only in this way could he have a chance of success. The instructor in the invigilation room also noticed his situation. Is this number 5 crazy? The airship will only dismember faster under such a strong driving force. So far, no one has activated the dual propulsion. If the airship is too fast in the universe, it will start to disintegrate again. The examiner also stared at Xia Fanqing's airship. He didn't expect that someone would impress him in this exam. The examiner was full of interest in Xia Fanqing. He had strong skills, calmness, and boldness. He was a good candidate for the army. He is betting that his airship can hold on until the last moment. Xia Fanqing's attention was stretched to the limit. At such a fast speed, he needed to dodge the starstones faster. He could no longer care about those small meteorites and drove the airship directly into them. At such a fast speed, his airship was disintegrating rapidly. Especially the metal protective layer in front of the airship was almost completely peeled off, and his cockpit was about to be exposed outside. His hand speed was so fast that only after images were left on the console. 5 stars. 4 stars. 3 stars. Xia Fanqing rushed towards the destination, and his airship hit the ground directly. The friction made his airship fall apart directly. Xia Fanqing was dizzy and dazed. He opened his protective suit and gasped. Congratulations to candidate number 5 Xia Fanqing for successfully advancing. Xia Fanqing laughed. He succeeded. Seeing Xia Fanqing successfully landed, the examiner, who was leaning forward and nervously staring at the screen, also relaxed. Number 5 got the last spot. He really wanted to accept such an excellent military talent as a student. When entering the second examination room, Sun Tao saw the low-level orc with the orc on his head again. TSK. He's still there. Sun Tao looked at Xia Fanqing arrogantly and entered the second examination room. The second examination room was a free battle. The remaining 10 students needed to shoot down their opponents, and the last 3 students would get the admission quota. At the beginning of the competition, many orcs targeted Xia Fanqing, who seemed to be the weakest. They drove their airships to attack Xia Fanqing first, but Xia Fanqing was well prepared and dodged flexibly. As soon as he dodged, an airship behind him tried to knock him down. Xia Fanqing remembered that he was Sun Tao's follower, and his name seemed to be Cheng Ying. His driving skills were obviously much better than Sun Tao's. Xia Fanqing turned around and attacked Sun Tao's airship. As expected, Cheng Ying immediately flew over to rescue him. Explosions rang out in the trial field, and Xia Fanqing dodged the fragments of the airship and joined the melee. Several examiners watched the melee in front of the screen, and the accompanying examiner was already predicting the players who would advance this time. Number 3 is good, and number 6 and number 8 also look promising. Examiner Chen pointed to Xia Fanqing's number 5 airship. I think this guy has a good chance. He had met Xia Fanqing in a team battle before, and he didn't expect that he would also get an invitation letter. He was very optimistic about Xia Fanqing. After all, it was very likely that he was brought out by Major General Gu himself. Another examiner shook his head. Number 5 is only an E-level orc. It is not easy for him to pass the first level. Even if he succeeds in advancing, there is no guarantee that his level will exceed that of high-level orcs in the future. Warship driving is based on the orcs' brains, not their combat power, the chief examiner retorted, and the examiner shut up embarrassedly. Since Xia Fanqing's speed was too fast, many orcs turned their targets to attack others. Xia Fanqing also controlled the direction of the gun hole to attack an airship that he had chosen. After a melee, only 5 candidates were left. They all attacked Xia Fanqing. After all, everyone thought that a low-level orc was easier to bully. Xia Fanqing dodged and attacked in the artillery fire. Little Lion had taught him how to dodge the air defense network before. The shells fired by 4 airships were a piece of cake for him. After a wave of attacks, Xia Fanqing was unscathed. Sun Tao winked at Cheng Ying, and Cheng Ying was ready to knock down Xia Fanqing's airship. He chased Xia Fanqing, and Xia Fanqing was not to be outdone. He moved in the air like a snake, and finally dived 90 degrees. The airship behind him hit Sun Tao's airship. 2 loud bangs exploded in the air, and the test was officially over. Sun Tao threw off his helmet as soon as he got out of the simulated cockpit, and slapped Cheng Ying in the face. Damn. Trash. Sun Tao looked at Xia Fanqing viciously. Just wait for me. Instructor Chen saw that Xia Fanqing successfully stood at the end, and he slapped his thigh happily, and immediately asked the chief examiner for someone. Chief instructor, I want that Xia Fanqing. If you want, pick the remaining 2. Xia Fanqing will be taken by me personally. The chief examiner's cold face had a little more smile. Hey, chief instructor, your class is all A-level orcs. Is it suitable for him, an E-level orc, to go there? Give it to me. Instructor Chen stretched out his hand to the back of the chief instructor. Chapter 57. Sun Tao lost his temper as soon as he got home. He kicked over the coffee table in the living room. The crackling sound scared Cheng Ying, who was following him. Sun's father and mother came downstairs after hearing the sound. Sun's mother came forward to comfort him. Tower, what's wrong with you? Sun Tao pushed his mother's hand away. Dad, I was tricked by a low-level orc in this exam. What's his name? Dad will check it for you. Xia Fanqing trotted back to the classroom as soon as he got off the airship. As soon as he entered the door, he held up the little husky waiting at the door and spun around. I advanced, haha. He Weo also happily stuck out his tongue in his hand. Ah, Xia Fanqing is awesome. Lu Fuguang and the others also came over. Xia Fanqing was crazy for a while before sitting on the sofa with sparkling eyes. Xiao Era stuck out his tongue and massaged him dog-leggedly. Lacey's bubble came over with a cup of water on it. Lu Luna stood on his shoulder and fanned him. I knew you could do it. In the high-rise building of the parallel organization, Jiang Yin sat in the position of the highest executor and knocked on the table. At his feet knelt an orc in a peacock blue robe with a mask on half of his face. He threw the information in his hand on the ground. The dungeon is left to you. Also, find the person in the information. Yes. Ji Ming picked up the information on the ground and walked out. Don't even think about betraying me. The price is not something you can afford. Yes. The passing experimenter saluted respectfully. Sir. Ji Ming went back and flipped through the information in his hand. It recorded the target's information in detail, and also included a photo. Code name, subject number 2. Ability, healing. Force value, none. Aggressiveness, none. Ji Ming looked at the person in the photo, and his pupils shrank. It was him. The person in the photo had gloomy eyes, pale face, and was so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. But he still saw the shadow of Xia Fanqing in the portrait in the photo. No one would associate Xia Fanqing with the person in the photo at first glance. But he often came into contact with Xia Fanqing and recognized him based on the bone image. Ji Ming tightly grasped the information in his hand. He didn't expect Xia Fanqing to be a human. And he didn't expect Xia Fanqing to be an experimental subject. He was silent for a while with the information in his hand. Then got up and went to the underground city. The first thing he did when he entered the underground city was to take Deadpool behind him to the black market. He came to the largest casino in the black market in a black robe. He stood at the door and looked up at the towering casino and threw a glass bead in with an expressionless face. As the glass bead fell to the ground, a huge explosion sounded, and all the glass on the curtain wall was shattered. Ji Ming let the glass cut through the black outside and ran away. After the explosion, Ji Ming raised his foot and walked in. The guards who reacted also rushed down from above. Damn it! Dare to come to the black market to make trouble. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you have to stay here today. Before he could finish his words, Ji Ming shot him in the head. Other guarding orcs also attacked with guns. Ji Ming fired at them with one hand. In an instant, wailing sounded along with the gunshots. Go upstairs to check. Leave no guards alive. Yes. Ji Ming was standing in the middle of the lobby. The ground was covered with blood after the explosion. There were many orcs lying on the ground wailing. Ji Ming shot him to end his pain. There was a dense sound of gunfire coming from upstairs. Ji Ming frowned a little irritably. It was so noisy. After cleaning up the building, Ji Ming handed over the management of the building by pressing the head of the supervisor. The B-level orcs were so scared that their legs were shaking in his hands. After 10 minutes of quick fighting, the support from the black market also came. They drove the airship to attack the building. After taking over the building, the Deadpools drove the airships upstairs to meet them. In the eyes of the professionally trained Deadpools, these people were just a bunch of rabble. Under Jiang Yan's transformation, these Deadpools have reached the peak of B-level. Soon, the airships outside fell one after another, and screams were everywhere on the street. The Lord of the Black Market looked at this force that came out of nowhere with red eyes. Seeing countless casualties among his people, he turned into a beast and rushed towards the building. A megalodon almost broke the building in half. Ji Ming walked out of the hall slowly, jumped onto the back of the megalodon. Reckless man. His hand turned into a claw and directly inserted into the megalodon's head. The megalodon groaned in pain, and the powerful sound waves directly collapsed the already shaky high-rise building. The megalodon in midair slammed heavily to the ground. The other guards were so scared when they saw their lord was killed by the mysterious orc that they ran around everywhere. Stop! The guards who were running away were so scared by the cold voice that they froze in place. The guards who reacted knelt on the ground and bowed their heads in submission. Greetings, Lord. Ji Ming stood on the corpse of the huge megalodon, with blood still dripping from his right hand. His black robe had been cut to pieces by the sound wave just now, revealing the blue robe inside. The kneeling orcs secretly glanced at their new lord. The slender man, with a golden mask on his face, looked particularly weird in the blood. An orc with a sly face came to the front. I am the steward of the Lord's mansion, and I welcome the Lord to the mansion. Ji Ming jumped down from the megalodon's body without saying a word. Deadpool number 1 and number 2. You take the black market guards to clean up the scene, and the others follow me to the Lord's mansion. Yes. The first thing Ji Ming did when he entered the Lord's mansion was to go to the bathroom. The eunuchs of the Lord's mansion knelt on the ground in fear, and waited for their new lord to give a lecture. Ji Ming washed the blood off his hands as soon as he entered the bathroom. The steward and several pretty eunuchs knocked on the door, with clothes in their hands. Lord, I'm here to bring you clothes. Come in. The butler led the people to put the clothes in the room, rubbing his hands, and waiting to serve their new lord to bathe and change clothes. Ji Ming looked at the blood in the pool and felt irritated. Get out. Yes. 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 The butler knelt on the ground with the eunuch again. Their new lord looked much more difficult to serve than the big-breasted and brainless megalodon before, and did not give him any chance to flatter. Ji Ming took off his dirty clothes and entered the bathroom. The warm water wrapped around him, and he felt a little more comfortable. The poison on his right face was tormenting his nerves again, and he covered the ugly scar in pain. After washing off the blood on his body, Ji Ming put on the clothes prepared by the housekeeper. It was his favorite peacock blue color. The outer robe was embroidered with golden silk threads, and the belt was decorated with various gems. Ji Ming sneered. He used to like gorgeous things the most. He crushed the gem belt and came out wearing only the outer robe. Take me to the bedroom. Yes. The housekeeper nodded and led the way. Not long after, the city Lord Fars received the news that the black market had changed its owner. Although the black market was a group of lawless lunatics, it had controlled a passage leading to the ground city for many years. Moreover, the lord of the black market was an A-level orc, who was killed in one blow. The force that came in this time should not be underestimated. Xia Fanqing was in a good mood after she got the qualification to enter the military academy. She cooked for the kids in different ways every day. The little husky followed Xia Fanqing around happily every day. Xia Fanqing originally planned to resign and take Mauer out to help her take care of the kids. But Luna said that she would drop out after Xia Fanqing entered the school. The other people also nodded in agreement. Me too. Me too. Our boss is out. I want to go home too. It's good to go back. I will visit you often. Luna and the others nodded. She and Lacey's mental strength had recovered. And Iwuyo had also recovered to his original form. He believed that he would be able to recover to be an orc soon. The only reason they had been here was to protect Xia Fanqing. Now that Xia Fanqing had entered the military academy, they needed to change another way to continue protecting Xia Fanqing. A week later, it was the day when the military academy sent out admission notices. Xia Fanqing got up early and waited in front of the optical computer. Several little cubs also accompanied him to wait for the notice. They did not receive any emails from the military academy until noon. Although Xia Fanqing was extremely nervous, she still forced a smile and prepared to cook for the cubs. It may not be my turn yet. Let's wait after dinner. As soon as Xia Fanqing entered the kitchen, Luna's face became serious. Someone replaced Xia Fanqing. The military academy should have sent out the notice before 10 o'clock. How could it not be sent out at this time? Luna has been working in the military academy for many years. How could she not know the twists and turns here? Iwuyo was anxious when he heard it. Damn it. Who replaced Xia Fanqing's name? I'll beat his dog head off. Lacey was also very anxious. I'll ask my brothers for help. Lu Fuguang was also silent on the side. The little orc was so happy recently. Who replaced his name? Stop arguing. I'll go find out. Luna contacted her former colleague to ask him about the names of the special students admitted this time. Look, is there really no Xia Fanqing's name? Luna. I checked twice, and there is really no Xia Fanqing's name. It's from the warship driving department. Look carefully. No. The warship driving department has only admitted 3 special students this time. Ed, Louis and Sun Tao. I know. After Xia Fanqing prepared lunch, she called a few cubs to come over for dinner. Xia Fanqing shared the food with the cubs. What's wrong? Let's eat. Iwuyo looked at Xia Fanqing and didn't dare to speak. Luna said. Xia Fanqing, your name has been replaced. The spoon in Xia Fanqing's hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for 2 seconds and picked up the spoon on the ground. Maybe it's not my turn yet. Luna read out the names of those admitted to the warship driving department. When he heard that Sun Tao's name was Xia Fanqing, he understood everything. He said with a bit of disappointment, I know. He cheered up. Let's eat. It will get cold soon. Everyone ate the meal without tasting the food. You don't have to be unhappy. I will appeal. What's mine is mine. Xia Fanqing took out the light brain and clicked on the appeal in the background of the Chroman Empire Military Academy. The other cubs also took action quickly after returning to the room. Dare to bully our nursery teacher and seek death. Lacey turned into a mermaid and lay on the bed and called his 5th brother's light computer. What happened to Xiaoqi? The blue-haired mermaid on the screen appeared in front of him with tears in her eyes. The little mermaid picked up the tears that fell on the bed. 5th brother. What was someone bullied my nursery teacher? Aren't you the director of the education bureau? I want to report it. After hanging up the light computer, Lacey picked up his tears and gave them to the little orc. Chapter 58. Sun Tao laughed heartily at the admission notice he received. How dare a low-class person from a desolate planet compete with me? It's just a low-level orc without a father or a mother who dares to be so arrogant. Sun's mother echoed on the side. Well, since you have received the notice, then prepare for admission. This time, thanks to your uncle's help, we will go to your uncle's house together another day. Got it, Dad. The chief examiner in the military academy that day was training the new students. The high-level orcs entered school a week earlier than the special admissions. The chief instructor sat under the parasol and became more and more angry. Damn it. I finally found a good seedling, and it was ruined by Sun Shirchang's grandson. Instructor Chen said, I heard that Xia Fanqing's appeal has been received, but it was suppressed by Sun Shirchang. Fuck. The higher the rank, the more powerful the person. I hate those literatis whining the most. What about Xia Fanqing's case? What can I do? I'll kill Sun Tao when he gets to me. The instructor got angrier and angrier. He stood up and started to lecture the students below. What are you doing? Look at the way you fly your airship. Even if you sprinkle some rice on it, it's better than what you do. You're a bunch of rubbish. Stop practicing. Go and do a 100-kilometer long distance run with a load. An orc whispered. Why are you attacking with your beast body? The instructor immediately caught the voice. You? What are you talking about? Speak louder. Report to the instructor. I said you attacked with your beast body. Old Chen. Go down and teach that kid a lesson. Let him know what a real orc attack is. Instructor Chen received the order and rolled up his sleeves and went down. Boy. Take it. Within 3 moves, Old Chen beat the orc back to beast form. Instructor Chen laughed at the 3 yellow chicken lying on the ground. He kicked the chicken on the ground. Get up and run. The 3 yellow chicken flapped its wings and ran away. What a shame. Shame on you. You are not even as good as a little wild cat. And you dare to say that I will attack with my beast body. The day after the admission letter was issued, He Wuyo's parents came to the door. When the principal saw that the big money sponsor had come, he immediately asked someone to take them to the office by airship. The principal personally poured water for the 2 of them. Why didn't you tell me the director he was coming to inspect? I could have arranged someone to take you to visit. It just so happens that our school is planning to build a building for students to entertain. I didn't expect you to come before I told you. Mr. Yi pushed away the principal's hand offering water. Go away. I'm not donating to you. Tell me clearly why you replaced my godson. There must be some misunderstanding. How could we not accept high-level orcs? Mr. He? What's the name of your godson? I'll ask someone to check it out. Xia Fanqing. Check it out. When the principal heard that it was Xia Fanqing, the smile on his face froze instantly. Isn't he the Xia Fanqing who was replaced by Director Sun's nephew? Isn't he a low-level orc from a deserted planet with no parents, no power, and no influence? How could he be related to the richest man in the Chroman Empire? Did you misunderstand something? Young master? There was indeed no Xia Fanqing left in the examination room. How is that possible? If I say there is, there is. Mother He chimed in. Okay. Don't be angry. Old He? Principal. This may be my Xingxing's misunderstanding. Take out the surveillance video and show it to us. Yesterday afternoon, He Wuyo called his father and mother through the computer. When his father heard that a low-level orc had obtained the qualification to study in the military academy through his own efforts and talent, he happily expressed his willingness to sponsor Xia Fanqing. He likes this kind of good kid who is both good in character and learning the most. He is also a skinny little kitten. His family will take good care of him in the future. But before he can be happy for 2 seconds, his son tells him that his nanny has been replaced. The hot-tempered father, he can't stand this. He was going to go to the military academy to settle accounts with the principal that day. It was his mother who stopped him and asked him to think about it in the long run. Then she stopped his father. The principal was sweating profusely. If this was found out, not only would old son be in trouble, but he would also be finished. This is a secret of the military academy, and it cannot be spread outside. His mother smashed the table in front of her with a slap. Principal, you don't think I'm discussing this with you, do you? When his father saw his wife on stage, he clapped his hands crazily. He didn't dare to speak when his wife got angry. A little porcupine dared to yell in front of his wife. It was simply courting death. The principal just refused with his neck stiff. His father threatened, do you believe that I can fund the construction of a school for you? I can tear it down in a minute without leaving any dregs. Mr. He, this is the Royal Military Academy. I don't care about your Huang family or Hong family. I will demolish it if I want to. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, do you think I dare to do it? The principal stood aside and kept wiping his sweat. Sun Shircheng's grandson was simply trying to kill himself, let alone the He family demolishing the school. Even if they were to demolish the palace, His Majesty probably wouldn't dare to say anything. The He family is a real estate leader. The land for building the palace was rented from the He family. Not to mention that the entire Royal Military Academy was almost donated by the He family. It was simply trying to kill him. Then can our military department see it? A deep voice came from outside, and a man in military uniform walked in. Major General Xian. Why are you here? My child was bullied by you. So can I come? The principal looked at another great god and felt overwhelmed. How did the cockatiel family get involved? I don't know if the child in your family was bullied. So I called him here. Xia Fanqing. Go and adjust the holographic projection of the exam. When the principal heard that it was Xia Fanqing again, he almost fainted on the spot. Who on earth was this Xia Fanqing? Why did another big shot come to support him? This, Major General Xian. This is our Education Bureau's business. You military have no right to check it. Since it's our Education Bureau's business, please ask the principal to transfer it out. A man in a black suit walked in. Director, why are you here? Someone is cheating in the special enrollment exam, and I'm here to check it out myself. What's your opinion? The man took the position of the principal as soon as he arrived. No. The principal's legs were so weak that he wanted to kneel on the ground. How come the mermaids also got involved? If there is no, why don't you adjust it? Yes. When the principal went to adjust the surveillance himself, an old man with white hair and a cane also came in. Everyone in the room stood up. Mr. Liu, why are you here too? The current patriarch of the Liu family, the former right-hand minister of the Roman Empire, was quite respected by all walks of life. Sit down. My disappointing grandson told me that there was an excellent low-level orc who took the exam. It has been hundreds of years, and finally there is another excellent low-level orc. I, an old man, came here today to observe. The principal came in trembling with the holographic projection of the day. When he saw Mr. Liu sitting in the middle, his eyes rolled up and he fainted. How could there be something about his Liu family? Shall he go and open it? Yes. Father, he stepped forward and opened the optical computer. And the holographic projection of the exam that day was displayed in front of everyone. After watching the projection, everyone was silent. Mr. Liu knocked the cane in his hand heavily on the ground. Heroes are born young. I didn't expect that a low-level orc could be so outstanding. He has a bright future in the future. Old Liu turned to Rice and said, Director Rice, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry. Liu Lai. After seeing old Liu off, his father laughed. What a good seedling. I decided on this godson. Sitting on the airship, Rice looked through the surveillance footage of the day again. The cat-eared boy on the video was holding the handle tightly to prevent himself from being sucked out by the gravity of the universe. Beautiful, smart, courageous, and brave. She is worthy of being the person she likes. Your brother. I am moved just by looking at her. He closed his head and said to the secretary beside him, I'll leave this matter to you to investigate thoroughly. In the palace, Gu Chonglin also received the report document. Waste. But he had to sign it personally. Originally, this was just a small matter, and he could just suppress it. But it involved Mr. Liu and forced him to bow his head. The Liu family has a huge influence in the political circle. He had just taken office, and these parasites started to cause trouble for him. This kind of thing is a slap in the face of the royal family. In the afternoon of that year, the Ministry of Education issued an official notice, revealing this case of impersonation and corruption. In order to protect Xia Fanqing's privacy, the name and video released were deliberately coded. Oh my god. I didn't expect something like this to happen in the Royal Military Academy. Those scoundrels have infiltrated the military. I'm so pissed off. Please ask the royal family to investigate this type of corruption. This little brother really makes us low-level orcs proud. Oh my god. He's so handsome. My wife. Kiss me. Get out. My husband. Kiss me. Moi. As soon as this happened, the image of the royal family was damaged. Gu Chonglin was so pissed off that he almost died. Every day. He was so angry. Xia Fanqing received the admission letter from the Royal Military School of the Roman Empire that afternoon. Xia Fanqing, who had been feeling a little down all day, excitedly told the cubs, I received the admission letter. The cubs were also very happy, and they all silently praised their boss in their hearts. Fu Linchuan also knew that Xia Fanqing had passed the exam, but he didn't know that Xia Fanqing had been replaced. He only found out when he heard his soldiers talking that night. Fu Linchuan, who was passing by, heard what seemed to be Xia Fanqing's name by chance. He stopped and said, Xia Fanqing? Come here. Both of you. The orcs who were originally 8 fights away from their general hurried over. They didn't expect to be caught just after they touched the fish. And it was their cold-faced General Fu. They saluted. General Fu. What were you talking about just now? Yes. It was about the replacement in the military academy. Who was replaced? A low-level orc named Xia Moshing. Fu Linchuan walked quickly towards his room. He went to do training this afternoon and forgot to leave his computer in his room. Yesterday was the day when Xia Fanqing received the admission letter. He waited for a whole morning but didn't receive Xia Fanqing's letter. The two orcs looked confused as they watched Fu Linchuan hurriedly leave. Are we going to lose the battle? Another orc slapped him on the head. Get lost. How can we lose with our General Fu here? I didn't see our General Fu panic when the Zerg attacked. What's going on? It seems to be related to that Xia Moshing. Fu Linchuan hurried back to the room and turned on his light brain. The replacement incident at the Croman Empire Military Academy had already spread like wildfire. He clenched his fists. Damn it! He didn't know about it until now. He immediately found Rice's computer in the military's information database. General Fu. You are a rare guest. How come you have time to call me today? I want to ask you about Xia Fanqing. You are here to ask about Xia Fanqing? Who is this Xia Fanqing? Why did you? General Fu. Ask about her in person? I want to meet her. Let's talk business. Fu Linchuan interrupted him impatiently. What's the hurry? You should have seen the news online. Xia Fanqing's special enrollment status has been restored. And the royal family will definitely deal with this matter severely for their own face. I will deal with those scums. Thank you. Les turned his chair with a surprised look on his face. I didn't expect to hear General Fu's thanks in my lifetime. It's so strange. So strange. If you need it, just go to the military to transfer people. This is really needed. Chapter 59. When Sun Tao was arrested, he was celebrating his admission to the Imperial Military Academy in a bar. He was surrounded by a bunch of flattering orcs. Sun Tao waved his hand and said that he would pay for today's consumption. Young Master Sun is generous. Come on. Let's celebrate young Master Sun's successful admission to the Imperial Military Academy. Cheers. Fu Xiaolu kicked the door of the bar open. Who is Sun Tao? Get out of here. Les patted Fu Xiaolu on the shoulder. Be calm. Brother. Who is Sun Tao? Les led Fu Linchuan's men to surround the noisy bar. The bar, which was bustling just now, was instantly reduced to noisy music. Les fired a shot at the speakers, scaring the orcs to scream. Les blew at the muzzle of his gun. Sorry. I scared you. Don't be afraid. Crouch down. Be careful of accidental discharge. The young masters were so scared that they immediately crouched down with their heads in their hands. Les glanced around and saw Sun Tao hiding under the table. He signaled to Fu Xiaolu to drag the man up. Fu Xiaolu pointed his gun at Sun Tao and scared him so much that he turned into a beast and curled up. Fu Xiaolu picked up the beast man on the ground and held him away with disgust. It turned out to be a wolf. It stinks. If you pee again, I will castrate you. Fu Xiaolu was so disgusted that he threw the wolfman in front of Lai Si. And Sun Tao curled up groaningly. You? Who are you? Do you know who I am? Lai Si put the document in front of him. I know. Sun Tao. Look. This is the arrest warrant signed by His Majesty himself. You have enough face. Come and take him away. A soldier carried a cage and put the wolf on the ground into it. After dealing with Sun Tao, they went to Sun's house and arrested Sun's father and mother on the charge of bribery. The principal, director and other staff were also dismissed and investigated. Even Cheng Ying, who was a gunman in the exam, was not spared. This matter was also widely spread in the military academy, which caused Xia Fanqing to become famous before she entered the school. After dealing with all the things, Rice went to visit his brother with a bouquet of flowers. Rice looked at the cat-eared beast man who opened the door for him and licked his fangs. It was so cute. He looked fierce during the exam. But I didn't expect him to be so soft and cute in real life. Les put the fiery red moonbell orchid into the little orc's arms. Hello, Teacher Xia. I'm Lai Shi's fifth brother. I came to see him. Thank you for your care. Xia Fanqing was dizzy when he heard the man's low and charming voice. He looked at the handsome guy who was comparable to European and American male models with stars in his eyes. He. Handsome guy. Lai Shi rushed over and the little water ball hit his fifth brother hard. Don't use the siren song on Xia Fanqing. I know. I know. You're going to hit your brother to death. Les snapped his fingers, and Xia Fanqing finally came to his senses. He shook his head, and asked why he was dazzled by the handsome guy just now. Shame on him. Xia Fanqing blushed when he came to his senses. Sorry. Please come in. Xia Fanqing welcomed the man in, then went into the kitchen to cut fruit and prepare fruit tea. Lacey was still angrily bumping into Les' face. But Les grabbed the little water ball and said, What are you doing? Your brother, have worked hard to do things for you. And you treat your brother like this. Big bad guy. Big bad guy. Why did you give the orc a moon lily? In the Chroman Empire, moon lily expresses love. But the number of moon lily is extremely rare. One branch is worth tens of thousands of star coins, which is equivalent to the price of a mediocre airship. But Rice directly brought a large bunch. I gave it to you if I like it. Why do you have so many questions? No. No. The orc is mine. TSK. Trouble. Then I will share it with you reluctantly. Big bad guy. Big bad guy. Lacey was so angry that his water ball was so hot that he pushed Rice out the door. When Xia Fanqing came out with tea, she was pushed to the door by the mermaid. Mr. Lacey, don't you want to drink some water? No. No. Teacher Xia. I'll come to see you later. Rice blinked at Xia Fanqing. And Lacey was so angry that he hit the door with a water ball. Rice, who was locked outside the door, whistled in a good mood. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, his brother would cook him. But the little beastman was really cute. When the little beastman's exam scene was replayed that day, the closed scales under his abdomen were faintly hot. So cute. Fu Yi, who was guarding Xia Fanqing's safety in the dark, immediately reported what happened to Fu Linchuan. He was a brave man who dared to steal from General Fu. At this time, Fu Linchuan was negotiating with the Zerg elders. He frowned at the photo of Rice, holding the priceless Yulinglon in his arms. The Zerg elders, who were speaking, paused in fear. Now that the war was coming to an end, the two sides were discussing the issue of compensation. Seeing Fu Linchuan's unhappy expression, the Zerg elders thought the compensation was not enough and immediately increased the price. Add another 10 billion cubic energy stones. Fu Linchuan, who was sitting on the main seat, nodded, and then replied to Fu Yi, Find something for Director Rice to do. Don't just wander around. I understand. Fu Yi immediately found something for Rice to do. After sending Rice away, Xia Fanqing put the moon lily on the table into the vase. When it was shaken slightly, the moon lily made a crisp little bell sound. Xia Fanqing said to Lacey and others in surprise, What kind of flower is this? It can actually ring. La Luna looked at the delicate moon lily and hesitated to speak. That's the moon lily. It's so beautiful. Why haven't I seen it before? I'll put some in your room too. Several kids shook their heads. No. No. Lacey was even more angry, and spit a mouthful of water at the lily of the valley. The delicate flowers withered immediately after being touched by the water. And even the petals that were exposed to the water droplets had holes. Ah! Lacey. Stop destroying it. Lacey hid in the shell angrily. Xia Fanqing took out the withered lily of the valley, and then placed a few branches in the living room, kitchen and her own room. He Wuyo looked at the fiery red lily of the valley that made a bell sound and found it particularly annoying. He took advantage of Xia Fanqing's inattention and bit it. It was so annoying. When Xia Fanqing came out of the room, the table in the living room was already a mess. There were flower petals on the corners of the little husky's mouth. Xia Fanqing grabbed his neck and patted his head. Naughty. Fu Yi controlled the Hawkeye surveillance equipment and flew to Xia Fanqing's window to take a picture of the moon lily in his bedroom and sent it to Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan looked at the moon lily on the bedside of the little orc and found it particularly dazzling. After he left, the little human moved back to his room. He missed the warm body temperature of the little human. He lowered his head and typed a reply to Fu Yi. Replace the moon bell orchid in the little human's room at night, and send a car over in the morning. Yes. The Zerg elders saw Fu Linchuan frowning while replying to the message, and mistakenly thought that Fu Linchuan was dissatisfied with their compensation conditions. They wiped the sweat from their heads and lowered their heads to talk. Finally, an elder spoke tremblingly. General Fu, we can't have more. This is the limit of what we can afford. After replying to Fu Yi, Fu Linchuan turned off the light brain. Draw up a list and let His Majesty decide. The Zerg elders finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They were really afraid that Fu Linchuan would ask for too much. As soon as Fu Lynchwan stood up, the other officers also stood up and followed him away. Their Admiral Fu didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Was he dissatisfied with the compensation from the Zerg? But the energy stones that the Zerg compensated this time were sincere enough. So why was their Admiral Fu unhappy? The next morning, Xia Fanqing came to the living room and was shocked by the red in front of him. The little husky was squatting on the sofa and looking at the moon bells in the living room with resentment. He sharpened his claws and wanted to go up and bite them. But when he thought that it was Fu Lynchwan who gave it to him, he held back his claws. How could Fu Lynchwan know Xia Fanqing? One by one, they came to snatch his nursery. It was so mad. Lacey looked angry but didn't dare to go up and spit water. And he didn't dare to provoke Fu Lynchwan. He was angry and hid in his shell and became autistic. A middle-aged orc in a tuxedo bowed slightly. Mr. Xia, this is your card. Xia Fanqing opened the card in confusion. And it said wish Xia Fanqing success in the military academy Mr. Fu. Xia Fanqing smiled at the familiar signature. It turned out to be sent by her own Mr. Fu. Their living room was almost submerged by red moon lilies, and the flowers made a crisp sound when the wind blew. Xia Fanqing took out a light computer and took a photo of herself in the living room to show Mr. Fu later. After appreciating the flowers, Xia Fanqing was in sweet trouble as she looked at the room full of moon lilies. What should she do with so many moon lilies? There were too many. Xia Fanqing squatted down and gently touched the moon lilies on the ground. The fiery red flowers made sounds as he moved. Their class was full of the fragrance and sounds of moon lilies. Xia Fanqing picked one and put it in his mouth to taste it. It was slightly sweet and delicious. Little robot, is this flower poisonous? Non-toxic. Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up. They could make flower cakes. This way, they wouldn't waste anything. Xia Fanqing did it right away. Come on, kids, pick these flowers and make snacks. Eat it? He Wuyo was so scared that he stuttered. Although he didn't like these flowers, he didn't deserve this. This was a lily of the valley worth tens of thousands of star coins. It was said that his parents were willing to make a lily of the valley arch when they got married. But the little orc wanted to eat it. Yes, help me pick the petals quickly, or they will be stale if you're late. Lacey was the first to turn into a little mermaid and rushed out. He stretched out his chubby hands to help Xia Fanqing pick the flowers. Even the naughty robot joined in. Several people were busy until noon before they finally picked all the flowers in the living room. After delivering the flowers, Fu Lynchwan asked Fu Yi what the little human was doing. Fu Yi hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that your little human picked all your flowers worth tens of millions. Fu Yi hesitated for a long time and finally attached the photo and answered truthfully. Fu Lynchwan looked at the little human sitting in the flowers with a smile on his face and raised his eyebrows slightly. The little human in the flowers was innocent and romantic, and seemed to be shrouded in holy light. See what he is going to do. Yes. After Xia Fanqing finished making lunch for the kids, he started to work in the kitchen. He peeled all the wheat in the kitchen and ground it into powder. Looking at the piles of petals, he asked the robot butler to go to the restaurant to get a lot of wheat back. He asked the little robot to help him peel and grind flour, while he pickled the petals on the side. After he marinated the petals with honey and sweet nutrients, several bags of flour were ground over there, and several little cubs squatted in the kitchen to watch the fun. Xia Fanqing kneaded the puff pastry and wrapped it with bright red fillings. Each one was only the size of a baby's fist. He put it in the oven to bake. The little husky smelled the sweet fragrance and wagged its tail wildly. When it was baked, he couldn't wait to bite one. Hot! Hot! So yummy! Lacey turned into a little mermaid and sat on Xia Fanqing's shoulder as a decoration. Xia Fanqing took one and handed it to the little mermaid. Try it and see if you like it. Lacey held the flour cake that was bigger than his head and started to eat it. He looked at the flour cake in his hand with sparkling eyes. And then he kept showing off. Xia Fanqing, I want more. Xia Fanqing handed him another one. And Xia Fanqing also tasted one. The layers of pastry were very crispy, and the red moon lily inside exuded a fragrance when it was broken open. It was sweet but not greasy, and the petals were smooth. It was really delicious beyond his expectation. The first pot was eaten up by the 4 cubs as soon as it came out, and the little husky squatted in front of the oven waiting for it to come out of the pot. Xia Fanqing baked until midnight before finally baking all the flour cakes. He took a look and saw that there were probably thousands of them. Their kitchen was full of flour cakes. In the afternoon, Fu Yi saw the little human cooking with moonflowers, and sent a photo to Fu Linchuan. General, it seems that Teacher Xia cooked the moonflowers you sent. Fu Linchuan looked at the little human's face and hands covered with white powder. And there were cakes that were the size of a baby's fist on the side. His cold face couldn't help but melt. Let Fu Xiaolu tricks him out. In the evening, the fragrance from their class attracted several bird-beast men to land on the window. They asked shyly, Xia Fanqing, can you give me one? Of course. Xia Fanqing opened the window and gave one to each bird. After a while, their door was knocked. Xia Fanqing opened the door, and the little fur balls blocking the door all rolled in. The little fur balls looked at Xia Fanqing pitifully. I'm hungry. Xia Fanqing hurried to the kitchen to divide the prepared flour cakes. The fur ball that had just finished eating licked its paw, then came to the side to eat some of the flour cakes of another puppy, but was slapped away by the puppy's paw. The news spread quickly, and soon the living room of Xia Fanqing's class was full of fur balls. The sofa, the dining table, and the floor were all crowded with various fur ball cubs. Xia Fanqing could hardly put her feet down when she went to distribute the flour cakes. It seemed that all the fur balls in the school were crowded over. Those fur balls didn't forget to flatter He Wuyo while eating. He Wuyo, I'm really envious of you. Your nursery teacher is so nice. He Wuyo, what kind of flour is this? It's so delicious. I'll ask my mom to make it too when I get home. He Wuyo raised his dog head proudly. Moon lily petals. What? It's actually moon lily. Then I can get hundreds of star coins in one bite. Woo woo woo. I just swallowed it in one gulp. And I didn't even taste anything. When the beasts heard that it was moon lily petals, they ate more carefully, savoring the snacks bit by bit. And every bite was painful. Yes. Yes. Isn't there an empty room in your class? I want to turn around. I want to turn around. I want to turn around. At first, the fur balls, who were harmonious, started fighting over who could transfer to Xia Fanqing's class. Xia Fanqing hurried out after hearing the noise. The fur balls in the living room had already rolled into a ball. Xia Fanqing quickly pulled the fur balls apart one by one. No fighting. No fighting. Those who fight will not get food. When they heard that there was no food, the fur balls quickly stopped and pretended to be well behaved. Xia Fanqing divided the freshly baked flour cakes among them. In the end, He Wuyo couldn't stand those orcs who refused to leave and drove them out. I don't have enough to eat. It was already past 8 o'clock when the little fur ball left, and it was time to rest soon. Xia Fanqing watched the little fur ball leave, and then worked until the second half of the night before finally baking all the flour cakes. Send some to Mauer and Sister Xiaohu tomorrow. Chapter 60. Fu Xiaolu, who received the mission, knocked on Xia Fanqing's door the next day with his little fangs bared. The reason why Fu Linchuan asked Fu Xiaolu to go was that among his secret guards, only Fu Shiliu's appearance was particularly deceptive. The others were all full of banditry, and did not look like good citizens of society at all. Fu Xiaolu smiled innocently, and waved his paws to greet Xia Fanqing. Hello, Teacher Xia. I am Lu Fuguang's cousin. Come to see him. Xia Fanqing looked at the baby-faced boy in cream-yellow casual clothes and brown curly hair at the door, and shouted to the little black panther in the room without thinking. Little panther, your cousin is here to see you. Lu Fuguang, who was called by name, came to the door vigilantly. How could he not remember that he had a cousin? When Fu Xiaolu saw Lu Fuguang, he quickly blinked and greeted him warmly. Brother, I, Fu Xiaolu, came to see you. When he heard the surname was Fu, Lu Fuguang immediately knew that it was Fu Linchuan's man. But Fu Linchuan had already left. So why did someone from the Fu family come here? And to find him. Come in. Hey! Fu Xiaolu came in with a basket of fruits. The group of special forces knew that Fu Xiaolu was going to see Xia Fanqing. So a group of people specially pooled money to buy some more expensive fruits for Fu Xiaolu to bring in. As soon as Fu Xiaolu entered the room, his eyes swirled around Xia Fanqing. Oh, I didn't expect their boss to like this kind of girl. This thin waist and long legs are really attractive. And this little beast man looks even better when you look at it from a close distance. He has big eyes and double eyelids. And he has also been admitted to the special enrollment of the military academy. Isn't this a perfect little wildcat? The more Fu Xiaolu thought about it, the more obscene his expression became. He was about to make a sound, Lu Fuguang coughed softly to interrupt Fu Xiaolu's daydreaming. Fu Xiaolu immediately got into the role and called him brother. What do you want to talk to me about? Since Fu Linchuan sent his personal guards here, it must be something important. Nothing. Nothing. I just came to see you. Xia Fanqing also brought iced fruit tea and Yulinglan flour cakes to entertain the guests warmly. Which Fu is Mr. Fu? What a coincidence that there was a little lion named Fu in our class before. Fu Xiaolu, who was drinking tea, almost spit out a mouthful of water. He coughed twice and quickly explained, "That's my distant relative." What a coincidence, Xia Fanqing said, half believing. Fu Xiaolu nodded frantically. Under Xia Fanqing's warm hospitality, Fu Xiaolu showed off a plate of flour cakes, a plate of beef jerky, a plate of pork jerky, and finally a few small yellow croakers to grind his teeth. He also gulped down the large cup of lemon fruit tea that Xia Fanqing brought him. The little husky's eyes were about to pop out of his head. He could eat more than himself. Fu Xiaolu covered his stomach and burped comfortably, and the animal ears on his head popped out uncontrollably. Fu Xiaolu covered his ears and bared his little fangs at Xia Fanqing a little embarrassedly. Well, the food made by Teacher Xia is so delicious. Seeing the small khaki triangular ears popping out of the curly-haired boy's head, with a few black hairs on the tip, Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up. Ah! It turned out to be a lynx. This is too unfair. Xia Fanqing smiled more enthusiastically at the boy. It's okay. We still have a lot here. Take some when you leave later. After eating and drinking, Fu Xiaolu finally remembered the task assigned by their boss. Teacher Xia, I like that flour cake. I'll prepare it for you. Xia Fanqing was fascinated by the lynx beast man in front of her, staring at the beast ears on his head. The little ears that flickered when he was acting cute were so cute. Give it to him. Give it to him. Xia Fanqing immediately went to the kitchen to fill a bag with flour cakes and other snacks for him. Fu Xiaolu ran away as soon as he got the things. He was afraid that the dog next to him would come and bite him if he stayed any longer. Fu Xiaolu said goodbye to Xia Fanqing while carrying the things. Goodbye, Teacher Xia. Oh, goodbye, cousin. When they were about to leave, Fu Xiaolu remembered his cheap cousin and ran away after saying hello. Lu Fuguang was confused. What was he doing here? To eat for free? Several orcs in the dark outside were drooling with envy as they watched Fu Xiaolu eating and drinking in the room. Hey! Why didn't he give such a good task to himself? As soon as Fu Xiaolu came to the hidden grove with the things in his hand, the orcs surrounded him. There were so many claws that Fu Xiaolu could not escape their clutches even when he dodged left and right with the things in his hand. Hey! 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 That was given to me by the little orcs. What's for you? You've obviously tricked me here. Anyone who sees it should get a share. Seeing that he was alone and weak and couldn't beat them, Fu Xiaolu quickly stretched out his claws and took a lot of things in his arms. The orcs took the things and squatted on the branches to stand guard. After the robbery, Fu Xiaolu took a bite of beef jerky with his messy hair. If you have the guts, grab the boss's flour cake. All his things were robbed, leaving only their boss's flour cake intact in his hand. Fu Xiaolu snorted. Barbarians. Fu Linchuan, who was finishing up at the front line within 2 days, received his flour cake. He opened it and tasted a sweet one. It tasted pretty good. Coincidentally, an orc major general sent him something. He stretched out his claws to take one, but Fu Linchuan slapped him away. The burly man was instantly sensitive. What? Are you a brother? What's wrong with eating a little of your food? Fu Linchuan didn't even raise his eyelids. You can eat anything in the house, but this one is not allowed. TSK. Your land is nothing but nutrients. I can't eat shit. The tall orc came up and asked, Is it made by a little orc who likes you? Fu Linchuan threw a cake to cover his mouth, took his plate back to the room, and said to Major General Wang behind him, It's filled with moon lily. The orc spit out the cake in his mouth when he heard it was filled with moon lily. Old Fu, did you hook up with some rich little orc? Fu Linchuan curled his lips and ignored him. The orc sighed. Old tree blooms. If Fu Linchuan hadn't said that it was stuffed with moon lily, he would have probably swallowed it in one bite after chewing it twice. But now, he was holding the pitiful little cake and grinding his teeth carefully. He didn't expect that moon lily could be eaten like this. He always sneered at those shitty love flowers. It's just a broken flower. It's so expensive. Only those fools would buy it. Although he complained like this, He was also a fool in his mouth. His partner liked it, and he bought it for his little orc. Now he was biting the moon lily flower cake, and his flesh was in pain. He suddenly understood why the flower was so expensive. How could it not be expensive if it was so delicious? Even General Fu, who never liked sweet things, was reluctant to give him two. How could it not be expensive? After Fu Linchuan returned, he locked the plates in the safe. There was still half a month left, and he could eat one a day until he could see the little humans. On the day Xia Fanqing started school, the parents of the cubs came to handle the withdrawal procedures. Lu Fuguang followed the people who came to pick him up and left a gift box for Xia Fanqing. When Wuyo's parents saw Xia Fanqing, they were like seeing their own son. His mother held Xia Fanqing's hand and liked him more and more. She even thought the little husky jumping at her feet was in the way and kicked it away. The little husky could only squat on his father's shoulder with grievance. Xiao Xia, tell your aunt if you have anything in the future. Come here. This is your meal card. A little gift from your aunt. Mother, he stuffed a black card with gold edges into Xia Fanqing's hand. Thank you, Aunt. Les came to pick up his younger brother today. Originally, their parents wanted Xiaoqi to go home, but Xiaoqi refused to leave the imperial capital and insisted on staying. Les had no choice but to take him back to where he lived. However, Lassie was doing well with him, so he had a reason to meet the little orc. Rice also prepared a set of things for the little orc to use at school, which were both practical and not too expensive for the little orc to accept. Luna asked the housekeeper who picked her up to bring her a top-of-the-line gun as a gift, saying that it was for Xia Fanqing to practice shooting. The biggest advantage of this gun was that it had great firepower and was small and easy to carry, making it the most suitable for the little orc. Xia Fanqing originally planned to take a taxi to report to school after sending off a few kids, but none of them seemed to want to leave. Mother, he looked at her watch and said, Xiao Xia, have you packed your things? Auntie will take you to school on the way. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Fanqing had packed his things long ago. He only had a backpack when he came, and he only had a backpack when he left. Where is it? I'll ask the housekeeper to help you get it on the airship first. Xia Fanqing pointed to the small backpack on the sofa. Auntie. No, I don't have much stuff. Finally, the housekeeper of the He family carried the box of school supplies sent by Rice onto the airship, and Xia Fanqing followed his mother on the airship with his backpack on his back. His mother walked half of the city to get Xia Fanqing to the school gate. Luna and Lacey and their group also took their own airships to send Xia Fanqing to school. Luna suddenly felt a complex feeling like an old mother sending her child to school. Happy but reluctant, she shook her head and threw away her strange thoughts. Xia Fanqing got off the airship and waved goodbye to them. He used to go to school alone. On the day of college, he envied others who had their parents with them, but now he also had someone to send him to school. If Xia Fanqing hadn't tried his best to stop her, his mother would have come down to send Xia Fanqing to the dormitory. Xia Fanqing looked at the He family's valuable airship and quickly shook his head and refused. It was better for him, a lonely little orc, to keep a low profile. Xiao Xia, remember to play with Wuyo during the holidays. Don't forget. I know. Auntie! The three cubs lay on the window and said goodbye to Xia Fanqing. After the airship went away, Xia Fanqing walked towards the campus with the box. Lacey kept sticking to the window to look at Xia Fanqing below. When he could no longer see her, she turned into a baby-faced blue-eyed boy and sat down on the seat. Pink pearls fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Okay. Stop crying. We're not going to see each other again. Les put down the cup in his hand and comforted him. I just want to live with Xia Fanqing. Then why don't you go back to the military academy again? Leslie snorted and said nothing. Les teased him and said, What's so difficult about this? When your fifth brother, catch the girl, you can live in our house every day. Leslie slapped his arm with her tail. Leslie looked at his swollen arm and said, You little brat. You're really cruel. Over there, the airship of the Cockatiel family that was taking their eldest daughter also landed in the manor. A gorgeous lady in a red dress came down from it. She raised her finger to pick up the big waves that fell on her shoulders. The servants who had been waiting below all bowed in unison. Welcome, young lady. The woman handed the package in her hand to the housekeeper. Inside was the snack package that Xia Fanqing prepared for her. Put it in my room. She was Luna, an A-level orc. and the eldest daughter of the cockatiel family was back. Chapter 61. Before Xia Fanqing reached the door, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo blocked his way. He bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Xia." Xia Fanqing remembered him. The uncle who gave him the moon lily that day. Xia Fanqing looked around with surprise. But he did not see Mr. Fu. He asked with some disappointment, "Mr. Fu, didn't he come today?" "Mr. Fu has some things to do, and will be back in a few days. Mr. Fu specifically asked me to send Mr. Xia to school." "Thank you. But no, I can do it alone." Xia Fanqing declined his offer. "Then Mr. Xia can just report directly. Everything else has been done." "Thank you." Xia Fanqing thanked the uncle, and entered the gate of the Roman Empire Military Academy. As soon as he walked in, many orcs looked at him, and he could faintly hear the orcs whispering to each other. "Is it him? It should be him. He is probably the only one who can appear in the military academy with animal ears." Xia Fanqing didn't care about their comments, and went to the new student registration office with his things. The admission process was completed quickly, and he walked to the dormitory with his things. He opened the door, and found the bed with his name tag. The dormitory was quite spacious, and it was obvious that it had been specially tidied. His bed had also been made up, with a white fluffy blanket on it. On the table under the bed was a complete set of school supplies and toiletries, and in the middle was a brand new laptop and a bottle of Lily of the Valley. It can be seen that someone is preparing things for him very carefully. Xia Fanqing couldn't help but curl his lips. He was looking forward to meeting his Mr. Fu. He put down his backpack and prepared to pack the clothes in the closet. When he opened the closet with his name on it, a whole row of clothes came into view. Clothes and shoes for all seasons were prepared, and even some close-fitting clothes were neatly folded in boxes. Xia Fanqing tapped his toes in embarrassment when he thought that it might be the clothes that the uncle had sorted for him. He saw a letter on the box. As soon as he opened it, he saw familiar words on it. "Have a good start to school. I folded the clothes myself." Xia Fanqing snapped it shut after reading it. Her face flushed. In the first week of Xia Fanqing's school, Fu Linchuan personally prepared all the things that the little human needed for school, from a laptop to a pair of socks. Xia Fanqing's clothes were made by his family's fashion designer. Although they were not branded, they were extremely comfortable, so that the little orc would not be particularly conspicuous in school. Xia Fanqing stuffed his few clothes into the closet. There were too many clothes in the closet, so he had to fold his old clothes and put them in the corner. He had just finished packing when the door of the dormitory was pushed open, and a big-eyed boy in camouflage uniform walked in. "It's so hot. It's so hot." The boy picked up the water cup and gulped down a bottle of water. After drinking the water, he found that there was still someone standing in the dormitory. "Ah, the new roommate is here." He wiped the sweat off his head and walked over. "Hello. I'm Lu Yu." The thin boy who had been standing behind him with his head down also walked over. "I'm Kai Jiji." Xia Fanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. It couldn't be such a coincidence. He asked uncertainly, "Muscular man Lu Yu? Ah, how do you know my name in honor of kings?" It really is him. He has nothing to do with the big guy over 2 meters tall in the game. He is so handsome in real life. Xia Fanqing smiled and said, "It's me, little star." Lu Yu's eyes widened. "It's you?" Lu Yu circled around Xia Fanqing, reached out, and touched his ears and his tail. He asked in disbelief, "Are you really only E-level?" Xia Fanqing nodded, and Lu Yu immediately howled and hugged Xia Fanqing's arm and began to shake. Boss, do you want to eat?" Xia Fanqing took out his flour cake and shared it with the two. Lu Yu took a bite and his ears jumped out with joy. Delicious. Lu Yu sat at Xia Fanqing's seat and ate while saying, "We ran back right after the training. I knew you were coming yesterday. I was so curious. I kept wondering what that awesome special recruit student looked like. I didn't expect it to be you. I didn't expect to be in the same dormitory with you too." Lu Yu hugged Xia Fanqing's shoulders. Fate. What Lu Yu didn't know was that the fate he was talking about was specially arranged by Fu Linchuan. Lu Yu and Xia Fanqing showed off a plate of flour cakes in a row, and said while eating, "You are so nice. You came to clean up for us and bring us food." Xia Fanqing smiled but didn't say anything. He thought it must have been cleaned up by the uncle at the door. There was even a faint fragrance floating in the air. Lu Yu patted the residue on his hands. "You haven't applied for a card yet? Come on. I'll treat you today." Let's go eat. It's done. You're pretty fast. Let's go to the second floor to cook. Lu Yu and the other two walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, many orcs looked at Xiao Fanqing. Lu Yu was not to be outdone. He looked at whoever looked at him. And some orcs, who looked at him, turned their heads away embarrassedly. He also had two long deer ears hanging down on both sides of his reddish-brown hair. Who said that Xiao Fanqing was the only one showing his ears here? He showed his ears too. Humph! The socially anxious Kai Jiji, who was walking beside Lu Yu, didn't dare to raise her head when she was stared at. Her face was as red as a tomato. But white feathers were still showing behind her ears. Xiao Fanqing looked at the two of them and felt a little warm in her heart. The new school is pretty good. Lu Yu took Xiao Fanqing to the private kitchen on the second floor. He didn't like the nutrition supplements and meat on the first floor. He still liked the second floor. Although it was super expensive, it was still okay to come here occasionally to consume. Lu Yu whispered in Xiao Fanqing's ear. I heard that the owner of the restaurant on the second floor bought the recipe from the underground city. Although there are only a few dishes, they are really delicious. We came early today. Otherwise we won't be able to find a seat. Xiao Fanqing thought it wouldn't be the dish he taught Xiaoyi and the others to cook. Lu Yu ordered the most expensive dish here. Stewed beef brisket with potatoes, a salad of vegetables, and 3 fried rice. The price of these dishes popped up on the bill for 2,800 star coins. Xiao Fanqing was almost shocked when he saw the prices. Is the food in the military school cafeteria so expensive? The money he earned from working was just enough to pay for 1 year's tuition. When he went to pay the tuition today, the person in the office told him that the tuition for 4 years had been paid in full. Xiao Fanqing couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a school with the word Imperial on its name. Let me do it. He still had a lot of money saved from working. Ah. Lu Yu's hand blocked the card reader, but couldn't stop Xiao Fanqing's card from being swiped away by the sensitive machine. With a beep, the star coins in Xiao Fanqing's card were swiped away. Lu Yu opened his mouth wide. Wait. How much money do you have here? Xiao Fanqing didn't see clearly, and he sensed it again. The entire display was filled with a string of zeros. Lu Yu took a breath and stretched out his fingers to count for him. 1, 2, 7. His. More than 9 million. Xiao Fanqing. Are you going to contract the canteen? Oh my god. Who would top up the meal card? Xiao Fanqing was also a little confused. He didn't expect that his mother had topped up so much money on his meal card. I don't know either. Rich man. Stick with me. Lu Yu hugged Xiao Fanqing and rubbed against him. This is not mine. It was given to me by someone else. It's okay. I don't have to worry about not being able to spend it all. The money in the card can be used to buy airships, and weapons, and so on. Xiao Fanqing asked. Can I use it if I can't use it all? Of course. Xiao Fanqing was relieved. He didn't plan to use the meal card in his hand to buy anything expensive. He just wanted to eat. If he couldn't use it all, he would return the card to Xiao Weihua. Xiao Fanqing and the other two found a small private room. After a while, the dishes they ordered were served. Xiao Fanqing tasted it, and it tasted average. He thought that if he lost his job one day, it might be nice to open a small restaurant. When the three of them came out after lunch, the second floor was already crowded with orcs who were leaving get out of class. When Xiao Fanqing came out, many orcs turned their heads to look at him. Lu Yu pricked up his ears and replied fiercely, What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Xiao Fanqing was almost amused by Lu Yu. After lunch, Xiao Fanqing lay on the bed to rest. Lu Yu and the others went to class again after lunch break. Xiao Fanqing rubbed the soft blanket under him and took out the light computer to send a message to Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu's contact information was left when he sent flowers last time. He lay on the bed thinking about Mr. Fu's appearance in the space and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Fu should not be as different as Lu Yu, but it should be similar. Mr. Fu said that the space was his spiritual sea of consciousness. Mr. Fu, I'm already at school. I've received the things. Thank you. Can you give me an address? I'll send you some snacks I made. Xiao Fanqing spent a long time editing the message while lying on the bed. Leave it with you. I'll go back and get it soon. The message was sent back in less than 2 seconds. Xiao Fanqing looked at the message and thought for a long time. But he didn't know what to say. He typed on the light brain for a long time and deleted it. The two kissed each other. So they should be lovers. But what should lovers talk about? Fu Lin-chuan was in a meeting with others. Although there were several generals here, everyone knew that Fu Lin-chuan would probably replace the old marshal and become the youngest marshal of the Roman Empire. They were discussing the final finishing work of the war. Recently, they had begun to arrange for the soldiers to return. This was good news for everyone. Fu Lin-chuan stared at the light brain in front of him expressionlessly. He waited for a long time, but the little human didn't reply to his message. His chat box showed that the other party was typing intermittently. He was thinking about what he should ask the little human. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But the more uncertain he was, the calmer his expression was. When he was about to send a message to the little human finally sent him a message. "What are you doing?" Fu Lin-chuan immediately replied. "I'm in a meeting." This time the little human did not hesitate and immediately sent a message. "Then you go ahead." Fu Lin-chuan's eyes rarely flashed with a trace of confusion. And that was it. That was it. The two of them only said 5 sentences in their first chat. And he shouldn't have replied that he was in a meeting. The people below also noticed that Fu Lin-chuan was staring at the light brain with a serious expression, as if there was something important. So they quickly reported the reports in their hands in a short speech. Chapter 62. Fu Lin-chuan nodded to indicate the end of the meeting. He took his laptop and left the meeting room. He stopped an officer after walking a few steps. "Major General Wang, please stay for a moment." Major General Wang saw that he had a serious expression and thought that something was extremely important. The two of them walked into the empty meeting room again. "General Fu, what's the matter?" Fu Lin-chuan asked very seriously. "I want to know how you and your partner usually chat." "What?" Major General Wang immediately became like a deflated balloon. Just like that? He was so nervous for a long time, thinking it was some kind of military secret. "I can tell you, but you have to give me 2 more of your flour cakes." "No." Fu Lin-chuan refused without even thinking about it. He had already been given one, and he didn't have much left. But he added, "You can ask the little orc to make some for your partner when you go back." Major General Wang immediately came up to him with gossip. "Who is that little orc? Tell me about it." Fu Lin-chuan glanced at him coldly, and Wang Lui immediately stopped his frivolous smile. "TSK. Look at you. You have no mood at all. Were you chatting with the little orcs in the meeting just now?" Fu Lin-chuan nodded. Wang Lui asked again, "Did you talk to death?" Fu Lin-chuan nodded again. Wang Lui clicked his tongue twice again. "Let me see the light brain." Wang Lui looked at the empty chat record with only 5 sentences and asked, "What about the previous ones?" "Let me take a look." "No. No." Major General Wang's eyes almost popped out. "It's our first chat. And you can talk to death?" Fu Lin-chuan kept silent. If they hadn't known each other since they joined the army and were brothers who had shared life and death, Fu Lin-chuan really wanted to sew up his nagging mouth. "Wang Life, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't call me by my old name. My partner gave me a new name. Wang Louis." "Got it." "Wang Louis." Wang Lui rolled his eyes at him. "Is there anyone who chats like you?" The first sentence was not bad. You know how to create opportunities to meet. When the little orc asks you what you are doing, you should say something interesting. For example, when you are eating, just say "I am eating" and tell him what you ate. The little orc will definitely discuss it with you. Don't just say one sentence and then stop. Do you understand? Fu Lin-chuan nodded, not quite understanding. To be honest, he really didn't think about creating opportunities to meet when he was chatting. He just wanted to wait until the little human sent him back that he would have gone back. "Hey, tell me what kind of animal you like." "A kitten." "Oh, you two are a perfect match. A lion and a kitten." Fu Lin-chuan nodded calmly. He also thought he and the little human were a perfect match. "Come on. Let me show you how I talk to my partner." Major General Wang took out his own light brain. Fu Lin-chuan felt a headache when he saw the dense conversations projected in the air. The screen was full of "baby. I miss you. Kiss. Stick to stick," and Fu Lin-chuan frowned slightly. General Wang didn't mind at all. "Look. One of us is a German Shepherd and the other is a Mosi. Perfect match. I love sucking my big baby the most." Fu Lin-chuan read it all at a glance. "I know. Thanks." Xia Fanqing was lying on the bed at night with nothing to do. He took out his light computer and wanted to chat with Mr. Fu. But he didn't know what to say. He didn't know Mr. Fu at all. But the other party seemed to know what he was doing. Xia Fanqing turned over. Didn't think about it anymore. Went to sleep. And had to go to class tomorrow. Xia Fanqing had already fallen asleep. Fu Lingquan had just spent a long time thinking about chatting with the little human. He sent a message to the little human asking if he was adapting well at school, and then stared at his light brain waiting for the little human to reply. After waiting for a long time, his light brain didn't even flash. Fu Lingquan chuckled and went to rest. The next day, before dawn, a harsh ringtone rang. Lu Yuyu turned over and got out of bed to call Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing, get up quickly. Emergency assembly. Xia Fanqing immediately woke up and quickly put on his training clothes. As soon as he tied his shoelaces, Lu Yuyu pulled him and ran. Hurry up and take your hat and go. The three of them put on their clothes and ran out. As soon as they got downstairs, Lu Yuyu took a quick look and pushed Xia Fanqing over. That's your class? Go! Xia Fanqing ran over. When he arrived, there were already a few people scattered in the team. He tidied up his messy clothes and quickly put on his hat. As soon as Xia Fanqing stood up, the instructor began to give orders. Stand at attention. Several instructors came down to check the students' clothes. You, go out. You and you? Unfortunately, Xia Fanqing was also called out. And there were other late freshmen standing outside. Look at what you all look like. As a military academy student, you don't even have the most basic vigilance and speed. The latecomers carry 100 kilometers, and the untidy ones carry a 50-kilometer load. Everyone else, dismiss. Yes. Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji returned to the dormitory and turned around, but didn't see Xia Fanqing. No way. Xia Fanqing is so miserable that she got the long-distance running package on the first day? The two of them couldn't sleep anyway, so they simply went to the training ground to see if there was any sign of Xia Fanqing. When they arrived, Xia Fanqing was running with a sandbag on her leg. This is too miserable. So unlucky on the first day. Maybe the instructor wants to give the freshmen a warning, Kai Jiji said on the side. In an emergency gathering like this, the only ones who are late are the freshmen. The first-year military academy students have been in school for a week, and today is only the first day for the special recruits. So the training ground is almost full of freshmen, and the special recruits account for more than half. Generally speaking, the physical fitness of the orcs recruited as special students is much worse than that of the orcs recruited normally. But even so, 100 kilometers of load-bearing is enough to make these new orcs drink a pot. Xia Fanqing gritted his teeth and ran forward. Compared with those orcs, he had no innate advantage at all. There were orcs who had finished the 50-kilometer load-bearing, but he only ran 10 kilometers with his legs dragging. Lu Yuyu also saw Xia Fanqing's effort and shouted loudly to Xia Fanqing. Come on! Instructor Chen held a grass in his mouth and looked at the orcs, who were punished to run. Instructor, Xia Fanqing's physical fitness is too poor. Even an E-level orc should not be at this level. Xia Fanqing was specifically chosen by the head instructor to be his disciple. Instructor Chen wanted to get Xia Fanqing, since he first saw her in the glory game. Why don't you let me teach her first? The head instructor didn't expect Xia Fanqing's physique to be so poor. It doesn't matter. Even if the physique is not good, the skills are good. Xia Fanqing gritted his teeth and struggled forward. He felt that his heart was about to explode. The other orcs had already finished the training, and he was the only one left running in the entire field. Even the instructors had left. Lu Yuyu kept cheering Xia Fanqing on. Xia Fanqing staggered forward, dragging his legs. The road ahead was getting darker and darker. He fell down as soon as he closed his eyes. Lu Yuyu quickly jumped into the training ground and carried him to the infirmary. When Xia Fanqing woke up, he had an M4 in his hand. Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji were accompanying him. Seeing Xia Fanqing wake up, Lu Yuyu quickly came over. Xia Fanqing, you finally woke up. It's almost noon. Fortunately, I didn't have training this morning. Thank you. I ran so far. Xia Fanqing now felt that he couldn't feel his legs, and it was difficult to speak. 25 kilometers? It's okay. Instructor Chen came just now and asked you to make up for it next time. Xia Fanqing woke up and saw the message Mr. Fu sent him last night on the light computer. He replied that he was training in the morning and then laid down on the bed again. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing dragged his sore and painful legs to the military theory class. As soon as he entered the noisy classroom, it instantly became quiet. Many orcs cast their eyes towards the door. Xia Fanqing pretended not to see it and found a corner. He is Xia Fanqing. I heard that he didn't even finish the 30-kilometer run this morning. Low-level orcs are low-level orcs. They can't compare with our high-level orcs. He is too weak. TSK. I even suspect that Sun Tao, who replaced him, may be better than him. In the corner, a sinister look stared at Xia Fanqing, who walked in. Boy, you'd better not fall into my hands. Quiet. A tall female instructor in black combat uniform walked in. The instructor glanced at Xia Fanqing in the corner and smiled. Open your books. Why is our military theory class taught by a female instructor? TSK. Who knows? We don't even know if a female instructor can beat us. La Luna sneered at the whispers below, then slammed the book heavily on the table. Why? Do any of you want to come up and give a lecture? A brave orc stood up. Instructor, I don't think pure theoretical knowledge is useful on the battlefield. Force is the first priority. La Luna hooked her finger at him. Come here. The tall orc boy felt insulted and immediately stepped forward to save his face. Sorry. Instructor. The orc jumped onto the podium at a very fast speed. But before he could get close to the podium, La Luna kicked him against the back wall of the classroom with a high kick, and the wall was cracked. La Luna clapped her hands. Rough man. Can we start the class now? The classroom was quiet in an instant, and all the orcs opened their mouths in shock. When they heard La Luna's voice, they immediately sat down obediently. The Imperial Military Academy was indeed full of hidden talents, and even the instructor of a military theory class was so powerful. Also, I forgot to tell you that I am not only your instructor for military theory class, but also your instructor for free fighting class and shooting class. This means that apart from your main class of warship driving, I am the one who teaches you most of the things. La Luna lifted her curly hair and said word by word. My name is Luluna. Xia Fanqing raised her head in surprise and looked at the instructor on the podium. She was also called Luluna. But Xia Fanqing was just surprised that the instructor's name was the same as the little cockatiel in her class. Seeing the little orc raising his head, La Luna smiled like a child who had succeeded in a prank. Little orc, we meet again. Chapter 63. Punch harder when you punch. Haven't you eaten yet? La Luna tied her hair into a high ponytail and wore sunglasses, sitting under a parasol and cracking melon seeds. These melon seeds were prepared for her by the little orc when he left. Damn it. I thought the female instructor was easy to bully. She's even scarier than Instructor Chen from the next class. Keep your voice down. I'll make you suffer if you hear me. You're just non-Miju. La Luna raised her gun and shot at the feet of the two men. I asked you to practice fighting, not to hug each other and practice ballroom dancing. The other orcs burst into laughter, and the two dared not even raise their heads. While his opponent was laughing, Xia Fanqing used a neat scissor kick to tightly strangle the orc's neck. The tall orc was pinned to the ground and could not move. His face was even reddened by the strangulation. Let go. Let go. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Xia Fanqing then loosened his legs and stretched out his hand to pull the orc up from the ground. Xia Fanqing's hair was covered with a little sweat, and his eyes were shining, which dazzled the orc lying on the ground. La Luna fired a shot at his side, scaring the orc who had just stretched out his hand and immediately retracted it, lying there pretending to be dead. When their boss is not around, they can't let those orcs steal their boss's corner. Xia Fanqing's free fighting was taught by Fu Linchuan himself. Although he is no taller than the orc in terms of physical strength, he is much more flexible, and his opponents can't get the upper hand on him. After a free fighting class, many orcs' attitude towards Xia Fanqing has improved a lot. In the Chroman Empire, the strong are respected, and the admiration for the strong is almost engraved in the bones of every orc. But there are still many orcs who still look down on Xia Fanqing, who comes from the barren planet and has a low level. When the get out of class was over, a brown-haired orc deliberately bumped Xia Fanqing's shoulder with his elbow. Xia Fanqing, who was unprepared, groaned when he was bumped. The orc laughed contemptuously and was about to leave, but was blocked by Xia Fanqing. Apologize. Why should I apologize? It was you who bumped into me. Some low-level orcs pulled Xia Fanqing's arm to signal him to stop making trouble. They were no match for these high-level orcs. Apologize. Xia Fanqing still stubbornly blocked the way. You can apologize, but I'll talk if you can beat me. Sun Yang raised his fist and rushed towards Xia Fanqing. He had wanted to teach the kid a lesson for a long time. If it weren't for him, how could his uncle and his second uncle's family still be in prison? Xia Fanqing took a step back and took a defensive posture. He knew that Sun Yang would not let him go easily. The grudge between the two of them had been formed since the moment he entered the school. Xiao Fanqing dodged Sun Yang's fist, half-squatted and punched him in the abdomen. Sun Yang groaned, and punched Xiao Fanqing even more randomly. Although Xiao Fanqing was much more flexible than him, he still received 2 punches on his shoulder and jaw under such dense punches. Xiao Fanqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was still a big gap between him and the high-level orcs. Perhaps with the help of Xingxia, he might be able to defeat the orcs on the opposite side. Sun Yang rushed up and punched Xiao Fanqing in the abdomen. Xiao Fanqing's pupils shrank. He wanted to kill himself. Sun Tao's hands instantly turned into claws when he attacked. Xiao Fanqing pulled out the Xingxia he carried with him to block it, and the orc's sharp claws were cut off by him. Xiao Fanqing, seeing his claws being broken, Sun Yang's eyes turned red, and he rushed forward, wishing he could bite the lowly orc in front of him to death. Enough. La Luna kicked the attacking orc away with 1 foot. Fighting. You are too capable. Come here. Sun Yang will be put in solitary confinement for a week, and Xiao Fanqing will be punished to write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Instructor. This is not fair. Sun Yang, lying on the ground and panting, retorted. Fair? Sun Yang, you provoked first, and then hurt someone, and you still talk to me about fairness? He didn't chop off your hand, which is the greatest fairness to you. Why don't you get out? Sun Yang looked at Xiao Fanqing fiercely, and got up from the ground. Xiao Fanqing, are you okay? La Luna helped Xiao Fanqing up from the ground, and sent him back to the dormitory. The little orc was injured not long after she left. He was simply looking for death. Xiao Fanqing, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuyu and Kai Jiji quickly surrounded him. Please take care of him. La Luna handed the person to the 2. Thank you, Instructor. We will take good care of Xiao Fanqing. Lu Yuyu helped him to an empty bed on the lower bunk, undressed him, and applied medicine to him. Xiao Fanqing was most seriously injured in the wound on his abdomen. If he hadn't cut off Sun Yang's claws, he would have been injured more seriously. Lu Yuyu quickly bandaged his wound. Who hurt you? Sun Yang. I have some old grudges against him. Damn. His cousin replaced you by cheating, and he still remembers the grudge first. At night, Fu Linchuan secretly came to the school to see Xiao Fanqing. The little human was sleeping soundly with a frown on his brows. Fu Linchuan first pulled the little human into his spiritual sea of consciousness, and then gently undressed his pajamas to check the injury. At this moment, he regretted guiding the little human to the military academy. He hoped that the little human would become stronger as soon as possible and have enough ability to protect himself. After Xiao Fanqing left Nanshan Kindergarten, La Luna took the lead in recovering the orcs. No one suspected Xiao Fanqing for the time being. On the way back, he received the news that the little human was injured. As soon as he got off the airship, he hurried to the school. The little human's abdomen was wrapped in a layer of gauze with a trace of bright red blood. This scene made Fu Linchuan's pupils shrink. He gently held the sleeping little human in his arms and entered the sea of spiritual consciousness. The little human was calling him. Xiao Fanqing, who was still asleep, suddenly fell into that familiar space. His playground had added a lot of equipment during the time he couldn't enter. The top of the castle had become all pink spiritual silk, and this originally black and white space had more colors. Xiao Fanqing called out the familiar name in surprise. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu. Are you there? Xiao Fanqing walked in the playground and called out to Fu Linchuan when he was a little disappointed and wanted to give up. A familiar voice came over. I'm here. Xiao Fanqing turned around in disbelief. The tall man behind him was looking at her. Xiao Fanqing turned around and ran over to the man. Mr. Fu. You are finally back. Fu Linchuan hugged the man tightly in his arms. I am back. Xiao Fanqing hid in Fu Linchuan's broad arms and couldn't help but redden his eyes. His hard work day and night and the grievances he suffered burst out instantly when he saw Fu Linchuan. He choked and said, Mr. Fu, I miss you so much. Fu Linchuan gently stroked the soft black hair of the little human. My little star has grown up. He lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears on Xiao Fanqing's face. There were more and more pink spiritual colors in the space. Xiao Fanqing looked up at the little stars falling in the space. At that time, Mr. Fu had woven a starry sky for him. His eyes were red, and tears could not help but slide down. Those little stars became more and more blurred in his eyes. Mr. Fu, it hurts. Fu Linchuan gently kissed the red lips bitten by the little human. Little liar. Have you forgotten that this is my spiritual power sea of consciousness? Xia Fanqing panted and hid in Fu Lingquan's arms. Fu Lingquan's eyes were reddened by him. How could he be so stupid? He was obviously bullying him. But he still hid in his arms. The moon had already set. And Fu Lingquan pulled himself out of the spiritual sea of consciousness in time. If he didn't leave, it would be dawn. Fu Lingquan gently kissed the little human's lips. Lu Yuyu and the others got up and saw that Xia Fanqing hadn't woken up yet. So they didn't call him. Because Xia Fanqing was injured. The instructor specially gave him a day off to recuperate. When Xia Fanqing woke up, it was almost noon. He felt soft all over. When he thought of what happened at night, Xia Fanqing's face flushed, and he hid in the quilt again. Mr. Fu is back. How did he suddenly roll together with Mr. Fu in space yesterday? When he thinks of the touch in his sea of consciousness, he can feel the trembling from his soul. He supported his legs and climbed up again. He untied the gauze wrapped around his waist, and was surprised to find that the wound on his abdomen had healed. He was stunned for a moment, and his face turned redder. He thought of the fairy tales in China. How could this look so much like double cultivation? Fu Lingquan returned to his villa in Kyoto. At this time, he was like a sharp sword in a scabbard. And even the always fierce pressure was softened at this time. The next day, Fu Lingquan received the letter of appointment signed by Gu Chonglin. He officially became the Marshal of the Croman Empire. This important identity means that he will bear more responsibilities. He needs to protect the peace of this land. The news that Fu Lingquan returned triumphantly and was promoted to Marshal spread like wildfire in the Croman Empire. Lu Yuyu was so happy that she wanted to open 2 bottles of wine to celebrate. Xia Fanqing. Do you know? I heard that this time. General Fu. Oh no. Marshal Fu. We'll hold a banquet and draw a few lucky people from our military academy to attend. Xia Fanqing was stunned for a moment. Really? Xia Fanqing. Let's sign up together. What if we are chosen? He is my idol. Xia Fanqing nodded. If the Fu family held a banquet, would the little lion also attend? After Fu Mingyan left kindergarten, he had never seen him again except for attending glory. And Mr. Fu's surname was also Fu. Was he also from the Fu family? Xia Fanqing decided to go to the banquet to see for herself. Even if she couldn't find Mr. Fu, she would most likely see Fu Mingyan. All 3 of them signed up for the lottery excitedly. During the shooting class, Luna held a black gold-stamped invitation in her hand. Today's shooting class is very simple. Whoever gets the first place in the shooting will get the invitation in my hand. Isn't this reward too casual? Instructor? The orcs below started to make a noise. If you don't want it, you can quit now. This is the invitation to Marshal Fu's celebration banquet. Each class only got 1. What a pity, Luna said with regret. Luna's words were like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. And it exploded instantly. It's the invitation letter from the Fu family. I want it. I want to meet my idol. Who doesn't want it? Xia Fanqing looked at the invitation letter in Luna's hand and was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to enter the Fu family. Okay. Increase the difficulty this time. Use free targets. 10 shots per person. Let's start. Yes. Everyone lined up neatly to compete for the only invitation letter in the class. The speed of the targets on the shooting range was much faster than usual. And many orcs missed the target frequently. 75 points. 89 points. 60 points. 95 points. The female robot voice announced everyone's score. When it was Xia Fanqing's turn, he calmed down and stared at the empty ground. The best score so far was 95. And he had to exceed this score to get the invitation. The orc who scored 95 points had already stood aside proudly waiting for others to finish. And he didn't believe that anyone could score higher than him. A target quickly bounced out from the ground. And Xia Fanqing shot it into the bull's eye. Luna, who had been lazy all the time, sat up straight the moment Xia Fanqing came on stage. She was also looking forward to the little orc's score. If the little orc failed, she would take 1 from home and give it to him. This was the first official shooting competition in their class. Usually, when everyone was practicing, there was not much difference between good and bad. The boy on the shooting range held a delicate gun, his back straight, and his eyes were fixed on the shooting range in front of him. Like a patient lion hunting, Luna recognized that the gun in the boy's hand was given by her. The target on the shooting range popped out quickly. Xia Fanqing turned around and hit the center of the bull's eye. And then 3 targets were ejected in succession. Xia Fanqing scored 10 rings, 9 rings, and the last 8 rings. The orcs on the shooting range were all shocked by Xia Fanqing's shooting skills, which were even better than those of some special forces students. No wonder an E-level orc could enter the Imperial Military Academy. 97 rings. When the electronic female voice announced the results, the orcs on the field were stunned. This inconspicuous Earth-level orc was so powerful. The orc who had just scored 95 points and was determined to win was also shocked by Xia Fanqing's results. How could someone score better than him? Luna also raised her lips. No one should be able to surpass Xia Fanqing. Congratulations. After the game, Luna put the black and gold-plated invitation in Xia Fanqing's hand. Xia Fanqing's eyes sparkled with joy. As soon as Luna left, many orcs surrounded her. Xia Fanqing, how about you sell this invitation to me? I'll give you 200,000 star coins. Go away. You are bullying Xia Fanqing because she has no money. Right? I'll give you 500,000 star coins. Xia Fanqing, give it to me. You want to see Marshal Fu for 500,000? Get out of here. I'll give you 1 million star coins. Before Xia Fanqing even opened her mouth, the orcs were about to fight. Stop arguing. I won't sell it. Xia Fanqing left with the invitation, leaving the orcs with tears of envy. They also wanted to see Marshal Fu. Chapter 64. Jiang Yan tightly grasped the document in his hand. Very good. Very good. The person he had been looking for so long was actually right under his nose. Even the peacock was lying to him. After receiving the message number 2, Ground City, F, Jiang Yan increased the number of people to check all the place names and families starting with F. After a carpet search for half a year, he finally found several traces of suspected number 2. However, after checking one by one, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Fu Lingchuan's strong return caught his attention. A powerful S-class orc recovered from a juvenile to an orc in a short time. It is not ruled out that he used the number 2 serum on Fu Lingchuan. However, Jiang Yan still arranged people to investigate Fu Lingchuan. However, the guards around Fu Lingchuan were too strict, and his people did not even have the opportunity to get close. Fu Lingchuan and Luna, both of them recovered their mental strength at almost the same time, which made it hard not to suspect that there was some connection between the two. The moment Jiang Yan got Xia Fanqing's photo, he knew that he was the number 2 he was looking for. No wonder he had been looking for him for so long and couldn't find him. He was hiding right in front of him. Marshal, Mr. Xia has received the invitation to the banquet, Fui said respectfully. Is it the invitation for each class? Yes. Fu Lingchuan chuckled. He knew that his little human was not a daughter that needed protection. Send 2 separate invitations to his roommates. Yes. Ah. Xia Fanqing. I won. Lu Yu looked at the invitation letter that popped up in the lottery pool, and his ears popped out with joy. Kai Jiji also took his own light computer. I think I won too. Oh my god. Oh my god. What luck we have. On the day of the banquet, Lu Yu woke up early with excitement, and after changing into a dress, he started to think, why is my watch running so slowly today? Xia Fanqing smiled at him. He still had an analysis of a military theory class that he hadn't finished. If he hurried now, he might be able to finish the homework. Mr. Fu had sent someone to deliver his formal dress yesterday. Xia Fanqing was a little surprised and a little aware. He knew that Mr. Fu had been paying attention to him, thinking that he might meet Mr. Fu. Xia Fanqing's face flushed. Under Lu Yu's repeated urging, Xia Fanqing finally turned off his computer and changed into his formal dress. Mr. Fu prepared a white suit for him, with complicated golden patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar. Xia Fanqing, who was wearing formal clothes for the first time, pulled his sleeves a little uncomfortably. He walked in front of the mirror and took a look. The person in the mirror was so strange that he didn't seem to recognize him. Wow! Xia Fanqing, you're so handsome. Lu Yu circled around Xia Fanqing. The handsome boy was wearing a straight suit and floppy cat ears. His tail swayed back and forth with his movements. The black and white match was surprisingly harmonious. Lu Yu couldn't help but hook Xia Fanqing's tail. The 3 of them took Lu Yu's airship to the marshal's mansion. When they were close to the destination, more and more high-end and gorgeous airships came. Lu Yu found a remote place to park the airship first, and the 3 of them walked to the marshal's mansion. The 3 of them took out the invitation letters they received and were allowed in after verification at the door. Xia Fanqing looked at the brightly lit banquet square and felt a little dazed for a moment. It was full of high-ranking officials and beautifully dressed boys and girls from the upper class. The three of them mixed in like Alice in a dream. Lu Yuyu's eyes widened. Oh my god. This is the first time I've attended such a luxurious banquet. I usually see these people in political news, as well as those business tycoons. Mom, I've made it. Xia Fanqing usually doesn't pay attention to these things, but she also knows how many dignitaries have gathered in this banquet. Kai Jiji, who was following the two of them, was even more nervous, and her face turned red. When the banquet was about to start, soldiers in white protocol uniforms walked in neat steps from both sides of the red carpet. The bustling crowd instantly quieted down and stood on both sides waiting to pay homage to the marshal. Xia Fanqing and the other two had been squeezed to the back, and he could only vaguely see the protocol in front through the gaps in the crowd. Fu Linchuan came over in a black marshal's dress and a sword on his belt. People bowed their heads and saluted. Xia Fanqing and the other two also bowed their heads and saluted. The moment Xia Fanqing looked up, he met the pair of deep golden eyes. Xia Fanqing was stunned for a moment. He felt like a prey being stared at by a wild beast. Maybe he thought too much. Xia Fanqing looked through the crowd at Fu Linchuan's back as he left. Was it him? When Fu Linchuan was speaking, the three of them had already started looking for food with their plates. Lu Yuyu finally held a piece of vegetable leaf in his mouth and chewed it while saying, even a piece of vegetable leaf in the marshal's mansion is better than the one in school. Xia Fanqing, you too should try it. Hey, Xia Fanqing, don't look at it. You can't see it again. Xia Fanqing finally recovered. He looked at Fu Linchuan speaking on the stage from a distance. The voice of Marshal Fu sounded familiar, like Mr. Fu's voice. Xia Fanqing couldn't believe it. Maybe he guessed wrong. Hello, kids. Jiang Yan came over with a glass of champagne in his hand. Ahem. CEO Jiang. Lu Yuyu had a mouthful of vegetable leaves stuck in her mouth. Hello. I'm Jiang Yan, the current CEO of the parallel organization. Jiang Yan said with a smile. This is my business card. Hello. Xia Fanqing took the business card handed over by the man, for some reason, facing the man with a smile on his face. Xia Fanqing felt an instinctive tremor. However, he had never seen the man in front of him. The moment Xia Fanqing took the business card, his fingers felt a sharp pain. Sorry. I scratched you. Jiang Yan quickly put down the cup in his hand and took out the decorative square towel from his pocket to wipe the blood off Xia Fanqing's hand. When Jiang Yan's cold hand touched Xia Fanqing's wrist, Xia Fanqing couldn't help but shrink back. The man comforted her softly. It doesn't hurt. I'll help you bandage it. The man held Xia Fanqing's hand and bandaged him with a beautiful bow. Add a light brain. I asked the housekeeper to send some gifts as an apology. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's just a small injury. After Xia Fanqing finished speaking, he pulled the two away. He didn't know why he felt scared when he was so close to Jiang Yan. Xia Fanqing. Why are you walking so fast? Lu Yuyu staggered when Xia Fanqing pulled him. It's okay. I just wanted to come over here and take a look. Lu Yuyu flipped the business card in her hand and carefully put it in her pocket. TSK. We actually met CEO Jiang today, and he is talking to us. He is the idol of those medical students. He has become the highest CEO of the parallel organization at a young age. And he is so kind. Really? Xia Fanqing whispered. This Jiang Yan gave him a very dangerous feeling. Why would an upstart lower his status to talk to three unknown people like them? Jiang Yan licked the blood on his fingers as he watched the three people leave. The familiar taste made him feel a tremor from his mental power. He knew without testing that the boy was the person he was looking for. Number 2. Long time no see. He raised a wicked smile and took off the sharp cufflinks with blood stains on his sleeves. Little baby, welcome home. Xia Fanqing drank 2 sips of cold water to calm down the panic in her heart. Lu Yuyu, do you know Fu Mingan? I want to find him. Fu Mingan, why are you looking for him? That's the one in the black tuxedo. Lu Yuyu pointed him out. Xia Fanqing glanced at the boy surrounded by the crowd from a distance. The boy didn't look very old, with chestnut curly hair and gray-blue eyes. He should be a little lion. And the eyes of a little lion are also gray-blue. Master Fu, the day after tomorrow is my birthday party. Please go. Master Fu, do you want to go to the airship race tomorrow? The young man was surrounded by people who flattered him. Although he was just a branch of the Fu family, if they could establish a relationship with him, they could also get closer to Fu Lin. I will definitely go when I have time. I will definitely go. Fu Mingyan laughed. And after dealing with this group of people, the young man got away and hid in a remote corner. What does his uncle's promotion to marshal have to do with him? Fu Mingyan. A clear voice came from behind. What? He was hiding so far away. How could someone find him? Fu Mingyan put on a professional smile on his face and turned his head. In front of him stood a cat-eared boy in a white suit. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether he should be surprised that a low-level orc entered the banquet or surprised that this low-level orc was so good-looking. Who are you? Seeing the puzzled face of the boy opposite, Xia Fanqing knew that this was not the person he was looking for. He said with some disappointment, Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Xia Fanqing was about to leave after saying that, but Fu Mingyan was successfully interested in him. You didn't recognize the wrong person. I am Fu Mingyan. What do you want from me? Sorry. You are not the person I am looking for. Xia Fanqing apologized again and left. But Fu Mingyan seemed to have found new fun, pestering Xia Fanqing for his optical computer number. Oh, we didn't know each other before, but now we know each other. I recognize you. The Xia Fanqing who was so popular on the Star Network some time ago. Add an optical computer number. No. Thank you. I'm sorry for the mistake. It's okay. It's okay. We'll know each other after adding a light computer. Fu Mingyan. A cold voice came from behind. Fu Mingyan, who was clinging to him, looked up and saw his uncle with a serious face looking at him unkindly. He put away his playful smile and respectfully called him uncle. Go play somewhere else. Fu Lin said coldly. Fu Mingyan pulled Xia Fanqing's sleeve and was about to leave together. You go by yourself. Oh. Fu Mingyan let go of his hand and ran away. Today, Uncle Fu was scarier than before. His eyes seemed to want to eat him. Xia Fanqing looked up at the tall man in front of him. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. It was Fu Lin who broke the dead silence between them first. Sorry. The child is ignorant and scared you. The man's low voice seemed like the first melting glacier on the mountain, with a hint of alienation and coldness. Xia Fanqing's eyes were slightly red. He knew that this was his Mr. Fu, but he didn't understand why Mr. Fu was holding him and comforting him softly the day before yesterday. But today he was so strange, as if he was from two different worlds. Also, the identities of the two were very different. How could he, a lowly human, be worthy of the high and mighty S-level orc? Xia Fanqing took a deep breath, endured the pain in his heart, and whispered, It's okay. Goodbye, Mr. Fu. Chapter 65. Xia Fanqing turned around disappointedly. This was not his Mr. Fu. His Mr. Fu would not be so indifferent. The man behind him grabbed his wrist. You are injured. It's okay. Xia Fanqing shook off the man's warm palm. But the man held his wrist tightly and refused to let go. He stubbornly led him into a small door. You are injured. The man led his wrist to a room and took the boy who had been bowing his head and not speaking to the sofa. He knelt on one knee and untied the handkerchief in the boy's hand and threw it aside in disgust. There was a long wound on the boy's hand. It was not very deep, and a layer of bright red blood had already solidified on the wound. Xia Fanqing lowered his head and said nothing, letting the tall man in front of him treat his wounds. The man said softly, It's done. Why? Xia Fanqing raised her head and stared at the man's golden eyes. I'll explain to you later. Xia Fanqing stood up excitedly. Mr. Fu. Or should I call you Fu Lin? Fu Mingyan? The man's back paused for a moment, but he left without looking back. Fu Lin, what are you hiding from me? Xia Fanqing left the room, a little disappointed, and Lu Yu was anxiously looking for him outside. Xia Fanqing, where have you been? How come there's no one here in the blink of an eye? It's okay. I met a friend. I'm going back first. So early? Then we'll go back too. Lu Yu put down the plate in his hand and stuffed his pocket with fruits. The fruits in the marshal's mansion are still delicious. Lu Yu saw that he didn't look very good and didn't ask any more questions. The three of them left together. Upstairs, Fu Lin saw Xia Fanqing's back leaving with a gloomy look in his eyes. Fu Yi whispered, Sir, why don't you tell Mr. Xia the reason? Fu Yi was very puzzled. With Fu Lin's current status, it would be easy for him to protect a low-level human. The worms in the dark can't stand it any longer. Let Fu Lu and the others protect Xia Fanqing. Yes, I understand. Not long after Xia Fanqing and the other two left the marshal's mansion, they found someone following them. Xia Fanqing. Someone is following us. Sit tight. Lu Yuyu increased the speed of the airship to the maximum. But the airship following behind him was like a fly that he couldn't get rid of. Fu Xiaolu, who was following Xia Fanqing from a distance, also noticed the situation and quickly intercepted it. But the other party escaped before they could intercept it. Fu Xiaolu cursed in a low voice. Damn it. I got fooled. The other party just wanted to test whether there were any secret guards around Xia Fanqing. If there were none, they would just start robbing. If there were, they could make plans for the next time. Jiang Yin, who was watching from a distance, put away the telescope with satisfaction. As expected, Fu Linchuan had arranged a lot of people around Xia Fanqing. Jiang Yin returned to the laboratory and took out the bloody cufflink. He carefully extracted the blood with reagents. Seeing the analyzed data, Jiang Yan's eyes revealed madness. You have evolved. Perfect. Perfect. The news of Xia Fanqing being attacked reached Fu Linchuan's ears immediately. A cold light flashed in Fu Linchuan's eyes. Those people really couldn't hold back. Seeing that there was no airship following behind him, Lu Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Who is looking for trouble with us? Xia Fanqing didn't say anything, but he vaguely felt that these people were coming for him. However, since he came to this orc world, except for offending Sun Tao's family, he has never made enemies with anyone else. If it's not him, then it must be someone he knew before in this body. Fu Linchuan was hiding something from me, and now a mysterious person was trying to attack me. There must be some connection between the two. Xia Fanqing clenched his fists. What was the identity of this body before he wore it? At night, Xia Fanqing fell into that mysterious space again. But this time, he was much calmer, and curled up on his lazy sofa waiting for someone to come over. That's great. Since you don't recognize me, don't come over if you have the guts. Xia Fanqing, the man with the golden mask, called softly. Xia Fanqing narrowed her eyes, and continued to roll up the spiritual thread in her hand. Didn't you deny me? Why did you come here at night? Xia Fanqing. Sir, you recognize the wrong person. Xia Fanqing swung her toes leisurely. I'm sorry. It's my fault. How could you, Marshal Fu, be wrong? I am a small human, and I am not worthy of you. A high-ranking S-level orc. Fu Linchuan took off half of his mask. He knew that the little human recognized him at the first sight with his intelligence. Seeing the little human's angry look, Fu Linchuan's mouth curled up slightly. Can you give me a chance to explain? Speak. You should know that A-level orcs will have a mental riot and degenerate into juveniles. Gu Peifeng and the others are all like this. You don't know that you have the ability to caress the orc's mental power. Your blood is more effective. I don't know whether you can enter other people's mental seas in addition to entering my mental sea of consciousness to help me comb the mental threads. Fu Linchuan paused for a moment and asked, So, Xia Fanqing, what was your identity before? Xia Fanqing was stunned when he heard Fu Linchuan's explanation. This silk thread turned out to be Fu Linchuan's mental power. He seemed to understand what was going on now. He asked in disbelief, What do you mean? I am like a hot cake now, and everyone wants to come and take a bite? In fact, Xia Fanqing wanted to say that he was Tang Monk's flesh now. Yes. Do you remember how you got to the underground city? Xia Fanqing shook his head. The original owner of this body was dead, and he was just a lonely soul from another world. You have to protect yourself. Don't let anyone know about this. Do you understand? Xia Fanqing nodded. He didn't expect the identity of this body to be so troublesome. Xia Fanqing asked in confusion, Why can I enter your sea of consciousness, but not other people's sea of consciousness? Fu Linchuan could vaguely guess. But it was not nice to say that a marshal of a country secretly went to bed with someone. Maybe I am the person closest to you. What if I want to see you in the future? Is it a holiday tomorrow? I'll ask Fu Xiaolu to pick you up. You've met him. I know. Xia Fanqing waved her hand. This love affair was like a meeting between an underground organization. Xia Fanqing changed her clothes early the next morning and prepared to go out. Lu Yuyu and the others also packed their things and prepared to go home. Xia Fanqing. Do you want to go home with me? Thanks. I have an appointment with a friend today. After Lu Yuyu and the others left, Xia Fanqing also went out with the flour cakes he prepared for Fu Linchuan. As soon as he left the school gate, a little kid of 6 or 7 bumped into his legs and sat down on the ground. Xia Fanqing quickly helped him up. Sorry. Are you okay? Brother. My hand hurts. The blue-eyed little kid raised his chubby palm that was rubbed red to show him. Brother will blow it for you, and it won't hurt. Xia Fanqing held the little bean's soft hand and blew on it twice. The warm breath blew on Lacey's hand, and his long eyelashes trembled twice. Where are your parents? I'll take you there. No need. Brother. My 5th brother asked me to wait for him here. Then brother will take you to the place where the guard brother is at the door. Okay. Xia Fanqing coaxed softly. Thank you. Brother. Xia Fanqing took him to a cool place and took 2 flour cakes from his bag for him. Don't run around. Brother has something else to do. I'll leave first. Xia Fanqing felt a slight itch under her hand when she looked at the fluffy curly hair of the little bean. She rubbed his head twice to comfort him. Hee. It felt so good. The little bean under her hand did not cry. He blinked his big watery eyes and smiled at her. Xia Fanqing was almost melted by the little bean. Goodbye. Brother. Goodbye. Lacey waved goodbye to Xia Fanqing. After the people walked away, he came to an airship not far away. How is it? Did you see someone? Les asked jokingly when he saw someone coming up. Lacey sat in the back of the airship without saying a word. He stared at his chubby hands with a look of annoyance. His mental strength had not yet fully recovered, which caused him to look like a 6 or 7-year-old child when he turned into a human. It's good for you to be like this. When your 5th brother, catch Xia Fanqing. You will be my and Xia Fanqing's son. How great. Get lost. Lacey rolled his eyes at his 5th brother. You are too overbearing. You can't catch her now. But you don't let me. Your 5th brother. Take action. No. Just no. It's unreasonable. Xia Fanqing arrived at the designated location and saw a familiar little boy waving at her. Teacher Xia. Here. Aren't you Lu Fuguang's cousin? Yes. Lu Fuguang is my cousin. And Fu Yuanshui is also my cousin. Fu Xiaolu was talking nonsense. Xia Fanqing's mouth twitched. He was a 3-year-old child. Who would believe such nonsense? Fu Xiaolu sent Xia Fanqing to a small villa and ran away. Before Xia Fanqing knocked on the door, the man standing inside opened the door. Xia Fanqing was a little embarrassed to see Fu Linchuan again. He didn't know who was so awesome in his sea of consciousness yesterday. But he immediately became timid when he saw the real person. He bared his teeth a little embarrassedly. Mr. Fu. Seeing the little human's restrained look, Fu Linchuan's eyes flashed a smile. He didn't know who was the one who shouted his name yesterday. Fu Linchuan pulled the person into the house. What do you want to drink? Lemon tea or sour plum tea? All right. The first time he officially met Fu Linchuan in real life, the man's strong aura made Xia Fanqing a little uncomfortable, and he didn't know where to look. If I become like this, will you feel better? As soon as Fu Linchuan finished speaking, he turned into the little lion that Xia Fanqing was familiar with. Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up. Little lion. He wanted to touch it, but was a little embarrassed. He coughed and asked politely, Can I touch it? Fu Linchuan chuckled. He wanted to touch it but pretended to be reserved. Fu Linchuan jumped directly on him. Xia Fanqing didn't hesitate to touch it with both hands. Woo. It was so cute. Xia Fanqing suddenly remembered that Fu Linchuan's eyes were golden, but the little lion's eyes seemed to be gray-blue. He lifted the little lion on his lap to his level. Huh? Your eyes are really gray-blue. I remember correctly. Then why are your eyes golden when you become a human? Because the eyes of lions will turn golden when they grow up. Fu Linchuan explained. So that's how it is. Xia Fanqing pinched the little lion's paw pad with one hand and touched the little lion's round ears with the other hand. Fu Linchuan. We are in a relationship now. Right? Fu Linchuan nodded. Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up and continued, Then I want to kiss it. Right? Fu Linchuan didn't expect the little human to ask so bluntly, but he nodded anyway. Seeing the little lion nod, Xia Fanqing no longer concealed it. Since she knew that all the orcs in the garden were adult beastmen, Xia Fanqing didn't dare to touch him randomly. But now this little lion is her boyfriend. So he is her own. And she can touch him however she likes. Xia Fanqing's face flushed with excitement, and she lifted the little lion and sucked hard on his warm and fluffy belly twice, rubbing it while sucking. Woo. Tits. They are cute tits. Fu Linchuan was so frightened by Xia Fanqing's crazy behavior that he dared not move. How long has he endured this fluffy addiction? Chapter 66. Xia Fanqing buried her face in the little lion's belly and sucked for a long time, and finally raised her head with an obsessed look. Woo woo woo. So cool. Fu Linchuan saw that he liked it so much that he simply turned into a 2-meter-tall body. The situation between the two of them immediately reversed. Xia Fanqing, who was originally holding the little lion, instantly lay in the arms of the big lion. Xia Fanqing, who was just sucking and intoxicated, was confused. How did it become bigger? After reacting, Xia Fanqing became more excited and threw herself on the big lion. Suck it for me. Suck it for me. Oversized plush. Who knows this kind of happiness? At this time, Xia Fanqing had long forgotten the restraint when entering the door, and was immersed in the plush paradise. Fu Linchuan looked at the little human in his arms lovingly. No wonder the little human liked to hold him so much. He also liked to hold the soft little human in his arms now. Fu Linchuan stretched out his tongue and licked the little human's fair face. Xia Fanqing giggled when licked by the big lion's barbed tongue. Big lion, stop making trouble. It's so itchy, ha ha ha. After licking Xia Fanqing, Fu Linchuan seemed to have discovered a new pleasure. He lowered his head and sniffed Xia Fanqing's neck. His breath sprayed on Xia Fanqing's neck. The little human's neck soon turned slightly red. Fu Linchuan laughed softly. How could it be so sensitive? Some of the hard mane on the lion's neck pricked Xia Fanqing's neck. Xia Fanqing pushed the lion away from her neck with a little itch. Don't make trouble. Don't make trouble. Xia Fanqing's little face turned red, and tears were slightly in her eyes. When he had enough fun, he nestled in the lion's soft belly and closed his eyes to rest. And one hand did not forget to pinch the lion's elastic meat pad. When Xia Fanqing woke up in a daze, he reached out to touch the lion's soft abdomen. But what he touched was indeed hard abdominal muscles. Xia Fanqing jumped up immediately in fear and almost fell off the sofa. Fu Linchuan caught him and took him back into his arms. What's wrong? The man's magnetic voice exploded in Xia Fanqing's ears. Xia Fanqing didn't dare to raise his face. He shook his head vigorously. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. How come it suddenly turned into a human? Now he doesn't even dare to look at it. Fu Linchuan's laughter came from above, and Xia Fanqing angrily covered his mouth with a paw. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Turn into a big lion quickly, in order to prevent the little human from dying of shame and anger. Fu Linchuan obediently turned into a big lion. Xia Fanqing buried his face in the soft belly of the big lion and whimpered twice, leaving only 2 red ears exposed. Fu Linchuan's always cold heart seemed to be hit by something soft when he saw him like this. Xia Fanqing took a long time to raise her blushing face. Fu Linchuan, can we have a discussion? Fu Linchuan looked at the little human with rolling eyes and raised his chin, signaling him to continue. Let me make it clear first. You can't be angry. Fu Linchuan nodded. Xia Fanqing plucked up the courage to say, well, can you not change into a human? You are fine like this. Really? I am a little uncomfortable with you turning into a human. Fu Linchuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the little human would make such a request. When the two of them were in the sea of consciousness, the little human was quite open-minded. Why couldn't he do that in reality? Could it be because his face didn't grow to the little human's aesthetic taste after taking off the mask? Fu Linchuan, who never cared about appearance, asked, You don't like my face? Xia Fanqing shook her head frantically. No. No. You are super handsome. But I am a little scared. You look a bit like the Dean of Academic Affairs. Xia Fanqing screamed like a groundhog in her heart. Xia Fanqing, what are you talking about? Fu Linchuan nodded in understanding, although he was not quite clear about the relationship between him and the Dean of Academic Affairs. But he probably understood what the little human meant. He was used to being a superior, and he was intimidating without anger. Fu Linchuan turned into an orc again after hearing what he said. If you are not used to it, just get used to it. Fu Linchuan held the cute little human in his arms, and Xia Fanqing slid away like a loach. It's almost noon. I'll cook for you. Looking at the little human's figure running away, Fu Linchuan's eyes were filled with smiles. Xia Fanqing patted her hot face, and couldn't help but despise herself in her heart. Xia Fanqing, why are you so useless? When Xia Fanqing was cooking in the kitchen, Fu Linchuan rolled up his sleeves to help Xia Fanqing cook. Do you need me to help you with anything? Even if Xia Fanqing heard Fu Lingquan's deep cello-like voice 100 times, she couldn't help but feel her ears itching. Mr. Fu's voice was too foul. No. No. Mr. Fu. Just wait outside. Why? You don't call my name anymore? Xia Fanqing remembered how she stood with her hands on her hips and called Fu Lingquan arrogantly yesterday. Now she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. You, get out. Xia Fanqing said timidly and fiercely. Okay. Listen to us little humans. Fu Lingquan obediently leaned against the kitchen door and watched Xia Fanqing busying herself inside. After Xia Fanqing fried the third egg, he lowered his head and pushed Fu Lingquan away from the kitchen door, then closed the kitchen glass door with a bang. When Fu Lingquan stood at the kitchen door and looked at him, he felt like a candidate being stared at by the invigilator. After Fu Lingquan left, Xia Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief and started her own cooking career. Since Fu Lingquan had limited ingredients, Xia Fanqing finally decided that barbecue would be more delicious for the two of them. After Xia Fanqing prepared the ingredients, Fu Lingquan helped him bring them out. Fu Lingquan skillfully placed the marinated meat on the grill and put it on the plate in front of Xia Fanqing after it was grilled. In the past, when they were in the garden, Xia Fanqing grilled them for them. Now that he has recovered as an orc, he can also feed the little humans. Soon, there was a small pile of plates in front of Xia Fanqing. Fu. Mr. Fu. That's enough. Xia Fanqing said a little embarrassedly. He felt that calling Fu Lingquan seemed impolite, and calling him Mr. Fu was a little ambiguous. The two of them ate in silence. Fu Lingquan was a man of few words, and Xia Fanqing didn't even dare to raise her head under Fu Lingquan's gaze. After lunch, Fu Lingquan wanted to stay with the little human for a while, but Xia Fanqing wanted to run away as soon as she finished her meal. Fu Lingquan simply turned into his original form to block her way. Sleep with me for a while. Xia Fanqing, who originally wanted to run away, couldn't walk when he saw the huge furry thing in front of him. He nodded in confusion. Okay. When he reacted, he was already lying in the arms of the big lion. Xia Fanqing was so tempted that she wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill herself. How could she not withstand the temptation of furry things? Xia Fanqing fell asleep in the familiar furry embrace in a short while. After Xia Fanqing fell asleep, Fu Lingquan transformed into an orc and held Xia Fanqing in his arms. Did he like his beast form so much? He was very relaxed in front of the beast form. But why couldn't he be in human form? This made Fu Lingquan a little unconfident. Xia Fanqing slept until the afternoon. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mr. Fu's hard chest muscles. Xia Fanqing quietly slid down, but was pulled up by Fu Lingquan. When Xia Fanqing raised his head, he met Fu Lingquan's golden eyes that seemed to smile. Xia Fanqing laughed awkwardly. Mr. Fu, you're awake. Fu Lingquan pinched the little human's slender waist and pulled him up, holding the little human's waist tightly in his arms with one hand, and holding the little human's head against him with the other hand. The beast that Fu Lingquan suppressed rushed out instantly, and he kissed Xia Fanqing's lips fiercely. He whispered seductively, "Open your mouth." Xia Fanqing felt the breath of danger. He shook his head and tried to retreat, but was pushed back by Fu Lingquan domineeringly. He was forced to endure Fu Lingquan's kiss like a storm, and when he felt that he was about to suffocate, Fu Lingquan let him go. Xia Fanqing lay on Fu Lingquan's chest, panting. A kiss was simply fatal. When Xia Fanqing recovered, he quickly climbed up from Fu Lingquan's body and ran away. Mr. Fu. Goodbye. Fu Lingquan asked Fu Xiaolu to send Xia Fanqing back. Xia Fanqing felt his heart was still beating wildly on the airship. His mouth was red and swollen. Fu Xiaolu sat beside him and tilted his head to look at him. Xia Fanqing, what did you eat at noon? Why is your mouth so red? Fu Xiaolu's question made Xia Fanqing's mouth red, and even his face flushed. He stammered, "At noon. I put too much chili at noon." "Then you should put less next time. Our eldest brother will be distressed when he sees it." "Right?" Xia Fanqing rolled her eyes silently in her heart. "He is distressed? It's all his fault. He is only 2.2 meters tall. I, who is 1.8 meters tall, look like a little chicken in front of him. I can't run away." Xia Fanqing ignored Fu Lingquan after she went back. He was angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. Even when Fu Lingquan sent him a message, he just said him in awe. Fu Lingquan indulged her boyfriend's awkward temper. There was nothing she could do. She could only spoil her boyfriend. Xia Fanqing spent 2 days of vacation. One day she accompanied Fu Linchuan, and the other day she did homework in the dormitory and visited his small farm. He hadn't been to his small farm for a few days. As soon as he went there, the orcs who were pets at his farm surrounded him and said, "Boss, boss, I can't do this question. Boss, boss, please teach me how to fly an airship." Xia Fanqing answered his questions one by one. Xia Fanqing now felt that he was not running a small farm, but a fucking after-school tutoring class. And it was free. Xia Fanqing was busy as soon as he entered his farm. He captured about 20 orcs at the beginning. And now there are almost 100 orcs in his farm. They all heard that their star level can be improved here. And the owner of the farm will usually help them solve some difficult problems in learning. This makes many orcs voluntarily join this small farm. Chapter 67. Assemble. The instructor shouted loudly to stop the students, who were fighting on the training ground. La Luna also sat up from the recliner. "Instructor, what's the matter?" The higher-ups are inspecting. The students who were in class quickly gathered together. As soon as they lined up, the school's senior officials came over with a man in a black suit. Seeing who was coming, the military academy students' eyes lit up. It turned out that Marshal Fu came to inspect in person. When Xia Fanqing saw that it was Fu Linchuan, she stood up straighter, staring at the newcomer with sparkling eyes. Fu Linchuan passed by the little human with a smile in his eyes. "Students, we are honored to have Marshal Fu come to inspect our school today. Please let Marshal Fu say a few words to everyone," the thin principal said to the people below. After the previous principal was involved in a fraud case, Fu Linchuan arranged for someone from the military to take over as the principal. Compared with those civilian personnel, it is better for the military academy to have someone from the military. Welcome to become an imperial soldier. You must remember that your responsibility is to protect your family and the Chroman Empire. Yes. Looking at the imperial war god standing in front of them, the military academy students' eyes were full of enthusiasm. This is Fu Linchuan, the myth of the empire's invincibility. There is nothing else to say. I hope you will not forget your original intention. Fu Linchuan paused for 2 seconds and then said, "Is there anyone who has come up and fought a few moves?" The military academy students' eyes brightened when they heard Fu Linchuan's proposal. It was an opportunity that many people could not ask for to fight a few moves with Marshal Fu. If this was told out, I don't know how many orcs would be jealous. Report to the instructor. I'll do it. Report to the instructor. I'll do it. All the students took a step forward to fight with Fu Linchuan. Xia Fanqing followed the crowd and took a step forward. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that were rising wildly. How could Fu Linchuan have time to come to the school to guide him when he was so idle? Come one by one. Fu Linchuan took off his coat and only wore a white shirt inside. The muscles that were looming showed the great power contained in the body of an S-level orc. The orc in the front row was eager to try and rush forward with his arms swung twice. Fu Linchuan held the orc's arm with one hand and threw him to the ground. The orc who was thrown to the ground was confused. Is this the difference between a B-level orc and an S-level orc? If he were on the battlefield, he would have been killed in one move. Seeing that a fairly strong orc in their class was pinned to the ground with one move, the other military school students became even more excited. Fu Linchuan waved his hand. Too slow. Come together. The orcs looked at each other and rushed forward. Xia Fanqing also took advantage of the opportunity to wave his fist at Fu Linchuan. But Fu Linchuan blocked it with his backhand. After a while, all the orcs lying on the ground were wailing. Fu Linchuan knocked them down one by one. Only Xia Fanqing, who was teasing a kitten, took a few moves. Fu Linchuan pulled Xia Fanqing to attack and whispered in his ear, "Come to the back door of the school after class." Seeing that most people were lying down, Xia Fanqing also cried out and lay on the ground with her arms clasped. Looking at the poor acting of the little human, Fu Linchuan's eyes were filled with laughter. He was still so stupid. After Fu Linchuan left, the military academy students were still holding their arms and grinning. "Hey, Marshal Fu just pulled me down with this arm. It was my shoulder. He. Marshal Fu pushed me and looked so handsome. Ah, I forgot to record it. I want to frame it for my descendants to admire their awesome ancestors. Yes. Instructor, please help me with the surveillance." The military academy students who reacted after class blocked La Luna and begged her to help them adjust the surveillance. Xia Fanqing ran away when no one was paying attention. La Luna screamed and wanted to call him. The little brat ran faster than a rabbit. Liluna was surrounded by the group of military academy students and couldn't get away. She stamped her feet twice in annoyance. The little brat must not be kidnapped. Xia Fanqing ran all the way to the back door of the school. He saw the black airship next to the grove from a distance. When Xia Fanqing was about to arrive, he pretended to be calm and walked forward. Fu Linchuan opened the door for him, and Xia Fanqing went in with sparkling eyes. Xia Fanqing put her hands on her legs and secretly glanced at Fu Linchuan in a suit. Fu Linchuan usually wore military uniform or training uniform, but today he wore a black suit, which was rare. The abstinence from his body made Xia Fanqing drool. Fu Linchuan waved his hand. Come here. Xia Fanqing hesitated for 2 seconds, and then sat on Fu Linchuan's legs. Fu Linchuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He just wanted the little human to be closer to him, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Fu Linchuan's mouth corners slightly raised. The little human actually liked this kind of hanging. Fu Linchuan held Xia Fanqing's slender waist with one hand. Are you angry? Xia Fanqing shyly shook her head. Then why didn't you reply to my message? Xia Fanqing bumped into Fu Linchuan's shoulder. You're so fierce. Fu Linchuan chuckled, and she could feel the slight vibration of the man's chest when her head was against his chest. Xia Fanqing punched Fu Linchuan in the chest in anger. Don't laugh. Why are you so domineering? Can I be gentler this time? Fu Linchuan whispered in Xia Fanqing's ear, and before Xia Fanqing could speak, Fu Linchuan held the little human's head and kissed him. The gentle kiss made Xia Fanqing feel even more tortured, so he bit him hard. And Fu Linchuan was not polite. After the kiss, Xia Fanqing leaned on Fu Linchuan's shoulder and panted. Xia Fanqing bumped Fu Linchuan's chest twice in annoyance. It's her own fault. Fu Linchuan straightened the little human's wrinkled clothes. Let Fu Lu pick you up this weekend. Go. The rookie who had just fallen in love reluctantly played with the man's callous palm. Fu Linchuan kissed his forehead. Go ahead. Xia Fanqing climbed up from the man's legs, opened the door, and jumped down. He turned around and wanted to blow a kiss to Fu Linchuan before he ran 2 steps. When he looked up, he saw Fu Mingyan riding on the wall. Fu Mingyan was riding on the wall in a somewhat embarrassed manner, holding a bunch of moon lilies in one hand. He saw that the animal ears on Xia Fanqing's head were erected. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing's flying kiss got stuck in the middle, and he took his hand back awkwardly. Fu Mingyan? Fu Mingyan jumped down from the wall. Your school is really guarded. I wandered around for a long time and finally climbed up. I'll give it to you. The big boy handed the flowers in his arms to him with an evasive look. Xia Fanqing coughed twice, and he pointed to the back and said, Look behind. Fu Mingyan turned his head with a confused look, and his uncle Fu on a flying boat was looking at him coldly. Fu Mingyan was so scared that he immediately jumped to the top of the wall again. Uncle, I really didn't skip class on purpose. Xia Fanqing ran away immediately when Fu Mingyan turned around. It had nothing to do with him. It was all because Fu Linchuan said he was Fu Mingyan, then he went to chat with him. Run! Come back, Fu Linchuan said coldly. Fu Mingyan didn't expect that he was so unlucky today. He came to chase someone and met his uncle. He jumped down from the wall again, smiled dryly and moved over. Uncle Fu, why are you here? Huh? Fu Linchuan snorted coldly, and Fu Mingyan's legs were shaking with fear. Come to find Xia Fanqing? Fu Mingyan nodded. That's your little aunt. If you dare to come over and harass your little aunt again, I'll break your legs. Fu Mingyan was so scared that his expression was blank. What did he hear? Little aunt? What little aunt? Go back and keep it secret. Fu Linchuan left after saying a few words. The hot air from the airship made Fu Mingyan scream. Fu Mingyan looked at the departing airship with a confused face. His 1,000-year-old uncle has a girlfriend? Is it Xia Fanqing? Fu Mingyan screamed and rolled over again. His first love. It ended before it even began. At this time, the underground city was ablaze. A man in a peacock blue robe was standing outside the city with the hyena family behind him. When Fars received the news that the black market and the hyena family had joined forces to rebel, he immediately opened the protective light shield to the limit, and most of the central city area was protected. Sir, this protective light shield can't be opened for a while. What should we do? The patriarch of the hyena clan crouched beside the man and said, A few days ago, a mysterious person broke into their family. Their guards had no time to react. The head of his family was pinched by the neck, and pressed to the ground. The hyena clan leader was so scared that he begged for mercy again and again. The man in gorgeous clothes threw his men to the ground, and he walked up the steps to the main seat on the high platform. The black market lord has come to see the hyena tribe leader. The lazy voice of the man came from above. The man wore a black hood on his head, revealing only a thin chin. He spoke respectfully but sat lazily on the hyena tribe seat. When he heard that it was the lord of the black market, the hyena tribe leader broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out to be him. The news of the change of the black market owner a few days ago had already spread widely. Although the megalodon was an A-level orc with damaged mental power, it was still a rare A-level orc anyway. It was killed by the man in front of him. He knew that he was no match for him just now. He quickly bowed and greeted. Hyena Chief, I am honored to meet you. What advice do you have for me this time? I will give you a gift. The position of the Dungeon Lord. I dare not. I dare not. The hyena chief's legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Although the hyenas were rampant in the dungeon, they were not so rampant as to dare to provoke Fars. I am asking you one last time. Do you want to? Jin Ming sat on the main seat and turned the small in his hand. Yes. Yes. Please give me your orders. Sir. The hyena chieftain was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. If he said no, he would go to see his grandmother the next second. Jin Ming led his Deadpool to attack the city lord's mansion with the black market and the hyena tribe. The city lord's mansion immediately opened the protective shield to protect most of the city. Looking at the huge protective shield in front of him, Jin Ming showed his claws and flew up to chop it. But the protective shield returned to its original state after a few fluctuations. In the city lord's mansion, Fars and his men were ready to counterattack. The hurried footsteps woke up Yu Xiaodong, who was still sleeping. He pushed the door open in a daze to check and saw that all the guards of the city lord's mansion were gathering in a hurry. Brother Lian. What happened to Brother Lian? Yu Xiaodong saw a familiar figure downstairs. Someone has betrayed. Xiaodong. Protect yourself, and don't leave the city lord's mansion. After Lian gave this instruction, he led his men and disappeared. Yu Xiaodong looked at the time. It was still 2 hours before dawn, but the Eye of Light had already switched to daytime mode. Yu Xiaodong hid in the dormitory and closed the door tightly. He took out the light computer and tremblingly edited a message to send to Xia Fanqing. But he was afraid that Xia Fanqing would rush in rashly. This was the city lord's mansion. How could it be so easily breached? He edited the message in case of emergency. As soon as he finished editing, a huge explosion sounded outside. The ground shook violently with the explosion. Yu Xiaodong was so scared that he hid in the corner. He held the light computer tightly in his hand and prayed silently that nothing would happen. Chapter 68. The explosions continued for a day, and the Eye of Light never dimmed again. Yu Xiaodong hid in his room and did not dare to come out. He curled up in fear. He felt the explosions getting closer and closer, and the roar of his beast seemed to be close at hand. He quietly poked his head out and looked out through the glass. At this time, the smoke was almost spreading to the city lord's mansion. Xia Fanqing. Why were you not there when you went to check the surveillance yesterday? An orc asked. Do you want me to send you a copy? The way I landed yesterday was so handsome. Okay. Please send me a copy of the laptop. After receiving the surveillance video, Xia Fanqing happily collected it and took a private folder. Today is the weekend. Today is the weekend. No need to go to work or school. Xia Fanqing skipped towards the back door of the school with his backpack on his back. He was going to see Mr. Fu. Happy! He was happy to be able to pet the big lion again. Not far away, Fu Xiaolu stood next to the airship and waved at him. Teacher Xia. Here. As soon as Fu Xiaolu finished speaking, his eyes changed drastically, and he rushed towards Xia Fanqing. A bomb fell from the place where Xia Fanqing had just stood. Fu Xiaolu held Xia Fanqing and rolled several times before he stabilized his body. He protected Xia Fanqing behind him with one hand and called for support from the nearby secret guards. I am number 6. The back door of the academy. Requesting support. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the black-clothed men jumped off the airship, led by a man in a black cloak. Catch him. Behind him came an orc with a bite stopper as big as a hill. His limbs dragged heavy metal chains. Every step he took, the chains behind him rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound. The man's eyes showed khaki vertical pupils, and the blue veins on his exposed skin seemed to be about to burst at any time. Fu Xiaolu stepped back a few steps while protecting Xia Fanqing. He was a high-level orc who was even stronger than him. The man rushed up with heavy steps while panting heavily. He swung the chain on his body and attacked Fu Xiaolu. Fu Xiaolu dodged with Xia Fanqing, and a deep crack exploded on the ground where the chain landed. Xia Fanqing, go in. Fu Xiaolu pushed Xia Fanqing to the airship. Their boss's airship was made of special protective metal, hoping that it could last until their boss arrived. Fu Xiaolu showed beast patterns on his face and raised his gun to shoot at the man opposite. However, the bullet hit the man with a sharp sound and then fell. Fu Xiaolu cursed and threw away the gun in his hand. He turned into a claw and rushed forward. The man threw the chain and hit Fu Xiaolu. Fu Xiaolu hit the airship behind him heavily. Xia Fanqing on the airship anxiously slapped the window. Xiaolu. Fu Xiaolu spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out to be an S-level orc, and his strength was comparable to that of his boss. How could there be another S-level orc? At this time, the other secret guards also gathered around. Xiaolu, are you okay? Third brother, be careful. This is an S-level orc. The other secret guards were secretly surprised when they heard Fu Xiaolu's words. How could there be a second S-level orc in the Chroman Empire? And he looked like he was about to go berserk. But it seemed that something was suppressing the orc, who was about to explode at any time. He was simply a monster. They all surrounded the airship behind them, and were on guard. Even if they died today, they would not let this monster take teacher Xiao Xia away. The monster rushed towards his target again. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The secret guards rushed forward one after another, facing the S-level orcs. Guns and ammunition could not cause any substantial damage to them. The orcs' claws were the best weapon. They attacked the S-level orcs on the opposite side. The mental power they mobilized made them half-beasts. The beast patterns on their faces were looming, and their fingers turned into claws flashing with cold light. For a while, the sound of metal collisions accompanied by sparks came over. Xia Fanqing looked at the battle outside anxiously. Fu Xiaolu and his men were obviously no match. After several fights, 2 secret guards were lying on the ground. He took out his light brain and sent a message for help to Fu Linchuan. He had just sent the message when he saw the message sent to him by Yu Xiaodong. The underground city has fallen. Do not reply. Xia Fanqing looked at the message with bloodshot eyes. How could this happen? Don't let anything happen. With trembling hands, he called Yu Xiaodong through the optical computer. But all he heard was a cold female voice prompting hello. The other party is turned off. Please call again later. Xia Fanqing held the optical computer tightly in his hand. He wanted to go back to the underground city to find his cat. Outside, Fu Xiaolu was punched on the airship again. The powerful shock wave knocked Xia Fanqing directly onto the glass. Xiaolu. The S-class orc outside was already bloodthirsty at this time. He dragged the bloody chain towards the airship where Xia Fanqing was, and tore the special bulletproof door with one claw. He roared inside and stretched out his veiny hand to pull Xia Fanqing out. The man standing beside him said in a deep voice, "Number 1, come back." Number 1 looked at the food in his mouth and reluctantly withdrew his hand. He smelled so good that he really wanted to eat him in one bite. The man in a black hood came over. Number 2, long time no see. It's you. It's me. Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin dragged Xia Fanqing's hand and pulled him down. Baby, I've been looking for you so hard. Xia Fanqing glanced at Fu Xiaolu and other secret guards lying on the ground. Dying? He took out Xingxia and stabbed Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin suddenly threw away Xia Fanqing, but his face was still scratched. I forgot that you are a military school student now. Jiang Yin chuckled and quickly dodged behind Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing stabbed at the afterimage, but Jiang Yin kicked the weapon off his hand. He grabbed Xia Fanqing's arm with one hand and pinched Xia Fanqing's chin with the other hand. Don't forget, you are a human. How can you be the opponent of an A-level orc? Jiang Yin bit Xia Fanqing's neck, and the bright red blood stained his pale lips. I'll collect some interest first. Jiang Yin took Xia Fanqing away from the scene. On the airship, Jiang Yin squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Fanqing in the corner. He didn't expect that this human had evolved so perfectly in a place he couldn't see. Just these few mouthfuls of blood calmed his mental power that was on the verge of collapse. This effect was better than the effect of the serum he purified at the beginning. When Fu Linchuan arrived at the scene, there was only a mess on the ground. The Fu family secret guards he sent to protect Xia Fanqing were all killed except Fu Xiaolu, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Fu Lingquan's eyes were scarlet. His lover was gone. His brother was dead. And this hatred was irreconcilable. Today, Gu Chanlin suddenly summoned him to discuss the compensation issue for the Zerg. Fu Lingquan didn't understand why the matter had to be renegotiated. But when he left the meeting room and saw the distress messages sent to him by the little human and the secret guard, he understood the reason. Gu Chanlin was actually involved in this. Jiang Yan brought Xia Fanqing to another of his experimental bases. After getting off the airship, he fiercely ripped off Xia Fanqing's cat ears and animal tail. I still like you as a human. Jiang Yan pushed Xia Fanqing to the laboratory, which was filled with various syringes and reagents. Jiang Yan licked his pale lips. Baby, this is all prepared for you. Do you like it? Jiang Yan pressed Xia Fanqing to lie on the operating table, and the cold shackles immediately imprisoned Xia Fanqing's limbs. Xia Fanqing struggled twice and gave up. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to keep good physical strength and be ready to escape at any time. He could vaguely guess the reason why Jiang Yan grabbed him. Because of the soothing power in his body. But it's not time to use it yet. A needle on the operating table was inserted into Xia Fanqing's arm, and blood was drawn out of him. As time passed, he felt colder and colder, and the operating light above his head became dimmer and dimmer. When Xia Fanqing's life value sounded an alarm, the cold needle left his body. Jiang Yan looked at Xia Fanqing, who was about to fall into a coma on the operating table. With some regret, how could you not bear it after just a little bit of blood was drawn? I really want to drain you dry. But it's a pity. You are more valuable to me alive. When Xia Fanqing woke up, the first thing he saw was the snow-white ceiling. The remaining memories of his body seemed to replay a scene from before. It looked very familiar. Xia Fanqing pulled the corner of his mouth in self-mockery. Why was his time travel so miserable? He supported his body and prepared to sit up. But his eyes went dark, and he fell onto the bed again. Are you okay? A thin boy with gray animal ears on his head came over carefully. Do you want some water? Yes. Thank you. Xia Fanqing lay weakly on the bed. And Jiang Yan, the dog coin, almost drained his blood. The little orc fed Xia Fanqing some water, and gave him 2 tubes of nutrient solution. Xia Fanqing smiled at him gratefully, seeing that the experimental subject he took care of this time was so gentle. Xu Xiaomi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Those experimental subjects were really too fierce, and he often had bruises all over his body. My name is Xia Fanqing. What's your name? My name is Xu Xiaomi. You actually have a name. They are all called number 1. Number 3. I should go. I'll come to see you when it's time for dinner. After feeding Xia Fanqing the nutrient solution, Xu Xiaomi left in a hurry. He had other experimental subjects to take care of. Xia Fanqing smiled at him, and the big-eyed rat boy withdrew somewhat embarrassedly. Xia Fanqing lay on the bed to recuperate. After drinking 2 tubes of nutrient solution, he felt that his cold body had a little warmth. Fu Lingquan, come and save me quickly. Xia Fanqing closed his eyes and thought about the person in his heart. After feeding Xia Fanqing the nutrient solution, Xu Xiaomi threw a few tubes of nutrient solution into the laboratory of other orcs. After throwing them, he ran away immediately. Recently, many A-level orcs came to this secret base. When delivering nutrient solution to them, he was so scared that he clamped his tail. Finally, he pushed the cart to a laboratory at the end, and pushed the nutrient solution in his hand into the laboratory. Number 1. Come and eat. Number 1, who had been standing by the wall without moving his eyes, turned his head after hearing the familiar voice, and threw the nutrient solution into his mouth with the tube. Xu Xiaomi thought that number 1 had the best personality among all the experimental subjects. Although he looked ugly with blue veins all over his body, number 1 had never grabbed his hand and broke his fingers. Everyone said that number 1 was extremely dangerous, but Xu Xiaomi thought that number 1 was just too silent. Chapter 69. After delivering food to number 1, Xu Xiaomi sat down against the glass wall. He began to mutter to the silent number 1 inside. A new experimental subject came today. He looks pretty, but he is a little thin. I don't know how long he can live here. Number 1 did not respond to him, but Xu Xiaomi did not care. He did not even have anyone to talk to here. Every day he was only responsible for delivering food to the locked-up experimental subjects and cleaning the office. Everyone here could bully him, and he was not happy at all. Every day he could talk to only number 1 who would not break his fingers. Mao Xiaomi, where have you been? Come and clean up Lab 13. Mao Xiaomi was chattering, and was interrupted by the irritable voice on the intercom. He quickly got up from the ground. I'm coming. I'm coming. Fu Linchuan sat behind his desk, with a gloomy face. After a day, he couldn't find anything about Xia Fanqing's whereabouts. But he knew that this matter was related to Jiang Yan. Where is the little human? After sending people to search without success, Fu Linchuan led his people into the parallel experiment organization. The guards at the door saw that it was Fu Linchuan who came, but didn't dare to stop him. He quickly reported to his leader. Marshal Fu, how come you have time to come here today? Jiang Yan came to the hall with the guards behind him. I came to ask for someone Xia Fanqing. Fu Linchuan looked at the person opposite coldly. Marshal Fu, this is a biological laboratory. How can we have the person you are looking for? Jiang Yan. Fu Linchuan grabbed Jiang Yan's neck and lifted him up. And the guards behind him immediately pointed their guns at Fu Linchuan. Don't do it, Jiang Yan said with difficulty in Fu Linchuan's hand. And veins popped out on his forehead. Fu Linchuan threw the man to the ground fiercely, and said to the people who brought him over, go and search. The guard wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Jiang Yan. Let them search. Fu Linchuan. Don't forget. This is a formal laboratory. Directly under the royal family. Think about it before making a decision. Fu Linchuan signaled to his people to continue searching. Soon Fu Linchuan's people turned the laboratory over. Boss. Nothing was found. Let's go. Fu Linchuan left with his people. Jiang Yan coughed twice while holding his neck. This time, Gu Chonglin also intervened in this matter. He didn't believe that Fu Linchuan dared to go against the royal family. When he found out that Xia Fanqing was involved with Fu Linchuan, he immediately found Gu Chonglin and confessed that he had found a healing experiment subject. But it escaped accidentally. Gu Chonglin immediately knew what was going on. Jiang Yan actually cultivated the experiment subject privately, and wanted to take it for himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Fu Linchuan was involved this time, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to expose such a rare experiment subject. Gu Chonglin, who learned the truth, slapped Jiang Yan hard on the face. You dare to betray me. Don't forget who gave you the position you have today. Your subordinate deserves death. How is number 1 doing recently? And are there any A-level orcs who can replace Fu Linchuan? Number 1 is still the same as before, except that he is difficult to control in terms of killing. Several other A-level orcs have recovered, but only number 1 can compete with Fu Linchuan. Hurry up. You have kidnapped Fu Linchuan's people this time, and Fu Linchuan cannot stay. Take me to see the experimental subject. Yes. Jiang Yan took Gu Chonglin to another of his experimental bases. The entrance to this laboratory was located in the downtown area of Kyoto. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary residential area, but the basement led to the experimental base outside the city. It's him. Jiang Yan took Gu Chonglin, who was wearing a black robe, to Xia Fanqing's culture room. His blood can only heal 1 A-level orc for the time being. I'll give you 3 days to leave a sample, and get rid of him as soon as possible. What a pity. Gu Chonglin looked at Xia Fanqing, who was resting on the bed. If his mental strength was not on the verge of collapse at any time, he would have wanted to leave Xia Fanqing for Jiang Yan to study slowly. But now, he needed all of Xia Fanqing's blood to purify the serum. So Xia Fanqing would definitely die. Your Majesty, 3 days may not be enough. Even if you start injecting him with catalytic agents now, it will take at least 7 days for his body's healing ability to reach the most perfect state. Jiang Yan, if you dare to deceive me again, you know the consequences. Yes. After Gu Chonglin left, Jiang Yan entered Xia Fanqing's cultivation room. Xia Fanqing looked at him and smiled. Was he someone from the royal family just now? Let me guess. The one who made you so respectful was Gu Chonglin. Right? You are very smart. But what does it matter if you know it? He needs your serum to stabilize his mental power. So you must die. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he pressed Xia Fanqing's neck and pushed a tube of catalytic medicine into him. This medicine can make Xia Fanqing evolve to the peak state in the shortest time. If you weren't involved with Fu Linchuan, I wouldn't want Gu Chonglin to know about your existence. This is the price of your escape. Jiang Yan whispered in Xia Fanqing's ear. The metal rings under Xia Fanqing's body tightly bound his limbs to the bed. Jiang Yan gently put a bite stopper on him. It won't hurt soon. The medicine took effect quickly, and the veins on Xia Fanqing's hands bulged. He tightly grasped the sheets under him, and cold sweat fell continuously. Damn. It really hurts. He felt a force in his meridians colliding everywhere, as if to tear his body apart. He growled, and the sheets under him were torn by him. His clenched fists made his nails break. It was unknown how long it took for the pain that seemed to break his meridians to slowly dissipate. He lay on the bed and panted softly. Jiang Yan looked at the data on the monitor with a crazy look in his eyes. You are really more perfect than I thought. There are still 7 days. I will come over at night. I hope you can stay awake when you die. But it doesn't matter. All I need is your blood. The metal rings on his limbs had been untied, and Xia Fanqing's face was pale. He could feel the severe pain even when he moved his fingers. Was it the end? But he and his Mr. Fu had just started. Jiang Yan, who originally planned to inject all the catalytic agents into Xia Fanqing in 7 days, decided to use them up in 3 days. He needed to keep Xia Fanqing for a few days to treat his violent mental power. After a day, Xia Fanqing didn't even have the strength to breathe. His hand bones were all shattered under his violent struggle, and his limbs were rubbed with blood. The recalled peacock was kneeling on the ground. His fingers were broken by Jiang Yan. Xia Fanqing. Have you heard of his name? How dare you hide it from me? The long whip full of barbs hit Peacock's back fiercely, and every whip brought splattering blood. Peacock knelt on the ground and lowered his head in silence. Jiang Yan stopped when he felt tired. At this time, Jiming's clothes had been soaked with blood. Jiang Yan sneered. I won't keep an ungrateful wolf. You know, go meet your old acquaintance, just as a reward for helping me take down the dungeon. Yes. Jiming staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his body with every step he took. He went to the bathroom to wash off the blood on his body and wrapped it with gauze before going to see Xia Fanqing. He came to Xia Fanqing's cultivation room, half knelt on the ground, took out gauze and wrapped his bloody wrist. Xia Fanqing, who had been in a coma, opened his eyes with difficulty. In front of him was a man with half a mask on his face. No. It will be the same tomorrow. Jiming's fingers trembled slightly, but he still stubbornly bandaged Xia Fanqing's injured limbs, and then fed him 2 tubes of nutrient solution to replenish his physical strength. Thank you, Xia Fanqing said with a detached breath. He felt that it was difficult to speak now. Jiming walked out of Xia Fanqing's cultivation room in silence. He staggered and held the wall when Xia Fanqing couldn't see him. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped his mouth and disappeared into the darkness. Lu Luna was the first to find that Xia Fanqing was missing. She quickly contacted He Wuyo and Laishi and asked them to find Xia Fanqing's trace. Lu Fuguang, who was recuperating, received a mysterious text message. Xia Fanqing. No. XX. XX Road. Rescue quickly. After receiving the news, Lu Fuguang roared and turned into an orc. He had to save Xia Fanqing. He only knew that La Luna had recovered her mental strength, and he didn't know what the other people were like. A huge explosion occurred in an open space on the outskirts of the city at night. La Luna drove the airship directly towards the laboratory below. He Wuyo searched for Xia Fanqing's location. Lu Fuguang hacked into their system. And Lacey, you and get rid of all those who block you. Jiang Yan, who received the alarm, quickly killed the intruder. When Jiming saw Lu Fuguang, his pupils shrank. Jiang Yan's Deadpool rushed over. La Luna and Lacey entangled all the attackers. Lu Fuguang and He Wuyo rushed in to find Xia Fanqing. Jiming blocked the way of Lu Fuguang and the other man. His figure was like a ghost, entangled with He Wuyo's way. Lu Fuguang fired at the mysterious man in front of him, but the man was too fast. He Wuyo's shoulder was scratched. It turned out to be an A-level orc. Lu Fuguang threw away the gun in his hand and exposed his claws to scratch the black-clothed man's back when he was not prepared. The black-clothed man fell to the ground with a muffled groan. When Lu Fuguang attacked again, he dodged. When Lu Fuguang's claws landed on the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. If Kong Ke had not dodged in time, he would have been dead or injured. When Lu Fuguang attacked, Jiming saw the peacock feather bracelet on his wrist. It was the only peacock feather he left for Lu Fuguang. Number 1. Get out. Jiang Yan released Number 1 from the laboratory. As soon as Number 1 came out, he knocked over Laishi. Laishi turned into a mermaid and roared. The surrounding water turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Number 1. The powerful impact force knocked Number 1, who was flying into the air, into a building nearby. The entire building broke in half and fell below. Jiang Yan's Deadpool was no match for La Luna's A-level orcs. La Luna crushed their heads with one claw. Jiang Yan pressed the controller in his hand and released all the defective products in the laboratory. Come on! You will either die in my hands or in their hands today. Those defective orcs did not dare to disobey Jiang Yan's order and rushed towards several people. The roars of various beasts came, and La Luna and the others were entangled and could not get away, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around Jiang Yan. Lu Fuguang was ready to kill this cancer with one claw. Jiang Yan was unable to dodge, and was caught by Lu Fuguang's claw and broke one arm. Number 1 also rushed out of the ruins and joined the melee. With an IQ like that of a 6 or 7-year-old, Number 1 indiscriminately wiped out everything he saw. Jiming, what are you waiting for? Peacock beside Jiang Yan shouted. Lu Fuguang was stunned when he heard the familiar name. Jiang Yan stabbed Lu Fuguang in the chest with a knife. Jiming's eyes were red when he saw the scene. Jiang Yan laughed crazily. Lu Fuguang, if you dare to resist, it's the peacock who will die. Lu Fuguang retracted his outstretched claws. He glanced at the peacock that fell to the ground. It was great that his peacock was still alive. At the moment when Jiang Yan stabbed Lu Fuguang's neck with a knife again, Peacock rushed up and blocked Jiang Yan's blade with his wings. Jiming, you dared to betray me. Chapter 70. At this time, Jiming stretched out gorgeous peacock wings behind him, and he put the seriously injured Lu Fuguang on the ground. Lu Fuguang, I'm sorry. He pulled out the soft whip from his waist and swung it over, and Jiang Yan dodged it in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Although he was nominally an A-level orc, only he knew that his A-level was forcibly raised by sucking Xia Fanqing's blood. Jiming whipped Jiang Yan's fatal spot with every whip, and Jiang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiming didn't expect you to use a whip. Why are you going to avenge yesterday? Jiang Yan used the claws of a beast to claw at Jiming's neck, and Jiming flapped his wings to avoid it. Jiang Yan rushed towards Jiming again, and Jiming whipped him with a whip. But when Jiang Yan was about to appear in front of him, he suddenly disappeared. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and he quickly turned back and whipped him. But he heard the sound of flesh bursting in his chest again. Peacock, be careful. The seriously injured Lu Fuguang watched Peacock being injured one after another and supported himself to protect him in his arms. The two were hit hard to the ground by Jiang Yan in the dark. Lacey controlled the water and dropped it near Jiming. The rain fell on the invisible Jiang Yan and took on a human shape in the rain. Lacey turned the water into ice and attacked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan grabbed an orc next to him to block him. He quickly disappeared into the darkness. The military also rushed over quickly. They fired at the experimental subjects below. Fu Linchuan jumped off the airship and punched Number 1 hard. There was a clear difference between an S-level orc who relied on drugs to improve and a natural S-level orc. At this time, La Luna and the others, who had been suppressed by Number 1, finally had a chance to catch their breath. Fu Linchuan said to them, go find Xia Fanqing. La Luna and the others took advantage of the chaos to enter the basement. The scene inside shocked them. He is actually doing live experiments. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing. Where are you? Several people anxiously checked the laboratories one by one. In the end, He Weo relied on his keen sense of smell to find Xia Fanqing. When La Luna knocked on the underground passage and found Xia Fanqing, her silver teeth were so broken that they almost broke. At this time, Xia Fanqing was fixed on the bed with red eyes. He struggled violently and broke all his limbs. Xia Fanqing. La Luna used her claws to chop at the metal rings. But she didn't know what the metal rings on Xia Fanqing's limbs were made of. Her claws broke all the metal rings, and only 2 of them were broken. Let me do it! He Weo stretched out his sharp claws that flashed with cold light and chopped at him. The 2 of them had blood all over their fingers, and they finally cut off the metal ring that imprisoned Xia Fanqing. Lacey looked at Xia Fanqing's bloody appearance and couldn't stop crying. He hugged Xia Fanqing and carefully wiped the blood off his face. Xia Fanqing. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go! He Weo led the way. Lacey walked in the middle holding Xia Fanqing, who was only breathing a breath. And La Luna was the last one. Seeing the miserable state of his little human, Fu Linchuan's eyes turned red, and he transformed into a beast and stepped on Number 1 with one claw. Almost all the defective experimental subjects on Jiang Yan's side died. He hid in the dark and watched the battle. He took out the serum and shot it on Number 1. This was the serum of Xia Fanqing that he had recently purified. With the blessing of Xia Fanqing's serum, Number 1's mental power ran away and turned into a huge prehistoric crocodile. Jiang Yan took a look at Xia Fanqing and retreated quickly. Obviously, number 2 was just a little bit away from perfect evolution tonight. But he had already obtained enough serum to help him calm down the violent mental power. Gu Chonglin should be satisfied that he had helped him control so many A-level orcs. The melee was drawing to a close. A frenzied prehistoric giant crocodile blocked everyone's way. The huge lion roared and bit the giant crocodile's neck. The frenzied giant crocodile's current strength was faintly showing a tendency to break through the S level. His hard skin became his best armor. The giant crocodile whipped the lion with its tail, leaving a deep blood mark on Fu Lingquan's body. A white tiger also rushed up and dragged the giant crocodile's tail to the ground. Boss! Seeing Gu Peifeng, Lu Luna's eyes were red with excitement. She knew that their boss would be fine. Take Xia Fanqing and go first. Gu Peifeng rushed forward after saying that. The frenzied giant crocodile was as indestructible as a monster. The wounds left by the white tiger's claws on his body healed quickly. The white tiger and the male lion attacked from the front and back. And even so they barely managed to tie. The three formed an opposing triangle. Fu Lingquan stared at the giant crocodile in front of him, looking for his weaknesses. At this time, the giant crocodile was already bloodthirsty, and all the experimental subjects in front of him were bitten off by him. Under the joint attack of Fu Lingquan and Gu Peifeng, the wounds on the giant crocodile healed more and more slowly, and the blood under his abdomen had gathered into a river. Rat Xiaomi, hiding in the dark, had been nervously watching the giant crocodile surrounded in the middle. He didn't want number 1 to die. Number 1 was his only friend. Xia Fanqing, lying in Lacey's arms, was evolving rapidly. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and broke free from Lacey, who was holding him. Jiang Yan only saw his healing ability, but didn't find Xia Fanqing's hidden attack power. Lacey was pushed away and was still a little confused. Xia Fanqing, what's wrong with you? I'm Lacey. Xia Fanqing looked at him blankly. Lacey? Little mermaid? Xia Fanqing walked towards Lacey. I will give you the power of the ocean. Lacey's mental strength, which had not yet fully recovered, was healing rapidly, and he felt that his strength had reached the peak of A-level orcs. He turned into a white mermaid and roared to the sky, and a trident emitting a faint blue light condensed in his hand. Les, who had rushed over, looked at the mermaid kneeling on one knee, emitting holy light in the air. It turned out that the prophecy of the underwater stone tablet was true. The ancestor of the orcs, Esther, returned to the world, and the king of the sea was always by his side. The mermaids in the sea also felt the birth of their king, and they knelt on one knee towards the east to express their submission. Xia Fanqing flashed to the giant lion and took his own summer from him. He touched the giant lion's injured front leg, closed his eyes, and felt Fu Lingquan's mental power. Fu Lingquan's wound healed rapidly under Xia Fanqing's healing, and his overused mental power was restored to fullness. He hugged the giant lion's leg and whispered, Fu Lingquan. The mad giant crocodile rushed towards everyone again. Xia Fanqing held Xingxia and cut open the giant crocodile's hard back with a knife. The giant crocodile raised its head and roared, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. When Xia Fanqing was about to kill the giant beast with a knife, Xu Xiaomi rushed up and blocked the giant crocodile. He looked at Xia Fanqing, who was wearing a white lab coat with blood all over her hem, and said tremblingly, Don't kill him. Please. He's dying. Even if I don't kill him, he will die from a mental breakdown. But he is my only friend. Xu Xiaomi looked at the giant crocodile's claws on his chest in astonishment and slowly turned his head. Fu Lingquan behind him turned back into an orc, hardened. His arms were quickly covered with silver armor that shone with cold light. He inserted into the giant crocodile's body from behind and crushed his heart. The dying giant crocodile regained consciousness. He looked at his claws piercing Xu Xiaomi's chest, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry, Teacher Xia. Please save Peacock. Lu Fuguang, covered in blood, came to Xia Fanqing holding the seriously injured peacock. His peacock was dying, but he finally found his peacock. It's you. Xia Fanqing remembered him. It was Peacock who came to see him when he was injured. Did you help me pass on the news that I was here? The seriously injured Peacock had no strength to answer his question. Xia Fanqing put his hand on Peacock's forehead. He mobilized his mental power to repair Peacock's injured body and help him comb his mental threads. The toxins left on Peacock's body due to the experiment were also removed by Xia Fanqing. But since Peacock's mental power was forcibly spliced together, Xia Fanqing could only help him repair the mental thread that seemed to be about to break at any time. Peacock's mental power dropped from a level to sea level. But fortunately his life was saved. After treating Peacock again, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xia Fanqing's mouth. His healing ability and mental power had just evolved to the peak, and excessive use made his body a little overwhelmed. Lu Fuguang, come with me to the dungeon. Xia Fanqing stretched out her hand to Lu Fuguang, who was kneeling on the ground. Yes. Xia Fanqing led Lu Fuguang and walked towards the distance. And Bai Hu followed behind him. Boss! La Luna also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Gu Peifeng. La Luna, you still have family here. Fu Linchuan transformed into a beast and jumped up to block in front of Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing reached out and touched the lion that lowered its head in front of him, then turned around and disappeared into the night. Xia Fanqing's voice came from a distance. Fu Linchuan, when we meet, we may be enemies. The day after Xia Fanqing disappeared, a red-headed wanted order for Xia Fanqing was posted on the Star Network. This level of wanted order had not appeared in the Chroman Empire for a long time. In the history of the Chroman Empire, a red-headed wanted order had only appeared twice. Once for a minister who killed the king, and once for a general who betrayed the country. Anyone who appeared in a red-headed wanted order would be nailed with shame by history. Also posted were A-level wanted orders for Gu Peifeng and Lu Fuguang. For a time, the people of the Chroman Empire were in a panic, and a serious atmosphere enveloped the Chroman Empire. Jiang Yan disappeared after the melee yesterday. But Gu Chonglin would not give up the rare healing experiment subject. He decided to temporarily relieve Fu Linchuan of all his duties and let him take over the military. And he would catch Xia Fanqing himself. Gu Chonglin turned the Nixing in his hand. This was the latest purified serum of the experiment subject that Jiang Yan gave him. After the injection, his restless mental power soon returned to calm, and there were signs of improvement. But he only had 3. While he organized the A-level orcs under his control to hunt down Xia Fanqing, he sent people to secretly look for Jiang Yan's whereabouts. With Jiang Yan's personality, he must have Xia Fanqing's serum. Chapter 71. Chief, the young master has gone to the underground city. What happened? I don't know either. The royal family has issued a Class A wanted order. Go check. Chief Lu stood up and walked back and forth worriedly. He knew that Fu Guang was an heir who could take on great responsibilities, except for being impulsive when he met Jin Ming. What made him give up his bright future and go to the underground city this time? He waited anxiously for a long time, and finally got the secret report. Experimental subject. Human. Healing system. Blessing power. This series of words reminded him of an ancient legend. It is said that the orc ancestor Esther gave humans the power of beasts, allowing them to survive on the dangerous Chroman planet. Esther was followed by 6 apocalypse knights, and it is said that their ancestor was one of the knights. Esther means the star of enlightenment, and the name of this human is Xia Fanqing. Could it be that the ancestor has returned to the world? Xia Fanqing led Gu Peifeng and Lu Fuguang from the entrance of the black market to the underground city. The people in the black market trembled when they saw the familiar peacock blue robe. They still remembered the orc who knocked down their former lord with one claw. Some orcs saw that Peacock was pale and was held in the arms of a black-clothed orc, and they couldn't help but think of robbing the black market lord. The underground city was now in complete chaos. The black market changed hands. The city lord Fars fell, and the hyena tribe took over the city lord's mansion and became the new city lord of the underground city. A black market guard captain with a face full of flesh shot at several people with a gun. Xia Fanqing looked at him coldly with red eyes, took his bullet, and sent him back. The orc went to see his grandmother before he understood what was going on. As Xia Fanqing approached step by step, the orcs retreated one after another. Open the passage and take us into the dungeon. Yes. 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 On the airship, Gu Peifeng looked at Xia Fanqing, who was resting with her eyes closed, with worry in his eyes. This Xia Fanqing made him feel familiar and strange. Xia Fanqing, who used to be gentle, now had a cold face, and was even more oppressive as a high-level orc. The black market steward, who received the news, stood respectfully at the exit waiting for their lord. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He received the news that his lord seemed to be seriously injured, but the one who brought him back seemed to be an orc who was more powerful than their lord. He didn't know how to serve one person. And now there was another one. As soon as he saw someone coming down, the butler hurriedly came up to greet him. Hey, Lord. What's wrong with you? Lu Fuguang didn't expect that Peacock was actually the lord of the black market. What happened during the time Peacock disappeared? The group killed their way to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the hyena tribe leader was sitting in the seat of the city lord's mansion with confidence. He had long disliked Fars, but his strength was far from enough to kill Fars. Now not only Fars was dead, but he also accidentally got the position of the city lord. Although he was a puppet, he was still the city lord. Chief, it's bad. What chief? Yes, Lord City Lord. A group of people are coming outside to kill us. They are carrying the seriously injured lord. When the chief of the hyena tribe heard that the mysterious lord was seriously injured, he was overjoyed. Since he is seriously injured, let's go and send him off. The underground city is completely our hyena tribe. The chief of the hyena tribe led the orcs of the tribe to meet them. When he saw that the leader was a human, he almost laughed out loud. You want to break into the city lord's mansion? You are overestimating yourself. Baha, who was hiding behind, saw the familiar face and gnashed his teeth. He wanted to bite the human who broke his leg to death. He limped forward and said, Chief, be careful. It was this human who seriously injured me that day. You actually came to my door. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Go. The hyena tribe is famous for protecting its own people. At the chief's command, the hyenas behind him rushed forward. The biggest advantage of the hyena tribe is that they like group battles. Even Fars dare not provoke them easily, let alone a small human. Xia Fanqing went up to meet him with Xingxia in his hand. His figure was like a ghost, and the ground was full of wailing orcs. Baha was frightened and fell to the ground. The scene of him collecting protection fees that day appeared in front of him again. This human seemed to have become stronger again. He supported his lame leg and retreated back inside. The hyena tribe leader took a step back. The other party turned out to be an orc with a higher level than him. Aren't you a human? Xingxia's blood dripped onto the ground and splashed blood. Where is the city lord? He died a long time ago. Dead. He killed him. It's none of my business. The hyena chieftain pointed at the unconscious Peacock in Lu Fuguang's arms in panic. Vowels had once protected him. When Xia Fanqing heard the news that the city lord was dead, his fists cracked and his eyes turned red. He flashed in front of the hyena chieftain, and Xingxia stabbed into his shoulder fiercely. The hyena chieftain wailed and turned his clawed hands into claws and attacked Xia Fanqing's abdomen. Xia Fanqing pulled out Xingxia and cut off one of his arms. Gu Peifeng clenched his fists when he saw this scene. Xia Fanqing never killed people without blinking an eye before. Stop! Stop! I will kill him if he moves again. Baha came out holding Yu Xiaodong hostage. Xia Fanqing. Yu Xiaodong's eyes turned red with excitement when he saw that it was Xia Fanqing. He thought he would never see Xia Fanqing again. Xia Fanqing pulled the dagger off the neck of the hyena chief. The vindictive hyena chief scratched Xia Fanqing's abdomen with a claw, and Xia Fanqing groaned. Xia Fanqing. Gu Peifeng held the injured Xia Fanqing in his arms. Leave the city lord's mansion, or I will chop off the claws of this little cat one by one. Yu Xiaodong was very anxious when he saw Xia Fanqing injured. If he hadn't been kidnapped by Baha, Xia Fanqing wouldn't have been injured. Ha ha ha. If the person in your arms hadn't insisted on keeping this little cat that day, he would have been useful today. Ha ha ha. When Jiming led his men to attack the city lord's mansion that day, Yu Xiaodong, who was hiding in the room, was discovered. Baha recognized at a glance that this was the little wild cat that was with the human that day. He kicked the light computer in Yu Xiaodong's hand and prepared to kill him. But for some reason, Jiming, who passed by, kept the little wild cat and helped him pick up the light computer and gave it back to him. Although Baha didn't dare to touch Yu Xiaodong during the days when Jiming was away, he made things difficult for him openly and secretly. The scars on Yu Xiaodong's face have not healed yet. Yu Xiaodong still hasn't figured out why the bad guy in the peacock blue robe kept him that day. When he saw that man and Xia Fanqing appear together today, he understood what was going on. Baha broke in just after he sent a message to Xia Fanqing on his light brain that day. It was the man who kept him, because he saw Xia Fanqing's name on the light brain. Seeing Xia Fanqing injured, Yu Xiaodong was also anxious. He bit Baha's hand fiercely. Baha loosened a little in pain. Gu Peifeng took advantage of the chaos and kicked Baha away to rescue Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong, who survived the disaster, hugged the injured Xiao Fanqing tightly. Xiao Fanqing. Whoa! I thought I would never see you again. The city lord is dead. Brother Lian is dead. And even Xiaoyi and the others are gone. The hyena tribe leader lying on the ground laughed wildly. Even if you enter the city lord's mansion, what can you do if you can't get the key to the Eye of Light? This city will be a waste city. After the hyena tribe took over the city lord's mansion, they found that the light eye that controlled the climate of the underground city suddenly stopped working. It hung in the air and could not rise or fall, let alone bring rain to the underground city. Without water, the underground city would be a dead city sooner or later. Gu Peifeng. The rest is up to you. Xiao Fanqing took Yu Xiaodong into the city lord's mansion. Little human. Woo woo woo. A round earth rolled out. I am Xiao Shirlu woo woo woo. The city lord is gone. And my brothers are gone too woo woo woo. The little robot's scream was tearful. Xiao Fanqing touched his head. Do you know where the city lord is? Yes. Xiao Shirlu took Xiao Fanqing to find the city lord's body. Xiao Fanqing followed Xiao Shirlu to the outside of the city lord's mansion. A huge African elephant was lying on the ground with its eyes closed. There were wounds all over his body. And there were scattered parts of the little robots around him. Xiao Fanqing lay on the elephant's head and stroked his face. City lord. Woo. Xiao Shirlu lay on Farza's body and cried loudly. Little human. You have to avenge the city lord. Yu Xiaodong stood behind Xiao Fanqing and couldn't stop crying. It was the city lord's mansion that provided them with shelter when they were in the most difficult time. Xiao Fanqing. Don't be sad. Yu Xiaodong wiped his tears and comforted him. I will protect the underground city well. Xiao Fanqing took Yu Xiaodong and Xiao Shirlu back to the city lord's mansion. After a brutal war, the city lord's mansion was in ruins. And even the city lord's favorite botanical garden was destroyed by the war. Xiao Fanqing. Are you okay? Gu Peifeng was very worried when he saw that Xiao Fanqing was not in a good mood. Nothing. Gu Peifeng. Where did you go after you were taken away? I joined the Star Pirates where Xiang Linyuan was. I'm glad you're okay. Gu Peifeng. Can you help me pass a message to Lu Fuguang? When Kong Kei's injury is healed, let him take Jinming away from the city lord's mansion and tell him not to let Kong Kei appear in front of me in the future. Okay. Xiao Fanqing lay in his former dormitory a little tiredly. His mental power had just evolved to the peak. And he was hit hard in the abdomen by the hyena just now. Although he looked fine on the outside, he still felt a little overwhelmed by the large amount of mental power he used. When Lu Fuguang found out that Kong Kei had killed Xiao Fanqing's former benefactor, he didn't know how to face him. Xiao Fanqing had done her utmost to Kong Kei. After a short rest of 2 hours, Xiao Fanqing quickly took over the underground city. He knew that Gu Chonglin would not let him go. Most of the people in the city lord's mansion were killed in the rebellion. He integrated all the orcs in the black market together. As he expected, Gu Chonglin led his men to surround the underground city the next day. Xiao Fanqing. If you are willing to come now, I can consider exiling Lu Fuguang and Gu Peifeng to the deserted planet. Gu Chonglin. Are you so anxious to capture me? Is there something wrong with your mental power? Go. At Gu Chonglin's command, his military forces surrounded them in a black mass, and the warships in the sky blocked the light from the Eye of Light. Gu Peifeng. Strangling. Lu Fuguang. Space conversion. Xiao Fanqing mobilized her mental power and gave skills to both of them at the same time. And my mermaids! Lacey appeared behind Xiao Fanqing with a crown on her head and a trident in her hand. How dare you? The mermaids betray the Empire, Gu Chonglin said angrily. We mermaids have always belonged to the ocean. The trident in Lacey's hand pointed at Gu Chonglin provocatively. As Gu Chonglin gave an order, his troops pressed towards Xiao Fanqing. The airships of both sides in the sky showed a confrontation. Explosions soon sounded, and the orcs below also rushed up. Gu Peifeng received the blessing of Xiao Fanqing and transformed green vines in his hands to strangle the enemies one by one, while Lu Fuguang transformed into a black hole to send the enemies into space and teleported out. With the support of the mermaids, the two sides fought for a while and were deadlocked. Gu Chonglin clenched his fists as he watched the battle below. If he was not mistaken, Xiao Fanqing actually had the ability to bless. Xiao Fanqing commanded his temporary army to fight Gu Chonglin. Xiao Fanqing stopped Gu Chonglin's army in an abandoned mine outside the city. just in time to save him from worrying about the citizens of the underground city. Although Xia Fanqing did not have an advantage in numbers, Xia Fanqing had been using his healing ability behind the army, and their orcs seemed to be tireless, coming in waves. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, Gu Chonglin released the A-level orcs he brought with him. They rushed in like irrational beasts. Lu Fuguang recognized that these A-level orcs were those who volunteered to join the parallel organization for experiments from the Nanshan experimental base. Gu Peifeng actually trained them into war machines. Xia Fanqing. They are the orcs that disappeared from the Nanshan experimental base. Lu Fuguang said to Xia Fanqing, who was constantly using her healing ability behind him. Don't hurt them. Gu Peifeng. Hold these people. Gu Peifeng also recognized them. He used vines to block the orcs' path. These people had made indelible contributions to resisting the Zerg and protecting the citizens of the Chroman Empire. Among them were not only his friends, but also his comrades. Xia Fanqing jumped up and stepped on the vines to come to the orcs to rebuild their mental power. Seeing that Gu Peifeng and Lu Fuguang had no time to take care of Xia Fanqing, Gu Chonglin personally went down to take Xia Fanqing. He couldn't bear to see Xia Fanqing get hurt. He felt distressed when Xia Fanqing lost a drop of blood. Xia Fanqing must be his. Lacey, who was always keeping an eye on Xia Fanqing, saw Gu Chonglin sneak attacking from the side. He stabbed Gu Chonglin with a trident in his hand. Gu Chonglin blocked the thrown trident, but he was also knocked to the ground heavily. Xia Fanqing stood on the vines and gritted his teeth to perform healing on these orcs. Such a high-level healing made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his legs softened and fell off the vines. Gu Peifeng removed all the vines and caught the falling Xia Fanqing. We are free? Those A-level orcs, who had regained consciousness, felt their mental power in disbelief. In order to control them, Gu Chonglin injected them with drugs every day to control them to work for him, after forcibly helping them to recover as orcs. The A-level orcs who reacted immediately turned around and rushed towards Gu Chonglin's team. Seeing that his people were losing step by step, Gu Chonglin gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, Gu Peifeng took the unconscious Xia Fanqing back to the city lord's mansion. Yu Xiaodong, who had been waiting anxiously, couldn't help but shed tears when she saw Gu Peifeng holding Xia Fanqing back. Xia Fanqing, what's wrong with you? Lacey followed him back, and he stayed by Xia Fanqing's bed and was unwilling to leave. Your Majesty, the Zerg are attacking. An orc soldier hurried in to report. Gu Chonglin was struggling to capture Xia Fanqing, and the Zerg came over to make trouble. So Gu Chonglin had to temporarily return to the ground city. Xia Fanqing finally woke up after being unconscious for 2 days. Lacey rushed over immediately, and the pearls in his eyes fell down. Xia Fanqing, you finally woke up. You are Lacey, right? The scarlet in Xia Fanqing's eyes had faded. He remembered what had happened in the past few days. When he opened his eyes, he saw a boy with a little baby fat on his face lying on the side of his bed and crying. It's me. It's me. Xia Fanqing chuckled. So you are a boy. I am a boy. Xia Fanqing, I will definitely protect you and not let anyone bully you. Lacey held Xia Fanqing's hand and promised. Okay. Xia Fanqing, do you feel pain? Yu Xiaodong stood in front of him with a worried look on his face. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xia Fanqing forced a smile at Yu Xiaodong, and he turned to Gu Peifeng and said, Did anything happen while I was unconscious? No. Jiang Yan and the Zerg tried to force the Emperor to abdicate. Gu Chonglin had no time to take care of this, and had already taken his men back to the underground city. That's good. Without Gu Chonglin's harassment, the underground city temporarily returned to its former tranquility. Xia Fanqing was finally able to get out of bed after a few days of recuperation. As soon as he went out, a bunch of fur blocked his door. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing, are you okay? The furry creatures gathered around Xia Fanqing's feet and asked. They knew that Xia Fanqing liked furry creatures, so they all turned into young animals to show Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing felt much better after seeing the furry creatures in the yard. Thank you. I'm okay now. I didn't expect Gu Chonglin to be so mean to us. I'll beat his head off. A little wolf cub said viciously. Me too. Does he think that we Bengal tigers are easy to bully? A group of fluffy little cubs pretended to be the cutest and said the most vicious words. Xia Fanqing looked at the fluffy little cubs on the ground and really wanted to touch them until they were bald. She rubbed her fingers with her hands behind her back. She couldn't touch them. These were all adult orcs. You go back and rest first. Thank you. Xia Fanqing saw that she couldn't touch them, and had to ask the group of fluffy cubs to leave first. Seeing that Xia Fanqing didn't want to touch them, the group of orcs were a little disappointed. A brave leopard cat pounced on Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing quickly dodged sideways, and the little leopard cat couldn't dodge in time and hit the wall. Xia Fanqing has a headache. Touch it, the little leopard cat said pitifully. A chubby black bear orc kicked the shameless leopard cat away. Touch me. I look better. Touch me. Touch me. Touch me. The orc who was pretending to be good just now rushed towards Xia Fanqing. No. No. Xia Fanqing stepped back repeatedly to refuse the group of furry creatures who came to make trouble. Gu Peifeng stretched out his vines and hit the ground. Get out. The furry creatures had to look back every few steps and leave Xia Fanqing's yard under the tyranny of Gu Peifeng. They really wanted to get close to Xia Fanqing. He had a peaceful aura that made them feel very comfortable. My lord. Someone has sent this. An orc guard handed over a letter and a thick dictionary respectfully. Xia Fanqing took it and opened the envelope. The letter was signed by Fars, and it turned out to be a letter written by the city lord before. Has it been sent? Fu Xinting asked. The general has sent it. A personal guard of the Fu family said. When Fu Xinting received the letter from his teacher Fars, he understood that this was his teacher's instructions for his funeral. His teacher Fars was once an excellent soldier in the empire, but later he was exiled to the dark underground city by the former king for some unknown reason. Thales had a premonition that he would not live long, so he hid the key to control the Eye of Light in a letter in advance and told him. He designated Layan as his successor. But Thales and Layan were both killed in the rebellion of the hyena tribe. When he received the news, the matter was already settled. When he was about to use the power of the military to take over the underground city, Gu Chonglin attacked the underground city in the name of catching the red-headed wanted criminal. Now he found a more suitable candidate to take over the underground city. After Xia Fanqing got the envelope, he looked it up word by word in the dictionary. He found that every word in the letter could be translated into the dictionary. And after the translation, it turned out to be the key to control the Eye of Light. Xia Fanqing was surprised to find that the Eye of Light not only had the ability to control the climate, but also had defense and monitoring functions, which meant that mastering the Eye of Light was equivalent to mastering the entire dungeon. After Xia Fanqing got the key, the dungeon returned to its former life, and he took over the position of the city lord and became the new generation of dungeon lord. He had a huge African elephant stone sculpture carved in the center of the dungeon to commemorate the hero who guarded the dungeon. Lu Fuguan accompanied Peacock and brought a bouquet of flowers to the stone sculpture. He bowed deeply. Farsi. I'm sorry. Lu Fuguan. I want to see Xia Fanqing. Ji Ming said to the people around him. Okay. When Xia Fanqing's patrol team passed by the street, Peacock knelt on one knee and bowed his head to apologize. This was the first time Xia Fanqing officially met Ji Ming, who had recovered as an orc. The man on the ground was wearing a peacock blue robe and had an unparalleled appearance. When he saw Xia Fanqing coming over, he excitedly raised his head. Lord City Lord. Ji Ming. Xia Fanqing whispered Peacock's name. He didn't know how to face the murderer who killed Fars, but he saved Yu Xiaodong and asked Lu Fuguan to come and save him in the laboratory. You get up. Yes. Ji Ming. I still owe you a thank you. You can't be blamed for Fars. I will find someone to get rid of Jiangyan myself. Seeing Xia Fanqing forgave him, Ji Ming's eyes fell into tears. Ji Ming hopes you can be with Lu Fuguan in the future. I will. When Xia Fanqing rebuilt the underground city, Fu Linchuan took on the important task of resisting the Zerg again. Gu Chonglin knew that no one under his command could resist the aggressive Zerg, so he had to use Fu Linchuan again, which always gave him a feeling of having a knife on his neck. Xia Fanqing. Long time no see. Xian Linyuan brought his people to the city lord's mansion. Xian Linyuan. Xia Fanqing didn't expect to see Xian Linyuan again. He could feel that Xian Linyuan was also an A-level orc. I'll give you a gift. Xian Linyuan threw the chip in his hand to Xia Fanqing. You'll need it. Xia Fanqing put the chip into the optical computer with some surprise. It contained evidence of the crimes committed by the royal family and the parallel organization in collusion over the years. Xia Fanqing thought of his days in the laboratory, and his pupils appeared scarlet from time to time. Xian Linyuan. Thank you. Lu Fuguan. Do you have a way to hack into the Star Network? Yes. Lu Fuguang quickly hacked into the Chroman Empire Star Network. All the screens on the street switched to Xia Fanqing's camera, and many pedestrians stopped to watch. Hello everyone. I am Xia Fanqing, a criminal on the Red Head Wanted list, and the current Dungeon Lord. As soon as Xia Fanqing finished speaking, the citizens on the Star Network went wild. What's going on? My optical brain has been hacked? Dungeon Lord? Red Head Wanted? Oh my god. This news is too explosive. I didn't expect that I could actually see the mysterious Dungeon Lord. Is this true? Isn't the dungeon a place of extreme evil? He looks like a human. It must be false. If he is the Dungeon Lord, I am still the Overground City Lord. But he is really a wanted criminal. As soon as Xia Fanqing revealed these two identities, a large number of citizens on the Star Network came to watch. Gu Chonglin also saw Xia Fanqing's live broadcast. Where is the National Security Bureau? Cut it off. A bunch of rubbish. But I still have an identity. Parallel Organization Experiment Subject Number 2. With the ability to heal. Xia Fanqing continued. I'm afraid many people don't know that the Parallel Organization has been using orcs for experiments over the years. The chip in my hand is the evidence. Xia Fanqing's words were like a bombshell exploding on the Star Network. What? Using orcs for experiments? I don't believe it unless you show evidence. Yes. Didn't the Parallel Organization claim to provide free medical assistance to orcs some time ago? Aren't the Parallelists affiliated with the royal family? Seeing that Xia Fanqing had evidence in his hand, Gu Chonglin panicked. The reason why he supported Jiang Yan's secret experiment was, on the one hand, to let him cultivate super A-level orcs for war, and on the other hand, he hoped that Jiang Yan could develop a medicine to solve the degeneration of A-level orcs. But later he felt that his mental power was also unstable, and he was afraid that he would degenerate into a weak young body at the mercy of others like Gu Peifeng. So he supported Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan actually hid the healing experiment from him all these years and took it for himself, and even joined forces with the Zerg to control the entire Chroman Empire. Now is a time of internal and external troubles. Once Xia Fanqing exposes the scandal of the Parallelists, he will be completely finished. Hurry up and cut it off! Gu Chonglin angrily called the National Security Bureau. Yes. Yes. Your Majesty. 2 minutes left. Right now. Right now. Xia Fanqing put the contents of the chip in his hand on the Star Network. Seeing the unknown side of the Parallel Organization, the citizens of the Star Network were shocked and speechless. The live broadcast barrage exploded quickly after a 1-minute break. Oh my god. This is too inhumane. At Parallel Organization, come out and give an explanation. Isn't Jiang Yan the current top executive of the Parallel Experiment Organization? Come out and say something. Oh my god. I can't even watch it. There are even underage orcs in here. The National Security Bureau hurriedly cut off Xia Fanqing's live broadcast. But the evidence in Xia Fanqing's hand had been played for 2 minutes. And major media also reposted the recorded video. And the Parallel Experiment Organization was immediately pushed to the forefront. The royal family also issued an urgent statement, claiming that the royal family was secretly tracking down the top leaders of the Parallel Experiment Organization. And Jiang Yan had defected to the Zerg because he knew his crimes were exposed. And the video of Fu Linchuan rescuing Xia Fanqing on that day was speciously reversed into a video of the military destroying Jiang Yan's hideout. Jiang Yan in the Zerg tribe also saw the statement and video issued by the royal family. Anyway, he had already given up. So he also posted the evidence on the Star Network that Gu Chonglin had indicated that he was using low-level orcs for experiments. This sudden reversal made all the citizens dumbfounded. It turned out that what Xia Fanqing said was true. Wait for the royal family to produce evidence. Gu Chonglin will not die in battle to prove his innocence this time. Otherwise it will be difficult to end. I heard that in order to compete for the throne, the second Prince Gu was almost sent to the laboratory by his own brother. Oh my god. Is this true? Gu Chonglin is too cold-blooded. I am an A-level orc. I can testify that Gu Peifeng did disappear after the old king passed away. The person standing behind Xia Fanqing seems to be Gu Peifeng. Right? It is terrifying to think about it. Didn't Gu Chonglin always boast that he was devoted to the country? Don't talk nonsense. I suggest Gu Chonglin to charge into battle and solve this crisis. Due to Jiang Yan's backlash, the royal family's support rate plummeted. Gu Chonglin looked at the difficult situation with sinister eyes. It doesn't matter. As long as I capture Xia Fanqing and have absolute strength, I will still be the king of the Chroman Empire. While Fu Lin was dealing with the Zerg, Gu Changlin brought his men to the dungeon again. But this time Xia Fanqing quickly discovered the invaders using the Eye of Light. And Xia Fanqing sent people to ambush them when Gu Changlin and his men just entered the dungeon. Gu Changlin's battle ended before it even started. In order to prevent any excuses, Gu Changlin only brought a small number of orcs this time. Xia Fanqing now had the support of a group of A-level orcs. And the killers he brought were no match at all. After a setback, Gu Changlin decided that catching Jiang Yan might be easier than catching Xia Fanqing. So he went to the front line under the pretext of personally commanding the battle. Jiang Yan sneered when he saw Gu Changlin appearing at the front line. How could he not know what Gu Changlin was planning? Gu Changlin. Long time no see. Do you want it? Jiang Yan turned the serum of Xia Fanqing that he had just extracted in his hand. He knew Gu Changlin's condition best. His mental power had shown signs of disorder. If he was not treated in time, it would soon degenerate. Fu Lin, I order you to quickly capture this traitor. Fu Lin glanced at Gu Changlin coldly and attacked Jiang Yan. With the blessing of Xia Fanqing, he gained the ability to harden. When he entered the battle, his arms were quickly covered with a layer of unbreakable metal. Although Jiang Yan had gained the ability to become invisible thanks to Xia Fanqing's serum, he knew that he was no match for Fu Lin and quickly became invisible and disappeared. He didn't want to fight Fu Lin head-on. But what he had to do now was to cause chaos in the Chroman Empire. After becoming invisible, he injected the toxin into Gu Changlin's body. By the time Gu Changlin reacted, it was too late. He looked at the syringe inserted into his chest in disbelief. Jiang Yan's cold voice sounded in his ears. Goodbye, Gu Changlin. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Lin pierced his heart with a claw, and his invisibility disappeared. The news that Gu Changlin and Jiang Yan were both killed caused an uproar in the Chroman Empire. And the Zerg also wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Chroman Empire was leaderless to capture the Chroman Empire. But they still underestimated Fu Lin's influence in the military. Without Gu Changlin, the Chroman Empire still had Fu Lin on the front line to block their progress. This defense battle was particularly difficult for Fu Lin. With the help of Jiang Yan, the opponent created a lot of military insects with extremely high mental power. They were just insects without intelligence. But their hard shells and huge bodies made them unstoppable on the battlefield. Although Fu Lin was able to repel the attacks of these army bugs, there were too many of them, and he alone could not resist such a large team. After Gu Changlin's death, Xia Fanqing also brought his people to the ground city through the passage of the city lord's mansion. The first thing he did when he came up was to go to the front line to find Fu Lin. La Luna and He Weo also followed Xia Fanqing's footsteps to the battlefield. The moment they saw Xia Fanqing, Fu Lin's cold eyes showed a touch of emotion. He knelt down on one knee at Xia Fanqing's feet with the sword symbolizing his status in his hand to express his submission. My king. Xia Fanqing was stunned for a moment and took the sword raised by Fu Lin. The soldiers behind Fu Lin also knelt down to express their willingness to follow the new king. Although they didn't know Xia Fanqing's strength, the people recognized by Fu Lin would not be bad. La Luna and others also knelt down to express their family's willingness to be loyal to the new king. Xia Fanqing raised the sword symbolizing power in his hand. Defend our homeland to the death. Xia Fanqing sprinkled blessing power on the kneeling orcs. La Luna was the first to spread her white wings. She held a bow and arrow like a holy angel and shot at the enemy. God's punishment. The blessed orcs rushed into the enemy camp again. He Weo also joined the battle. He knelt on one knee and supported the ground with one hand. 10,000 miles of ice. The huge army bugs in front of him were instantly frozen. With Xia Fanqing's blessing, the military, which had been at a disadvantage, quickly launched a counterattack. The huge army bugs were eliminated one by one. Seeing that the counterattack was hopeless, the Zerg had to retreat to their own territory in disgrace. The war that lasted for a whole day finally came to an end. Xia Fanqing had been using her healing power to heal the injured soldiers. After the Zerg retreated, Xia Fanqing fell into Fu Lin's arms due to excessive use of her mental power. When he woke up, he was already lying in the palace. Next to him was a huge lion. Xia Fanqing rubbed the lion's soft belly. Fu Lin, is it all over? It's over. Chapter 72. Early in the morning, Xia Fanqing sat at his desk reviewing various documents. He wailed and hit his head on the desk. What's wrong? Fu Lin, who had been accompanying him, asked. Xia Fanqing lay on the desk. Fu Linchuan. I don't want to be the king. Can you be the king? If not, Gu Peifeng can be the king. No. I don't want to be the king. Gu Peifeng pushed open the door and put a thick stack of documents on the table with a bang. Hurry up and get to work. Xia Fanqing leaned on the table and turned his face to the side. He was a social animal who lived a hard life in his previous life. And he had to work overtime to be a king in this life. Why did he take Fu Linchuan's sword at that time? He looked at the person next to him pitifully. Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan reluctantly sat next to him and helped him review the documents. He. Fu Linchuan. You are so nice. Now that the war has just ended. The above-ground city is better. But the underground city has been devastated by the baptism of war. Xia Fanqing decided to give the citizens of the underground city legal status of the Roman Empire. Open the passage between the underground city and the above-ground city. And send a large number of troops to maintain order in the underground city. And gradually assist the original citizens of the underground city who are willing to live in the above-ground city to survive and find jobs. Xia Fanqing was worried about the balance between the underground city and the ground city every day. He now had a lot of post-disaster reconstruction work to do. Kong Ke volunteered to be the CEO of the underground city, which made Xia Fanqing feel much more relaxed. In order to maintain the stability of the underground city, Xia Fanqing also appointed Lu Fuguang as the general, who was specifically responsible for maintaining the safety of the underground city. The two waited for Xia Fanqing to take office after the coronation ceremony in 3 days. As the coronation date approached, Xia Fanqing was unusually nervous. He didn't know if he could be a good king. Fu Linchuan saw that he was fidgeting at his desk. So he asked him to go out to the garden to relax and help him handle the rest of the official business. Xia Fanqing went out happily. As soon as he got outside the garden, he ran into He Wuyo. He Wuyo in orc form was tall, with a crew cut, a pair of blue eyes, and a bad military look. Xia Fanqing secretly sighed. There are so many handsome guys in the orc world. If He Wuyo were in his world, he would definitely be a popular model. When he saw Xia Fanqing, He Wuyo's originally tense face immediately exploded. He jumped over across the flower bed. Xia Fanqing. Oh no! Your Majesty. Just call me by my name. Xia Fanqing watched the bad boy turn silly in an instant, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Era is indeed era. He Wuyo touched his head a little embarrassedly, avoiding looking at Xia Fanqing's eyes. Xia Fanqing. I want to stay in the palace for a few days. Is that okay? Of course. Just tell the eunuch where you want to live. You don't need to ask me about such trivial matters in the future. You can stay as long as you want. Really? He Wuyo's eyes lit up. Xia Fanqing suddenly remembered that he still had a meal card from the Imperial Military Academy, which He Wuyo's parents had topped up with a large amount of star coins. But he hadn't spent it all yet. Waiter. He Wuyo. There's still a lot of money on my meal card from the Military Academy. I'll return it to you when it's empty in a few days. He Wuyo waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. You keep it. Do you have enough money now? If not, our family will send some support from the National Treasury. Xia Fanqing's eyes widened when she heard this. The He family was indeed the richest family in the empire. Giving money was like giving paper. No. No. There's still some money in the National Treasury for the time being. When Gu Chonlin and his father were kings, they were warlike, and the money in the treasury had long been spent. Now Xia Fanqing has a lot of infrastructure work to do. And he is really short of money. He is really a penniless king. He even ordered his coronation ceremony to be simple. Xia Fanqing. There is actually a better way to solve the problem of the treasury. He Wuyo's weak-colored skin flushed. What? The treasury has no money. But my family has money. Can you let me be your husband? This way, you don't have to bear any burden when you take your own money. My family's money is your money. He Wuyo lowered his head and said with a blushing face. Ha! Xia Fanqing was frightened and took 2 steps back, almost falling in the garden. When Xia Fanqing was about to get close to Margaret, who was surrounded by fans, he fell into a broad embrace. His husband can only be me. Fu Linchuan coldly declared his sovereignty. Why? He Wuyo pushed forward with his neck stiff. If you say it is, it is. Because he likes me. Fu Linchuan said provocatively. Xia Fanqing. Tell me if you like him. He Wuyo asked without giving up. Yes. Being asked so bluntly, Xia Fanqing's face flushed, and she hid in Fu Lingquan's arms and pretended to be a quail. I don't believe it. He Wu shouted and ran away. After seeing that he had left, Xia Fanqing raised her head from Fu Lingquan's arms. Why are you here? If I don't come, would you consider agreeing to him? Seeing Fu Lingquan's expressionless jealous face, Xia Fanqing laughed and fell into Fu Lingquan's arms again. I'm not going to sell myself for money. Fu Lingquan gently patted the little human's back. My money is your money too. Yeah. Yours is mine. And mine is still mine. Fu Lingquan chuckled and turned into a huge beast. Come up. Xia Fanqing's eyes brightened several degrees when he saw the huge furry thing in front of him. He rushed over and hugged the big lion's legs, rubbing his little face on it. I suck. I suck. Seeing that the little human's delicate skin was rubbed red by his fur, Fu Lingquan lay on the ground distressfully, exposing his soft belly. Xia Fanqing, who was obsessed with furry things, immediately buried herself in Fu Lingquan's soft belly. He rolled over on it, his face flushed with excitement. He lowered his head and took 2 deep breaths. The lion's belly really looked like a big soft blanket, and it also had a heating function. It was so comfortable to lie on it. Xia Fanqing's eyes were no longer blurry, and her head no longer hurt. The little human rolled back and forth in his arms. Fu Lingquan was stiff and didn't dare to move, for fear that he would fall down the delicate little human in excitement. Xia Fanqing lay in the big lion's arms, squinting her eyes and basking in the sun. It was comfortable. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A eunuch who came to report was shocked and stuttered when he saw the scene in front of him. Xia Fanqing, who was about to fall asleep, was awakened. What's the matter? The compensation of the Zerg has been delivered. Please take a look. The eunuch lowered his head and dared not look at the scene in front of him. Marshal Fu actually let His Majesty lie on his abdomen, and he clearly felt that Marshal Fu was unhappy about being disturbed. Put it in the treasury first. I will take a look when I have time. Xia Fanqing turned over and said lazily. Xia Fanqing couldn't sleep after being disturbed. He climbed down from Fu Lingquan's furry belly. Seeing that the little human was not sleeping, the low pressure on Fu Lingquan scared the eunuch's legs so much that he almost fell to the ground. Fu Lingquan turned over and lay on the ground. Come up. Xia Fanqing was stunned by the huge surprise. What does it mean? Is he going to let him ride on the big lion? Xia Fanqing wanted to drool. He immediately climbed up along Fu Lingquan's legs. Xia Fanqing sat on the broad back of the giant lion. The solid muscles on the big lion were a bit nauseating. Xia Fanqing moved his position to find a comfortable position, then grabbed the mane on the big lion's neck with both hands. Okay. As the little human moved around on his back, Fu Lingquan's eyes darkened. The little human's soft buttocks rubbed against his back, making Fu Lingquan want to rush to the bedroom with the human in his mouth and hide him, leaving only the little human to watch him. One gu payphone was not enough. And now there was He Wuyo. I'm afraid that Fish's mind was not pure. After the little human sat down, Fu Lingquan stood up. When the 4-meter-tall lion stood up, Xia Fanqing's sight suddenly became high. He exclaimed and grabbed the lion's mane tightly. Fu Lingquan was walking in the garden with the little human on his back. The little eunuch passing by was so startled that he knocked over the teacup in his hand. He hurriedly lowered his head to clean it up. What did he see? His Majesty was riding on Marshal Fu. Even if His Majesty rode on his own minister, it would be a very disrespectful act. Even his partner would not be willing to let others ride on him. But Marshal Fu was willing to let His Majesty ride on him. Fu Lingquan was walking in the garden with the little human on his back. Xia Fanqing squinted comfortably in the breeze. He patted the big lion's back. Fu Lingquan, can you run faster? Hold it tight. Fu Lingquan ran with the little human in the garden, and he jumped over the flower bed. Xia Fanqing exclaimed and giggled. Exciting? Since the garden was too small for Fu Lingquan to move, he ran with Xia Fanqing in the huge square. That day, everyone in the palace saw Marshal Fu carrying their Majesty and running freely. Fu Lingquan wanted to let everyone know that he was willing to bow down to Xia Fanqing. Ah! Will Marshal Fu be our king's husband in the future? A bunny-eared girl said. It's probably true. Marshal Fu wants everyone to know that His Majesty is his. Woo! Woo! So cute. He's willing to let people ride on him. I didn't expect that Marshal Fu, who fell in love, would have such a gentle side. I'm so envious. How could he have such a lovely Majesty like ours? A group of little maids looked at the two people in the square with shining eyes. The cold marshal and his gentle little human were so good together. After Hiweo ran home, he turned into a huge Siberian sled dog and nestled on his own lawn. He buried his head in his paws and refused to pay attention to people. His mother came over cracking melon seeds. "What's wrong with my son?" Hiweo said in a muffled voice. "Your Majesty doesn't like me." "Huh?" His mother got anxious when she heard this. She stroked her son's head with both hands and pulled him up. "You won't just give up like this. That won't work. Did you say that you would give all our money to His Majesty?" "I did. But he said he liked Fu Linchuan." Hiweo raised his head and cried sadly. His mother was so annoyed by his noise that she slapped Hiweo on the head. "Shut up. That's all you can do. Didn't you go to His Majesty today to talk about living in the palace? Go back and live there." Hiweo closed his mouth in grievance. "But Xia Fanqing doesn't like me." Isn't it just Fu Linchuan? If you can't get the king's husband, you can be a king's servant. Go back." His mother liked Xia Fanqing very much. Since the war was over, she had been urging Hiweo to act quickly. Otherwise it would not be his turn. Sure enough, Fu Linchuan got there first. Hiweo, who was howling, was instantly enlightened. Yes, if he couldn't be the king's husband, he could be a concubine. He liked Xia Fanqing. Hiweo immediately ran to the palace with a grin. Chapter 73. Hiweo rushed all the way to the palace, and then happily chose a place closest to Xia Fanqing to live. As long as Xia Fanqing and Fu Linchuan didn't get married, he had plenty of opportunities. When Gu Peifeng delivered documents to Xia Fanqing, he saw Hiweo circling around Xia Fanqing. "Xia Fanqing, are you tired? I'll get you a glass of water. Do you want some fruit? I'll get you one." Hiweo stared at Xia Fanqing sitting on the seat, wishing his eyes could stick to Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing flipped through the documents with one hand and held her chin with the other. "Hiweo, don't disturb me while I'm working." Xia Fanqing wanted to go out and play, but Hiweo was still chattering beside her. Fu Linchuan went to the military headquarters for inspection this morning. Without Fu Linchuan guarding Xia Fanqing, Hiweo dared to pester Xia Fanqing openly. Hiweo said a little aggrievedly, "Xia Fanqing, do you hate me?" "No." Xia Fanqing quickly denied it. Hiweo immediately stood up again. "If you don't hate me, then you like me." "No." Xia Fanqing was shocked by his train of thought. "You don't like me?" Hiweo looked at Xia Fanqing pitifully with his dog eyes. Xia Fanqing knocked her forehead on the palm of her hand. "What the hell is going on?" "Hiweo, I like you as a brother. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Hiweo said shamelessly. Gu Peifeng put the documents in his hand on Xia Fanqing's desk. Xia Fanqing's scalp tingled when she saw the thick pile of documents. "Why are there so many?" Seeing his boss coming over, Hiweo stopped playing dirty. Gu Peifeng took some documents and put them aside. "I'll help you look at them together." "Thank you." With Gu Peifeng here, Hiweo had to sit aside obediently for the sake of face. Without Hiweo's noise, the three of them quieted down for a while. Xia Fanqing was reviewing documents until almost noon. He glanced at the time, stretched his waist and stood up. When he raised his eyes, Hiweo had already gone somewhere, and only Gu Peifeng was left to accompany him. Seeing Xia Fanqing stood up, Gu Peifeng also put down the documents, and then poured Xia Fanqing a cup of tea. "Xia Fanqing, what's wrong?" "I have something to tell you." Gu Peifeng looked at the human in front of him with deep eyes. "Gu Peifeng, you know, I only like Fu Linchuan," Xia Fanqing said very firmly. "But I still want to tell you in person. I like you." Gu Peifeng clenched his fists. It was obviously him who met Xia Fanqing first. If he had lowered his posture at the beginning, would he have had another chance? "It was obviously me who met you first." Xia Fanqing shook his head. "Actually, I met Fu Linchuan first. I met him before I left the dungeon. Maybe it was destined from the beginning. Do I really have no chance?" "Sorry." Footsteps were heard not far away. Xia Fanqing looked up. When he saw the familiar figure, his eyes lit up. Fu Linchuan held his little human in his arms and kissed his forehead gently. "Are you tired?" "Not tired." Because there were outsiders. Xia Fanqing's ears were slightly red with embarrassment. Gu Peifeng glanced at Fu Linchuan and turned away. As soon as Gu Peifeng left, Xia Fanqing immediately lay in Fu Linchuan's arms. "I'm so tired. My eyes are blurry. It won't be busy in a while. Let's go eat." looking at the little human being who was acting coquettishly in his arms. Fu Lingquan's eyes were full of smiles. The little human could only be his, and no one could take it away. In the afternoon, Fu Lingquan handled official business on the side, and Xia Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong sat on the swing and swayed from time to time. Yu Xiaodong held a dried fish in his mouth, and the ears on his head moved back and forth. He still had some unreal ethereal feeling. Xia Fanqing was about to become the king of the empire, and he followed him to live in the palace. Cat, I'm a little nervous. Xia Fanqing almost fell asleep on the swing. Eat some dried fish, and you won't be nervous anymore. Yu Xiaodong handed over his dried fish. Xia Fanqing also took one and put it in his mouth. Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony, and everything has been prepared. Xia Fanqing, you will definitely be a good king. Yu Xiaodong cheered him on. Xia Fanqing. Lacey came out from behind Xia Fanqing. Lacey. Xia Fanqing hadn't seen Lacey for a long time since the war ended. Xia Fanqing. In order to attend your coronation ceremony, I have handled all the affairs of the clan day and night. I am so tired, Lacey said, and leaned on Xia Fanqing's shoulder coquettishly. Fu Lingquan looked at her coldly, and Lacey glared back. Xia Fanqing, who was still sleepy just now, felt the tense atmosphere in the air. He stretched out his hand to push the head on his shoulder away. Although he loved the little mermaid, if Fu Lingquan got jealous, he would be the one in trouble. Xia Fanqing. Lacey wanted to come closer, but Xia Fanqing quickly jumped off the swing chair. I still have official business to deal with. After saying that, Xia Fanqing fled to find Fu Lingquan. The mental power of the high-level orcs in the air was tit for tat in the dark, and Yu Xiaodong ran away with a howl. At night, Fu Lingquan held his little human in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed the little human's forehead. But Xia Fanqing rolled around in his arms and couldn't sleep. Fu Lingquan fixed her in his arms. What's wrong? I can't sleep. I'm nervous. Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony. Xia Fanqing is a little excited and can't sleep. Do you want me to help you? Okay. Okay. You turn into a big lion. Okay? Xia Fanqing looked at Fu Lingquan with sparkling eyes. Okay. But you have to pay a little interest first. As soon as Fu Lingquan finished speaking, he held Xia Fanqing's head and kissed her fiercely. After letting go, Xia Fanqing's face flushed and she gasped. This time, Fu Lingquan turned into his original form and exposed his soft abdomen. Xia Fanqing's legs were weak after being kissed by him. Do you have to pay interest if you want to touch the big lion in the future? After being disturbed by Fu Lingquan, Xia Fanqing fell asleep quickly on the soft belly of the big lion. In the morning, Fu Lingquan woke up the sleeping little human. Get up. We are ready to go. Fu Lingquan personally put on a white dress for Xia Fanqing, put on the ribbon and medal for him, half knelt on the ground to hold his feet, and put on his shoes. Xia Fanqing dodged. Fu Lingquan. I will do it myself. I will do it. Fu Lingquan took the shoes and put them on Xia Fanqing. The eunuchs beside him lowered their heads and dared not speak. Marshal Fu really dotes on their majesty. The ministers outside the palace gate had been waiting long ago. Gu Peifeng and others also stood beside the Jinchuan carriage to wait for their majesty. A long red carpet was laid from the door to the golden carriage. Soft hymns and flourishing flowers. Fu Lingquan led Xia Fanqing, who was wearing a gorgeous dress, out. The nobles bowed their heads and saluted as he passed by, until the moment he stepped on the red carpet. Xia Fanqing still felt a little unreal. Fu Lingquan personally opened the golden door of the carriage to send Xia Fanqing up. He personally escorted Xia Fanqing to the auditorium for the coronation ceremony with a sword in hand. The citizens of the Croman Empire stood on both sides of the road to welcome their new king. Xia Fanqing has been promoting a peace policy since he came to power, which has allowed the citizens who have suffered from the war to finally live a stable life. The citizens cheered to welcome their new king. Although their new king is a human, it is said that his mental strength is much higher than Marshal Fu, and he also has a rare healing system. They hope that the new king can protect them from the suffering of war. Xia Fanqing waved to the citizens on both sides of the road in the Jinchuan carriage. Although technology is advanced, the royal family still retains the ancient coronation ceremony, which allows many citizens to see their king up close for the first time. After circling the city, the Jinchuan carriage arrived at the coronation hall, where the king will receive the blessing of the orc ancestor Esther. Xia Fanqing knelt on the red velvet pillow and bowed her head to pray to the orc ancestor Esther under the hymn. The sun shone on Xia Fanqing's side face through the window, and the tall statue also emitted a layer of golden light. The ministers in the hall also knelt down to express their submission to Esther. According to legend, the monarch who could receive Esther's blessing must be a virtuous king. According to historical records, Esther showed the holy light only a few times during the king's coronation ceremony. They didn't expect that they could see Esther's holy light in their lifetime. Their new king was recognized by the orc ancestor. After the prayer ceremony, Gu Peifeng held the scepter symbolizing power, and Lacey held the orb in her hand, standing in front of Xia Fanqing, while Fu Linchuan personally raised the crown inlaid with precious gems to crown the king. He held Xia Fanqing's hand and stood up, then gave him the imperial scepter and orb. Xia Fanqing wore a crown, held a scepter and a sphere, and sat on the king's seat. The ministers below saluted one after another. After the coronation ceremony, Xia Fanqing took the Jinchuan carriage back to the palace to prepare for the evening banquet. Fu Linchuan stayed by Xia Fanqing's side at the banquet. Seeing Xia Fanqing become the new king, Yu Xiaodong's eyes were red with excitement. No one could bully Xia Fanqing anymore. Yu Xiaodong took a step back without noticing and accidentally bumped into the person behind him. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. It's okay. Did you fall?" Agitantly. "It's you." Yu Xiaodong recognized the person in front of him. When he and Xia Fanqing came to the ground city together, it was Agitantly who helped them get up. Li Jingyao looked at the boy with animal ears on his head and his mouth curled up slightly. He was so cute. The little dumpling sat on Xia Fanqing's feet. "Ouch, you heard me." Looking at the pink little dumpling who came to touch the porcelain, Xia Fanqing laughed. He squatted on the ground and was level with the little dumpling. "Then what do you think we should do?" Little Tuanzi's eyes rolled around. "Pick me up." "Okay." Xia Fanqing held little Tuanzi and let him lie on her shoulder. "Where's your dad?" Dad and Dad went out to play. Little Tuanzi was walking alone in the garden. He saw his big brother sitting in the pavilion, who was so fascinated that he couldn't move his legs. He saw that he was leaving and hurried over to make trouble. The little Tuanzi, who had succeeded in his plan, lay in Xia Fanqing's arms and showed his little teeth. "Lu Lin, come here." Jinming was so angry when he saw the little guy lying in someone's arms that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fu Guang was still discussing government affairs inside, so he had to look for him alone. Xia Fanqing turned her head when she heard the voice. Jinming saw the person holding Lu Lin and quickly saluted. "Your Majesty." "Jinming. Long time no see." Xia Fanqing came over holding the little boy. "So this is your son. So cute. I heard he's a cute little peacock." Jinming, who was furious just now, stood up immediately when he saw Xia Fanqing. "Yes." Lu Xiaolin stuck out his tongue at Jinming in Xia Fanqing's arms, and Jinming rolled his eyes at him, silently warning him to be honest. At this time, a little lion ran over from a distance. He rubbed Xia Fanqing's calf, and then climbed onto Xia Fanqing's shoulder. He stared at the little ball with round eyes and said, "Who are you? Why are you in my father's arms?" "This is your brother Lu Lin, and this is Xia Jiyang." Xia Fanqing introduced the two little balls on her body to each other. Seeing that someone else came to divert the attention of the beautiful brother, Lu Xiaolin poked the little lion on his shoulder unhappily. The little lion staggered and bit Lu Xiaolin's sleeve. Lu Xiaolin was so scared that he swung his sleeves and howled. Jinming looked at him calmly and said he deserved it. Xia Fanqing quickly took the little lion off. "Don't bully your brother. Apologize to your brother." Xia Jiyang jumped to the ground and turned into a black-haired boy of 6 or 7 years old. "I'm sorry." Lu Xiaolin stopped howling immediately when he saw a handsome little brother on the ground. He crawled down Xia Fanqing's legs, grabbed Xia Jiyang's hand and began to drool. "Brother, you are so handsome. Can you be my wife?" "No. If I have to." "It's you?"